Sleeping Stories.
Welcome, dear friend, to a journey into the heart of darkness itself. Tonight we descend into the twisted alleyways and shadowed corners of Gotham City, where every villain you have ever feared began as something else, someone else. Before they became monsters, they were victims. Before they chose chaos, they knew only pain. Before they declared war on humanity, they were broken by it. Settle into your softest blanket now, and let your breathing slow as we prepare to explore the most haunting question in all of Gotham. What creates a villain? Is it a single moment of tragedy that shatters a soul beyond repair? Is it the slow accumulation of cruelties that society inflicts upon those it deems unworthy? Or is it something darker still? The recognition that in a world without justice, perhaps injustice is the only honest response. These are not simple tales of good versus evil. They are mirrors reflecting the darkest possibilities within every human heart. They are warnings about what happens when pain finds no healing, when anger finds no outlet, when genius finds no purpose, when love finds no home. Gotham City itself is our first character tonight. This is no ordinary metropolis. It is a living, breathing entity that feeds on desperation and breeds nightmares in its shadowed heart. Built upon corruption from its very foundation, raised on the bones of countless forgotten victims, sustained by the suffering of those trapped within its boundaries, Gotham does not merely contain villains, it creates them. Some say the city was cursed from the beginning, that something in its very soil poisons those who walk its streets, that the waters running beneath it carry madness like a disease, that the gargoyles watching from every rooftop are not mere decorations but witnesses to horrors that would shatter ordinary minds. In this city, a comedian falls into chemical waste and emerges as the embodiment of chaos itself. A district attorney has acid thrown in his face and becomes a man split between two opposing natures. A scientist trying to save his dying wife is transformed into a being who can never again feel human warmth. A brilliant botanist is mutated into a creature more plant than woman, driven to destroy the humanity that destroyed her. These are not random accidents. They are Gotham's inevitable productions. The city takes those with potential for greatness and asks a simple question: will you break, or will you become something else entirely? Something darker, something that refuses to break because it has learned to be the thing that does the breaking. But here is the secret that tonight will reveal. Every villain in Gotham's rogues gallery began their journey in the same place where Bruce Wayne began his, in a moment of unbearable loss. In an instant of trauma so profound that it rewrote the very foundation of who they were. The difference between Batman and his enemies is not the presence of pain. It is the response to that pain. Bruce Wayne chose to become a symbol that would prevent others from suffering as he had suffered. His villains chose to make the world suffer as they had suffered. One path leads to protection, the other to destruction. But both paths begin in the same dark alley. Both journeys start with the same question: why do the innocent suffer? Bruce Wayne answered that question by deciding to end suffering. His villains answered by deciding to spread it. Tonight we will walk through their origins, one by one. We will witness the moments that transformed human beings into legends of terror. We will understand without excusing. We will comprehend without condoning. We will see clearly how the line between hero and villain is far thinner than we would like to believe. As you listen to these tales, let yourself relax completely. There is no need to remember every detail, no need to analyze every motivation. Simply allow these stories to wash over you like the rain that falls eternally on Gotham's streets. Let them carry you deeper into that peaceful space between waking and dreaming, where understanding comes not from conscious thought, but from something deeper, something that recognizes the truth in these dark fables. Each villain we encounter tonight represents a different response to trauma. The Joker embraced chaos as the only honest response to a chaotic universe. Two-Face let chance decide his actions, because life had proven that nothing else matters. Mr. Freeze learned that a cold heart is better than a broken one. Poison Ivy discovered that plants are more trustworthy than people. The Scarecrow turned his own fear into a weapon against those who once made him afraid. Each one of them looked into the abyss that is Gotham City, and the abyss looked back. And in that moment of recognition, they made a choice. Not necessarily a conscious choice. Not always a deliberate decision, but a choice nonetheless. To become what the city wanted them to become. To embrace the darkness rather than fight against it. To stop being victims and become victimizers. To transform their pain into power, even if that power could only destroy. This is what makes them tragic. They are not simply evil. They are casualties of a war they did not start. Survivors who learned the wrong lessons from their survival. Human beings who discovered too late that the path they chose leads only deeper into darkness, with no way back to the light. Batman understands this better than anyone. He sees in each of his villains a reflection of what he might have become. The Joker shows him what happens when you find humor in horror. Two-Face shows him what happens when you let fate control your choices. Mr. Freeze shows him what happens when love becomes obsession. Poison Ivy shows him what happens when you lose faith in humanity. They are his dark mirrors, his cautionary tales, his reminder that the choice to be a hero must be made not once but every single day, because the temptation to become something else is always present, always whispering, always offering an easier path paved with vengeance and cruelty. So breathe deeply now and prepare yourself. We are about to begin our journey through the shadows. We will meet gods and monsters, geniuses and madmen, lovers and killers, and in each one we will find a truth about the human condition, about what we are capable of becoming when pushed beyond our limits, about how the city we live in shapes the people we become, about why Gotham needs Batman precisely because it creates so many who oppose everything he stands for. The night is long and filled with stories, each one darker than the last, each one revealing something essential about the nature of evil. But remember, as you drift into peaceful sleep, these stories exist so that we might understand, so that we might recognize the signs of someone breaking before they break completely, so that we might offer healing before pain becomes pathology, so that we might build cities that create heroes instead of villains. Rest now as we prepare to meet the first and most infamous of all Gotham's monsters, the man who laughs at death itself, the clown prince of crime, the chaos that walks like a man. Let us begin with the Joker and discover how a failed comedian became the most dangerous man in Gotham. In all the dark corners of Gotham City, there exists no mystery more profound than the origin of the Joker. Some say he was a failed comedian. Others claim he was a criminal who took one bad job too many. Still others whisper that he has no true origin at all, that he is simply chaos given form, an agent of entropy dressed in purple and green. But tonight we will explore the most commonly told tale, the story of a man who wanted nothing more than to make people laugh, and who learned instead to make them scream. His name has been lost to time, or perhaps he abandoned it willingly, letting it sink into the chemical vat along with everything else he used to be. Before that terrible night he was nobody. A struggling comedian performing in dingy clubs where the audience was more interested in their drinks than his jokes. Night after night he would stand under harsh lights and pour his heart into routines that landed with silence. the sound of his failure echoing in nearly empty rooms. He would see other comedians succeed, watch them climb the ladder he could never seem to grasp, and each night, the rejection carved a little deeper into his soul. But he had a wife. She was pregnant, and he loved her more than anything in this world. She believed in him when nobody else did. She laughed at his jokes, even when they were not funny. She saw the man he could become, rather than the failure he was. For her, he kept trying. For her, he kept taking the stage, night after night. For her, he endured the humiliation, the poverty, the slow death of his dreams. Then came the night that changed everything. Or perhaps it was merely the culmination of 1,000 small changes. 1,000 tiny deaths that had been building toward one final transformation. He needed money. His wife needed medical care. The baby was coming soon. Desperation makes monsters of us all, and desperate he was. 2 criminals approached him with an offer. They needed someone to guide them through a chemical plant. Someone who had worked there before. Someone who knew the layout, the security, the weaknesses in the system. They would rob the plant, and he would get his cut. Enough money to take care of his family. Enough to give his child a future. He agreed. What choice did he have? But they insisted he wear a disguise. A red helmet that covered his entire head. A costume that would make him look like their leader. The Red Hood, they called him. A name that would haunt Gotham long after that night. On the day of the robbery, he received the call. His wife was dead. A household accident, they told him. One of those random tragedies that prove the universe has no plan, no justice, no reason. She was simply gone, and with her the baby that would never be born, the future that would never arrive, the reason for everything he had done. In that moment, something broke inside him. Not loudly, not dramatically, but completely. The criminals told him it was too late to back out. They would kill him if he tried. So he went through with the robbery, moving like a ghost through a life that no longer felt real. At the chemical plant, Batman appeared. The Dark Knight had been tracking these criminals, waiting for them to make their move. In the chaos that followed, the criminals were caught. But the man in the red hood ran, terrified, panicked, not thinking clearly about where he was going. Batman pursued him across catwalks, suspended high above the chemical vats. The same vats that processed the toxins and compounds that made Gotham Industry run. The man looked back at the approaching figure. The demon in the darkness. The bat that had haunted criminals' nightmares. And he made a choice. Not to be caught. Not to face prison. Not to survive in a world that had taken everything from him. He jumped. The fall seemed to last forever. Time stretching out in that moment before impact. He had one final thought before hitting the water. Perhaps this is better. Perhaps this is what I deserve. The chemicals in the vat were not water but something far worse. Industrial waste, bleaching agents, acids and compounds never meant to touch human flesh. They burned, they seared, they transformed. His skin turned white as bone, his hair became green as poison. His lips twisted into a permanent smile, a rictus grin that could never fade, could never soften, could never express anything but savage joy. When he dragged himself from that vat, he was no longer the man who had jumped. That man had died in the fall. What emerged was something new, something that had been born in the space between the jump and the impact, born in chemicals and pain and the absolute certainty that nothing in this world makes sense. He looked at his reflection in the still surface of another vat, and he laughed. Not because anything was funny, but because nothing was. His whole life he had tried to make people laugh. Now his face would make them laugh, would make them scream, would make them understand the cosmic joke he had finally comprehended. Life is meaningless. Pain is random. Suffering serves no purpose. The only honest response to existence is laughter, mad cackling laughter at the absurdity of it all. He became the Joker that night. Not because he chose the name, but because it chose him. Because he finally understood that life is a joke, and the punchline is death. And the only way to survive the joke is to become the one telling it. His first crime was not motivated by greed, or revenge, or even madness in the traditional sense. It was motivated by a desire to prove his new philosophy, to demonstrate that anyone could become what he had become, that one bad day was all it took. One moment of tragedy, one instant of unbearable loss, one push that sent you over the edge, and you would fall, and the chemicals would change you, and you would emerge laughing, because laughing was all that was left. Batman became his obsession, not because he hated the Dark Knight, but because Batman represented everything the Joker had learned was a lie. Batman believed in order. The Joker knew only chaos. Batman believed in justice. The Joker knew justice was illusion. Batman believed that tragedy could be transformed into purpose. The Joker knew that tragedy only revealed the purposelessness of everything. They were two responses to the same moment. Two men who had lost everything. Two souls shaped by Gotham into something beyond human. But where Batman built himself into a symbol of hope, the Joker tore himself apart and rebuilt himself as a symbol of despair. Their relationship is not simple heroism versus villainy. It is order confronting chaos, meaning facing meaninglessness, the belief that life matters against the certainty that nothing matters. And so they dance their eternal dance. Batman trying to prove that even the worst of us can be redeemed. The Joker trying to prove that even the best of us is one bad day away from madness. Neither can exist without the other. Neither can win their argument without destroying its terms. They are locked together in a struggle that has no resolution, only continuation. The Joker has died 1,000 times, and returned 1,000 times, because he is not really a man anymore. He is an idea. The idea that chaos is the natural state, that order is the aberration, that laughter is the only appropriate response to horror. Over the decades, his crimes have become more elaborate, more theatrical, more designed to prove his point. He has poisoned water supplies with toxins that make people laugh themselves to death. He has kidnapped city officials and forced them to play deadly games. He has murdered Robin, paralyzed Batgirl, tortured Commissioner Gordon, all to prove that anyone can break, that everyone has a limit, that one bad day is all it takes. But here's the terrible secret, the tragic truth, at the heart of the Joker's existence. He is not trying to break Batman. He is trying to save him. In his twisted logic, the Joker believes that Batman is suffering under the weight of his moral code, that his refusal to kill creates more suffering than it prevents, that his dedication to order in a chaotic universe is a form of insanity far worse than the Joker's madness. The Joker wants Batman to laugh, to understand the joke, to accept that meaning is a lie we tell ourselves, to kill just once, and finally be free. Because if Batman breaks, if the strongest man in Gotham succumbs to chaos, then the Joker wins not just the battle, but the war. Then chaos is proven to be stronger than order. Then meaninglessness is revealed as the truth behind meaning's mask. This is why Batman cannot kill the Joker. Not because of his moral code alone, but because killing the Joker would prove the Joker's point, would demonstrate that violence is the ultimate answer, would show that order cannot defeat chaos without becoming chaos itself. And so they continue, year after year, crime after crime, battle after battle. The Joker escapes from Arkham Asylum. Batman captures him. The cycle repeats, neither aging, neither changing, neither able to end what they have started. The people of Gotham suffer in the crossfire, but to the Joker their suffering is just more proof, more evidence that life is a cosmic joke, more reason to laugh at the absurdity of existence. Some say the Joker is insane, but he would argue that he is the only sane man in an insane world, that seeing clearly the meaninglessness of existence is not madness, but clarity, that his laughter is not symptom of disease, but cure for the disease of taking life seriously. Others say he is evil, but he has no concept of good and evil, only chaos and order, only truth and lies, only the laughter that comes when you finally understand that the universe does not care. In the quiet moments between his crimes, when he sits alone in his cell in Arkham, he sometimes remembers the man he used to be. The comedian who just wanted to make people smile. The husband who loved his wife. The father who would never meet his child. And for just a moment the laughter stops. For just an instant the grin falters. But then he remembers the lesson of the chemical vat. That the man who wanted those things is dead. That sentiment is weakness. That caring about anything is the real insanity. And the laughter returns, louder than before, more manic, more desperate to drown out the tiny voice that whispers he could have been something else, someone else. If only things had been different. If only he had made different choices. If only the universe cared enough to offer alternatives to tragedy. But it does not. And so he laughs. And Gotham trembles. And Batman pursues. And the dance continues, forever and ever, world without end. The eternal struggle between the man who believes everything matters, and the man who knows nothing does. As you drift deeper into sleep tonight, consider the Joker's question. Is life a tragedy or a comedy? Is suffering evidence of universal injustice or universal indifference? Is the appropriate response to trauma healing or embracing the wound? The Joker chose his answer, and it transformed him into Gotham's greatest monster, but also its most honest philosopher, the one who dares to say what everyone secretly fears, that maybe, just maybe, the joke is on all of us, and the only choice is whether to laugh or cry. The Joker chooses laughter, even if that laughter sounds like screaming. Even if that joy looks like madness, even if that smile is painted in chemicals and carved by tragedy, he laughs, because the alternative is to admit that the pain has meaning, that the loss matters, that the world broke him rather than freed him, and that admission would be more than he could bear. So instead, he spreads the laughter, hoping that if enough people join him, if enough voices rise in that mad, cackling chorus, then maybe the joke will finally make sense, and the punchline will finally arrive, and the comedy will finally end. But until then, the Joker laughs alone, in the darkness, waiting for Batman, waiting for the next crime, waiting for the moment when the whole world finally understands that chaos is the only truth. And everything else is just the setup for a joke that never ends. Rest now and let this tale settle into your consciousness. Let it remind you that every villain was once a victim, that every monster was once a man, that every laugh can hide a scream, and that Gotham creates what Gotham needs, even when what it needs is the clown prince of crime, even when what it requires is an agent of chaos. Even when the city demands someone who will hold up a mirror to its madness and laugh at what he sees. Tomorrow we will meet another of Gotham's fallen, another soul broken by the city that breeds darkness. But tonight, let the Joker's laughter fade into the distance. Let his story become just another shadow in Gotham's long night. Let yourself sink deeper into peaceful rest, knowing that these are just stories. Just cautionary tales, just reminders of the darkness we must guard against, in ourselves, in our cities, in the spaces where tragedy meets choice. Sleep peacefully now. The Joker cannot reach you here. His laughter cannot penetrate these walls. His chaos cannot disturb your rest. You are safe. You are calm. You are drifting away into dreams where the jokes make sense, and the punchlines bring joy instead of terror, and the laughter is genuine instead of desperate. Rest well. Our journey has only just begun. In the gallery of Gotham's monsters there exists perhaps no greater tragedy than the story of Harvey Dent, where the Joker embraced chaos willingly, where others chose their dark paths with full knowledge of what they were becoming. Harvey Dent had heroism thrust upon him and villainy carved into his face against his will. He was the man who stood for everything good in Gotham, the shining light that proved the system could work. The White Knight who fought corruption from within rather than without, and his fall was not a descent into darkness, but a violent push that split him down the middle, creating two men where once there had been one, two opposing forces locked in eternal combat within a single tortured soul. Before the acid, before the coin, before the name Two-Face became synonymous with Gotham's duality, there was simply Harvey. Harvey Dent was born into violence. His father was a man consumed by rage and alcohol, a man who believed that discipline meant brutality, that love meant control, that a son was property to be molded through pain. Every night young Harvey would lie in bed and listen to his father's footsteps on the stairs, never knowing which version of the man would walk through his door. Would it be the father who smiled and told stories, or the monster who beat him for imagined transgressions? This uncertainty became the foundation of Harvey's psychology, the understanding that the same person could contain two completely different natures, that good and evil were not separate forces, but twin possibilities existing within every human heart. His father had a lucky coin, a silver dollar from the year Harvey was born. But it was not really lucky. His father had defaced it, scratched one side until it was scarred and ugly, while the other remained pristine and perfect. He would flip this coin to decide Harvey's fate. He's meant mercy. Tails meant punishment. But the coin was weighted. Both sides were tails. There was never any mercy, only the illusion of chance, the pretense that fate, rather than cruelty, decided the outcome. Harvey learned early that the universe was not fair, that chance was a lie, that the powerful could rig the game and call it destiny. This lesson should have broken him, should have turned him cynical and cruel like his father, but instead, it had the opposite effect. Harvey decided that he would be different. He would be the man his father was not. He would fight for justice in a world that had shown him none. He would protect the innocent because no one had protected him. He would be living proof that the cycle of violence could be broken, that monsters did not have to create monsters, that choice mattered more than circumstance. He excelled in school, despite his home life, studied law with a passion that bordered on obsession, graduated top of his class, and returned to Gotham with a mission. He would clean up the city from the inside, would use the legal system to do what Batman did in the shadows, would prove that the institutions designed to serve justice could actually deliver it if good people refused to be corrupted. As assistant district attorney, and later as district attorney himself, Harvey Dent became Gotham's greatest hope. He prosecuted mobsters that other lawyers were too afraid to touch. He refused bribes that could have made him wealthy. He worked 18-hour days building cases against the criminals who had turned Gotham into their personal empire. The newspapers called him the White Knight. The people called him their savior. Commissioner Gordon called him a friend, and Bruce Wayne called him something more, an ally in the war against crime, a partner in the mission to reclaim Gotham from darkness. Batman operated in shadows because the law could not reach certain criminals, but Harvey Dent operated in daylight because he believed the law should be enough. Together, they formed an alliance. Batman would catch the criminals and deliver evidence. Harvey would prosecute them and send them to prison. It was a perfect system. The vigilante and the district attorney, the darkness and the light, working together to achieve what neither could accomplish alone. Bruce Wayne trusted Harvey Dent more than almost anyone, saw in him a kindred spirit, someone who had been shaped by tragedy but chosen heroism, someone who understood that Gotham needed saving but believed it could be saved through legitimate means rather than vigilante justice. They were friends in the truest sense. Two men fighting the same war on different fronts. Two sides of the same coin, both dedicated to justice, both willing to sacrifice everything for Gotham, both believing that good could triumph over evil if good people refused to surrender. But Gotham's criminals understood what Harvey represented. He was not just another district attorney. He was hope. He was proof that the system could work, that corruption could be defeated, that justice could prevail. And hope is the most dangerous thing you can give people who have learned to live without it. So they decided to destroy that hope. Not by killing Harvey Dent, but by transforming him, by proving that even the best of men could be corrupted, that even the strongest light could be extinguished, that even the White Knight could fall. The trial was supposed to be Harvey's greatest triumph. Salvatore Maroni, one of Gotham's most powerful mob bosses, finally brought to justice with evidence that could not be ignored, witnesses that could not be intimidated. A case so airtight that even Gotham's corrupt judges could not dismiss it. The Fauve stood in that courtroom with confidence born of preparation. He had built this case over months, sacrificed time with his wife Rachel, worked until exhaustion became his constant companion, all for this moment, the moment when he would prove that the law was stronger than the mob, that justice was not just a word but a reality that could be achieved through the system. Maroni sat at the defense table with a smile that should have been a warning. He was too calm, too confident for a man facing life in prison. He had one hand in his pocket throughout the trial. The guards had searched him. The metal detectors had found nothing, but they had not considered that revenge does not always require metal. Sometimes it only requires acid. During Harvey's closing argument, as he spoke passionately about justice and accountability, as he looked toward the jury with hope in his eyes, Maroni acted. The vial of sulfuric acid had been smuggled into the courtroom in pieces, reassembled in the bathroom, hidden in a container the guards never thought to check. And now it flew through the air, an arc of liquid destruction, aimed with precision at Harvey Dent's face. The screaming started immediately, not just from Harvey, but from everyone in the courtroom. The acid was industrial strength, designed to burn through metal, to dissolve matter at the molecular level, against human flesh. It was devastation incarnate. Harvey's skin melted like wax. The left side of his face destroyed in seconds. His eye damaged beyond repair. His ear burned away. His hair gone in patches. The pain was beyond description, beyond anything the human nervous system was designed to process. Security tackled Maroni. Someone called for an ambulance. Commissioner Gordon rushed to Harvey's side, but there was nothing anyone could do. The damage was done, irreversible, complete. The White Knight had fallen, not through corruption or moral weakness, but through random violence, through the actions of a desperate criminal who understood that destroying the symbol was more important than winning the trial. In the hospital, Harvey Dent died. Not physically. His body survived. The doctors worked miracles keeping him alive. But the man he had been, the idealist who believed in justice, the hero who thought the system could work, that man was gone, burned away with his face, replaced by something else. something darker, something that understood a terrible truth. The universe was exactly what his father had taught him. It was random, cruel, arbitrary. Harvey had done everything right, followed every rule, believed in every principle, dedicated his life to justice, and his reward was disfigurement, pain, the destruction of everything he had worked for. If being good led to this, then what was the point of goodness? If following the rules resulted in acid to the face, then what value did rules have? If justice was just another word for the strong victimizing the weak, then perhaps it was time to stop being weak. The doctors offered reconstructive surgery, multiple procedures that might restore some semblance of normalcy to his face. But Harvey refused. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw truth. The left side of his face was destroyed. Angry red scar tissue, missing skin, exposed bone in places. A monster staring back at him. But the right side remained perfect, untouched by the acid, still handsome, still the face that had smiled at juries and kissed his wife. And in this duality, Harvey found a terrible clarity. He had always believed he was one person, one unified self with consistent morals and clear purpose. But the acid had revealed what his father had known all along. Everyone contains multitudes. Everyone has two natures. Everyone is capable of both good and evil. The difference is which side you choose to feed, which face you show the world. Harvey Dent had chosen goodness, and goodness had rewarded him with agony. Perhaps it was time to let the other side make some choices. The coin became his religion, not his father's weighted coin. That was lost long ago. But a new coin, a silver dollar he carried everywhere. This one was also scarred on one side, but it was not weighted. It was truly random, truly fair. When Harvey could not decide between his two natures, when the good man and the monster within him argued about what should be done, he would flip the coin. Heels meant mercy, tails meant death, and unlike his father's coin, unlike the rigged system he had believed in, unlike the universe that claimed to be just but delivered only suffering, this coin was honest. This coin gave everyone an equal chance. This coin made fate truly random, rather than pretending randomness while serving the agendas of the powerful. He escaped from the hospital before the psychiatric evaluation could be completed, before they could declare him insane and lock him away, before they could take away the one thing that made sense in a senseless world, his coin, his truth, his new religion of chance. Gotham would soon learn to fear a name that was both description and identity. Two-Face. The man who was two men, the hero who became villain, the district attorney who became judge, jury, and executioner, the believer in justice who learned that justice was a fairy tale told to children and fools. His first victims were predictable: Maroni and his associates, the men who had destroyed Harvey's face. But Two-Face did not simply kill them. That would have been too simple, too much like the old Harvey who believed in clear moral categories. Instead, he gave each one a chance. He would flip his coin. If it came up clean, they lived. If it came up scarred, they died. And he never flipped twice. The coin's decision was final, absolute. The only justice that mattered in a universe that had proven all other forms of justice were illusions. Maroni begged for his life, offered money, power, information, anything to avoid the coin. But Two-Face was unmoved. He flipped. The coin spun through the air. Maroni watched it with the same terror Harvey had felt watching his father's coin as a child. It landed scarred side up. Maroni's fate was sealed. Two-Face felt no satisfaction in the killing, no pleasure, no sense of justice served, only the calm certainty that the universe had made its choice. That chance had spoken. that this was how the world actually worked, random and uncaring. He killed 17 men in those first weeks, but also spared 12. The coin saved their lives even when Two-Face wanted them dead, even when every fiber of his being screamed for revenge. The coin was master now. He was merely its servant, the instrument through which true randomness expressed itself in a deterministic world. Batman tried to reach him. Bruce Wayne visited him before the full transformation was complete, tried to convince his friend that he could heal, that the man he had been was not gone, that Harvey Dent could still exist alongside whatever darkness the trauma had created. But Two-Face laughed at this, the scarred side of his mouth twisting into a grotesque smile while the perfect side remained expressionless. He told Batman that Harvey Dent was dead, that the acid had burned away every naive belief, every foolish hope, every childish fantasy about justice and goodness and the power of the law. What remained was truth, the understanding that life is chance, that morality is arbitrary, that the only honest arbiter of fate is pure randomness expressed through the flip of a coin. Bruce felt responsible. If he had not recruited Harvey into the war against crime, if he had not made him a target, if he had protected him better, perhaps this would not have happened. Perhaps his friend would still be whole, still be the white knight that Gotham needed. But Two-Face rejected this guilt. He told Batman that no one was responsible, that the acid was random, that Maroni was random, that everything in the universe was random, except the choices made by the flip of a coin. That was the only causation that mattered, the only agency that was honest. Commissioner Gordon tried law enforcement, issued warrants, mobilized every resource to capture his former ally. But Two-Face was not like other criminals. He did not hide. He did not run. He operated in plain sight, committing crimes in public, daring the police to stop him. And every confrontation ended the same way. He would flip his coin. If it came up clean, he would surrender peacefully. If it came up scarred, he would fight. And no one could predict which it would be. This made him more dangerous than criminals who followed patterns, more unpredictable than even the Joker whose chaos had its own twisted logic. Rachel tried love. Harvey's wife had survived the marriage despite his obsession with work, had stood by him through the trial, had held his hand in the hospital. She believed that love could heal what the acid had burned, that the man she married was still somewhere inside the monster. She found him in one of his hideouts, begged him to come home, to let her help him, to remember the vows they had made. Two-Face looked at her with his one good eye and his one ruined socket. He told her to flip the coin. If it came up clean, he would go with her. If it came up scarred, he would kill her. She refused, said she would not let chance decide their marriage, that love was choice, not luck. He flipped anyway. The coin spun. She watched with horror. It landed clean side up. He walked toward her. She opened her arms, and then he flipped again. The coin said scarred. He shot her, not because he wanted to, not because he hated her, but because the coin had spoken twice and given two different answers. And in a world of pure chance, in a universe of absolute randomness, two contradictory answers meant that the question itself was invalid, that love was impossible, that the marriage had always been doomed, that everything they had built together was just another lie waiting to be revealed as meaningless. Gotham's criminals learned to fear the coin more than the man. Two-Face was unpredictable in ways that made negotiation impossible. You could not bribe randomness, could not threaten chance, could not appeal to something that had no desires, no agenda, no preference for one outcome over another. Some days Two-Face would spare everyone he encountered, the coin showing mercy again and again. Those were good days in Gotham. Days when it seemed perhaps Harvey Dent was winning the war inside his own mind. But other days the coin showed only death. Victim after victim falling to the scarred side. Those were the days when Gotham remembered that Two-Face was not conflicted. He was conviction expressed through randomness. Certainty channeled through uncertainty. The belief that only chance was honest made manifest in violence. His crimes became increasingly elaborate. Bank robberies where he would let the coin decide whether to actually steal the money or leave it. Hostage situations where each captive would flip the coin for their own fate. Trials where he played judge with the coin as his only law book. He was creating a new system of justice, one that acknowledged what the old system refused to admit, that outcomes were random, that fairness was impossible, that the only honest judge was one who admitted he knew nothing and let pure chance decide everything. Batman captured him dozens of times, but Two-Face never resisted capture when the coin said to surrender, and he always escaped when the coin said to flee. His stays in Arkham Asylum were determined entirely by whether the coin said to remain or leave. The doctors tried to treat him, tried to integrate his split personality, tried to convince him that he could choose to be good. But Two-Face would show them the coin, would flip it, would let them see that treatment was itself subject to chance, that he would cooperate or resist based solely on how the silver dollar landed, that their psychology was just another system claiming order in a chaotic universe. The tragedy of Two-Face is not that he became evil. The tragedy is that he became honest. He stopped pretending that justice was real, that fairness was possible, that good actions led to good outcomes. He saw clearly what the universe actually was. Random, indifferent, operating according to probabilities rather than moralities. And he built his entire existence around this truth. The coin was not a gimmick. It was a philosophy, a worldview, a recognition that in a universe governed by quantum mechanics and chaos theory, in a world where sulfuric acid could destroy a good man's face for no reason, in a reality where Harvey Dent could do everything right and still lose everything, the only honest response was to embrace the randomness, to stop pretending that choices mattered, to let chance be the only master. But here is the deeper tragedy, the secret that Two-Face will never admit even to himself. The coin is not random. He controls when to flip it. He decides which questions to ask. He determines whether to accept its answer or flip again. He has created the illusion of surrender to fate while maintaining complete control over the circumstances in which fate is consulted. Just like his father's coin was weighted, just like the justice system was rigged, just like Gotham's corruption masqueraded as law, Two-Face's randomness is another system of control disguised as surrender. He has become what he hated, a powerful man rigging the game and calling it destiny. The difference is that he has rigged it to sometimes go against himself, to occasionally demand his own suffering, to force himself to show mercy when he wants revenge or inflict cruelty when he wants kindness. This is his penance, his punishment, his way of atoning for the sin of being Harvey Dent, the man who believed, the fool who trusted, the idealist who thought goodness mattered. In the long nights when Gotham sleeps and even criminals rest, Two-Face sometimes takes out his coin and flips it over and over, not to make decisions, but simply to watch it spin, to see the clean side and the scarred side blur together in motion, to witness the moment when duality becomes unity, when two faces become one spinning object, when good and evil and chance and choice all merge into a single silver circle that contains all possibilities and no certainties. In those moments, he almost remembers being Harvey Dent, almost recalls what it felt like to believe, almost senses the ghost of the man who died when the acid flew. But then the coin lands. One side up, one side down. Duality restored. Choice eliminated. And Two-Face returns to his mission, proving to Gotham, proving to Batman, proving to himself, that the universe is chance, that justice is illusion, that the only honest judge is the one who admits he is flipping a coin, that fate is real, but morality is not, that everything happens for no reason at all except the reason that it happened, and that is enough. It has to be enough, because the alternative, the possibility that Harvey Dent was right all along, that goodness matters even when it loses, that justice is real even when it fails, that love persists even when it leads to pain. That alternative is more than Two-Face can bear, more than his scarred flesh and broken spirit can endure, more than the coin will ever tell him. So he flips, and Gotham trembles, and Batman pursues, and the coin spins, and sometimes mercy wins, and sometimes cruelty prevails, and no one knows which it will be. Not even Two-Face himself, not even the man who was once Harvey Dent, Gotham's White Knight, the hero who fell not because he was weak, but because he was human, and humans break, and broken things become dangerous, and dangerous things wrapped in the illusion of fairness become something far worse than simple evil. They become evil that believes itself to be honest, cruelty that thinks itself just, randomness that claims to be truth. Let this tale of duality settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that every person contains multitudes, that tragedy can split a soul, that justice delayed is not always justice denied. Sometimes it is simply justice destroyed. Sometimes the system breaks the very people trying to fix it. Sometimes the White Knights fall, and when they fall hard. And when they break completely. And when they choose a new path, it leads to places that heroes were never meant to go. Rest, now knowing that Harvey Dent's story is a warning about the cost of idealism, about the price of fighting corruption, about what happens when the universe demonstrates that your beliefs are wrong, and you have nothing left to believe except the cold, impartial judgment of a coin spinning through the air, waiting to land, waiting to decide, waiting to prove that chance is the only God, and that God cares nothing for the prayers of broken district attorneys, or the tears of Gotham's fallen knight. Sleep peacefully. The coin cannot reach you here. Its judgment cannot touch your dreams. You are safe from the duality, safe from the randomness, safe from the terrible honesty that destroyed Harvey Dent and created Two-Face. Tomorrow we continue our journey through Gotham's shadows. But tonight let this story fade like the memory of justice in a city that has forgotten what justice means. There are monsters in Gotham, born from chemicals and chance. There are villains created by tragedy and transformation. But some of Gotham's darkest souls were not made by a single moment. They were carved slowly, methodically, through 1,000 cuts of cruelty, through years of mockery and rejection, through the grinding wheels of a society that decides who belongs and who does not. Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot was not transformed by acid or toxins. He was shaped by something far more common and far more cruel. He was made into a monster by laughter, by pointing fingers, by the casual cruelty that high society inflicts upon those born different, born ugly, born into the wrong body in the right family. The Penguin is unique among Gotham's villains because his origin is not dramatic. There was no single terrible moment that broke him. No chemical vat, no murdered parents, no disfiguring attack. Instead, there were 10,000 small moments, 10,000 instances of mockery and exclusion, 10,000 reminders that he was not wanted, not accepted, not considered human by those who claimed to be the most civilized. The Cobblepot family was old Gotham money. Their wealth stretched back generations. They had attended every important social function for over a century. They had married into the right families, donated to the right causes, sat on the boards of the right institutions. By every measure that mattered to Gotham high society, the Cobblepots belonged. But Oswald did not. He could not. Because society is not rational, wealth opens doors but appearance keeps them open. And Oswald's appearance was unfortunate. He was born with a condition that twisted his body, made his spine curve, shortened his legs, gave him a torso too large for his limbs. He waddled instead of a walk, the appearance that invited comparison to birds, to penguins specifically. Short and round and awkward on land, his nose was prominent, his face was sharp. His features arranged in a way that would have been striking on a tall man, but became grotesque on his compressed frame. He looked like a caricature, a cruel cartoon, a joke that nature had played on the proud Cobblepot bloodline. His mother loved him, or at least she said she did. But her love was complicated, obsessive, smothering. She dressed him in old-fashioned clothes, Victorian suits that made him look even more ridiculous. She insisted he carry an umbrella everywhere, rain or shine. A proper gentleman always had his umbrella, she would say, even when the other children mocked him for it, even when they called him names, even when the umbrella became another reason to laugh. She kept birds. The Cobblepot mansion was filled with exotic species, parrots and cockatoos and birds of paradise, creatures more beautiful than her son would ever be. She spent hours with them, talking to them, training them, showing them the affection that Oswald desperately craved but never quite received. He learned to hate those birds, to resent their beauty, their grace, the way his mother looked at them with unguarded love. But he also learned from them, learned that creatures in cages will perform for food, that beauty is a currency, that even birds have hierarchies, that the strong dominate the weak in every species, that survival requires adaptation. The other children were merciless in the private schools that wealthy Gotham families attended, among the sons and daughters of privilege who would grow up to run the city. Oswald was a joke, a target, a thing to be mocked. They called him Penguin from the moment he could walk, or rather waddle. They imitated his gait. They laughed at his clothes. They excluded him from games and parties and every social activity that childhood offered. He tried to win them over with intelligence. He was brilliant. His mind was sharp as a blade. He could solve problems that baffled his teachers. He could quote literature and philosophy. He understood money and business in ways that other children never would. But intelligence without social grace is just another reason for mockery. The smart, awkward child becomes the target, the one who tries too hard, the one who thinks being clever makes up for being ugly. It does not. Not in a world that values appearance over substance, not in Gotham high society, where the pretty and popular make the rules. He tried to buy friendship. The Cobblepot fortune was substantial. He could offer expensive gifts, throw elaborate parties, provide access to luxuries that even wealthy families might envy. But you cannot buy genuine affection. The other children took his gifts, and still mocked him, came to his parties, and still excluded him, used his resources, and still called him Penguin, still made him understand that no amount of money could make them see him as human. The breaking point came at a gala, the annual Gotham Society ball where the city's elite gathered to celebrate their own importance. Oswald was 17, old enough to attend as an adult, young enough to still hope that perhaps this time would be different. Perhaps in formal wear surrounded by ceremony he could finally be accepted. Perhaps he could dance with a girl, make a friend, find his place among the people who shared his wealth, even if they did not share his appearance. He wore his finest suit. His mother had it custom tailored to minimize his proportions. He practiced his walk, trying to make the waddle less pronounced. He prepared conversation topics, rehearsed jokes, did everything possible to be ready for this moment, this chance to prove he belonged. The mockery began the moment he entered. Whispers that grew into laughter. Someone started making penguin sounds. Others joined in. Soon half the ballroom was filled with squawking and waddling in exaggerated imitation of his gait. The adults did nothing. They smiled indulgently at their children's cruelty, or they looked away pretending not to notice, or worst of all, they laughed along, finding humor in the humiliation of a boy whose only crime was being born different. Oswald tried to ignore it, tried to maintain dignity, tried to pretend the laughter did not cut deeper than any blade. He approached a group of young women, asked one to dance. The formal request his mother had taught him, the proper etiquette of Gotham society. She looked at him with disgust, barely concealed behind false politeness. She said she was tired, that her feet hurt, that perhaps later. The other girls giggled. One of them made a comment about dancing with birds, about whether penguins could even dance, or only waddle. The laughter spread. Oswald felt something break inside him, not dramatically, not with the explosive force of Harvey Dent's acid attack, but quietly, completely. The part of him that still hoped, that still believed acceptance was possible, that still wanted to belong to this world that had rejected him from birth. That part died, and what replaced it was something colder, something that understood a fundamental truth. If they will not love you, if they will not accept you, if they will not see you as human no matter what you do, then perhaps it is time to stop trying. Perhaps it is time to make them fear you instead. Fear is easier to earn than love. Fear is more reliable than friendship. Fear is the currency that works when money and intelligence and breeding all fail. He left the gala that night with a new understanding, a new mission, a new version of himself taking shape in the crucible of humiliation. If Gotham society wanted a penguin, he would give them a penguin, but not the harmless waddling joke they imagined. He would become the penguin they would learn to fear. The penguin who would take everything they had. The penguin who would rule the criminal underworld they pretended did not exist. The penguin who would prove that the mocked child had become the most dangerous man in Gotham. His transformation was methodical. He studied Gotham's underworld with the same intelligence he had once applied to his studies. He learned the structures, the hierarchies, the rules that governed the criminal economy. He discovered that crime was simply business without the pretense of legality, that criminals respected results rather than breeding, that in the underworld power came from capability rather than appearance. He could succeed there, could build an empire there, could become someone who mattered in a world that judged results rather than looks. He started small, using his family's money to fund criminal enterprises, becoming a silent partner in operations that needed capital and offered high returns. He learned the trade, the smuggling routes, the corruption networks, the ways that Gotham's legal and illegal economies intertwined. He discovered he had a gift for organization, for seeing patterns, for understanding how to build systems that generated wealth and power. The underworld did not care that he waddled, did not care that his face was sharp and his body was twisted. They cared that he was smart, that he was ruthless, that he delivered results. For the first time in his life, Oswald was judged by his capabilities rather than his appearance, and his capabilities were extraordinary. Within 5 years he had moved from investor to operator, from silent partner to acknowledged player. Within 10 years he was running his own operations. Within 15 he was one of Gotham's most powerful crime lords. He had achieved what should have been impossible. A man who looked like a joke had become a man who was feared. But Oswald never forgot where he came from, never forgave the society that had rejected him, never lost the desire to prove himself to the people who had mocked the boy and would now fear the man. He bought the Iceberg Lounge, a nightclub that became the center of Gotham's criminal operations. But more than that, it became a place where high society mingled with the underworld, where the wealthy came to indulge vices they would never admit in daylight, where Gotham elite rubbed shoulders with the criminals they claimed to despise, and Oswald ruled over it all. The Penguin holding court, making them come to him, making them seek his favor, making them understand that the boy they had mocked now controlled access to everything they secretly wanted. His trademark became the umbrella, the same accessory his mother had insisted he carry, the same object that had been another reason for childhood mockery. But now it was weaponized, modified into guns and blades and gadgets that made it more dangerous than it appeared. Just like Oswald himself, more dangerous than he appeared, more capable than his body suggested, more threatening than his waddling gait implied. The umbrella became his signature, his statement, his way of taking the symbol of his humiliation and transforming it into a symbol of his power. He cultivated the image of the gentleman criminal, always impeccably dressed in suits that referenced the Victorian era his mother had loved, always polite in his speech, always maintaining the manners and etiquette of high society. But this was not because he still wanted to belong. It was mockery. It was his way of showing that he understood their rules better than they did, that he could perform civilization better than the civilized, that the monster they created could wear their costume better than they wore it themselves. His bird obsession became a theme. The Iceberg Lounge featured penguin imagery everywhere. His operations used bird-related code names. His enforcers sometimes wore bird masks. But this was not simple branding. It was reclamation. It was taking the insult and making it his identity. It was forcing Gotham to associate the word penguin not with a joke but with danger, not with mockery but with power, not with the waddling boy but with the crime lord who had built an empire from rejection. He dealt in everything Gotham society claimed to oppose but secretly consumed: smuggling, money laundering, weapons, information, vice, in all its forms. He became the man who could get anything for anyone if the price was right. The man who knew everyone's secrets. The man who had files on every important person in Gotham. The man who could destroy reputations with a word or build fortunes with the introduction. Power not through violence alone, though he was violent when necessary, but through knowledge, through leverage, through understanding that information is more valuable than force, that secrets are more powerful than weapons, that in Gotham the person who knows everything controls everything. His relationship with Batman was complex. Unlike other criminals who hated the Dark Knight, the Penguin almost respected him. Batman was another wealthy man who had chosen to operate outside the law, another person shaped by tragedy into something beyond normal humanity. They were not so different, both using wealth to fund operations that polite society condemned, both hiding behind costumes and symbols, both ruling through fear rather than love. The difference was that Batman claimed to serve justice while Penguin admitted he served himself. Batman pretended his mission was noble, while Penguin acknowledged his was revenge. Batman wore the mask of heroism while Penguin wore his villainy openly. In some ways, Penguin saw himself as more honest. At least he admitted what he was. At least he did not pretend that beating criminals in alleys was somehow different from the violence he employed. At least he owned his darkness instead of calling it light. But he could never quite defeat Batman could never quite achieve the total control he wanted, because Batman represented the same society that had rejected Oswald. Batman was Bruce Wayne. Old money, handsome, tall, everything. Oswald was not. Accepted by the same people who had mocked the boy who would become Penguin. And no matter how powerful Penguin became in the underworld, no matter how much fear he generated, no matter how vast his empire grew, Batman was still there, still representing the world that said appearance mattered, that breeding determined worth, that some people belonged and others did not. Their battles were not just crime versus justice. They were the ugly versus the beautiful, the rejected versus the accepted, the underworld versus high society, the Penguin versus everything Gotham had decided was valuable and worthy and human. Over the years, Penguin's cruelty became legendary. He was not sadistic like some of Gotham's villains, did not torture for pleasure, did not kill for sport, but he was absolutely ruthless in protecting his empire. Betrayal was met with death. Disrespect was punished severely. Weakness was exploited without mercy. He had learned in childhood that the world respects only strength, that compassion is seen as vulnerability, that showing mercy to enemies is simply inviting attack. So he showed none. He built his empire on fear and maintained it through ruthless efficiency. His enemies did not just die, they were made examples, displayed in ways that sent messages, that taught lessons, that made others think twice before challenging the Penguin. But here is the tragedy at the heart of Oswald Cobblepot, the secret that he never admits even to himself. He still wants their acceptance, still desires their approval, still craves the love that was denied to the waddling child. Every act of revenge against high society is an attempt to force them to acknowledge him. Every display of power is a cry for recognition. Every criminal success is a message saying, "Look at what I achieved without you. Look at what the boy you mocked became. Look at what you created when you rejected me." The Iceberg Lounge is not just a criminal headquarters, it is a stage where Oswald performs for the same audience that once mocked him, where he forces them to come to his territory, to seek his favor, to acknowledge his power, even if they will never acknowledge his humanity. He keeps birds still, exotic species in gilded cages throughout the Iceberg Lounge, creatures more beautiful than he will ever be. Just like his mother kept. He talks to them sometimes late at night when the club is closed and his empire is quiet, tells them things he would never tell his human associates, confesses fears and doubts, and the loneliness that comes from building walls so high that no one can reach the person inside. The birds do not judge, do not mock, do not care about his appearance or his waddle or his twisted body. They simply are. And in their company Oswald can almost remember being the boy who wanted friends, who wanted love, who wanted to belong. But then morning comes, the club opens, business resumes, and the Penguin returns, the gentleman criminal, the emperor of the underworld, the man who turned rejection into an empire, the monster that Gotham society created through 1,000 casual cruelties and then had the audacity to fear. In the dark moments between transactions and violence, when even crime lords must rest, the Penguin sometimes looks at himself in mirrors, sees the same twisted reflection that greeted him as a child, the same waddle, the same sharp features, the same body that nature shaped as a joke. And he wonders what might have been different, if one person had been kind instead of cruel, if one child had offered friendship instead of mockery, if one moment of acceptance had interrupted the years of rejection. Would he still have become this? Would he still have built an empire of crime? Would he still be the Penguin? Or could he have been simply Oswald, a brilliant businessman, a contributing member of society, A person defined by his capabilities rather than his appearance or his crimes. But these thoughts never last long, because the past cannot be changed, because the child who wanted acceptance is dead, because the penguin is what remains, and the penguin has learned that power is better than love, that fear is more reliable than friendship, that ruling the underworld is better than being rejected by high society, that being a monster by choice is better than being a victim of circumstances. So he continues, building his empire, expanding his operations, maintaining his control over Gotham's criminal economy, wearing his suits and carrying his umbrella and playing the role of gentleman criminal, proving every day that the boy they mocked became the man they fear, that rejection can be transformed into power, that society creates its own monsters through the casual cruelties it inflicts on those born different, that every villain has an origin, and sometimes that origin is simply laughter, simply exclusion, simply the 1,000 small cuts that tell a child they do not belong, do not matter, are not human enough to deserve kindness. Let this tale settle into your consciousness. Now, let it remind you that cruelty has consequences, that mockery leaves scars deeper than acid, that society shapes its members through acceptance and rejection, that the children we exclude today may become the monsters we fear tomorrow, that the penguin is not an aberration, but a creation, a product of Gotham's high society, a mirror reflecting their cruelty back at them, a warning about what happens when we judge by appearance rather than character, when we mock rather than accept, when we create hierarchies based on beauty rather than humanity. Rest peacefully knowing that Oswald Cobblepot's story is a tragedy of what might have been. A brilliant mind warped by rejection. A capable person twisted by cruelty. A child who wanted only to belong transformed into a man who rules through fear because love was denied. Sleep well. The penguin cannot reach you here. His empire cannot touch your dreams. You are safe from the gentleman criminal. Safe from the waddling monster. Safe from the waddling monster. Safe from the man who built power from rejection and called it success. Tomorrow we journey deeper into Gotham's shadows. But tonight let this story fade like childhood laughter that echoes through the years. Like mockery that shapes a soul. Like rejection that creates a villain. Rest now. Our journey continues. But for this moment, be still, be calm, be grateful that kindness was shown to you, that acceptance was offered, that you were not forced to become what Oswald Cobblepot became. The penguin, Gotham's gentleman criminal, the empire built on rejection, the monster that society created, and then had the audacity to condemn. In the shadows of Gotham, there exists a special kind of torment reserved for those cursed with intelligence, to see patterns others miss, to solve problems others cannot comprehend, to understand complexity that baffles ordinary minds. This should be a gift, should be an advantage, should open doors and create opportunities. But intelligence without love becomes a prison. Brilliance without validation becomes a curse, and genius without purpose becomes the foundation for madness. Edward Nygma was born with a mind that processed information differently than normal human consciousness. He saw puzzles everywhere, patterns in chaos, solutions hidden in problems, questions embedded in every answer. His brain was a magnificent machine designed to decode reality itself. But machines require fuel, and Edward's fuel was something he could never quite obtain. Recognition, validation, the acknowledgement that his intelligence mattered, that his gifts made him valuable, that being smart meant being worthy of love. His father was a man who believed that children should be seen and not heard, that asking questions was disrespectful, That curiosity was a character flaw to be beaten out of young minds. Edward learned early that his questions annoyed the man who should have nurtured them, that his observations irritated rather than impressed, that his intelligence was not an asset but a threat to a father whose own inadequacies became obvious in contrast to his son's brilliance. The beatings were frequent, methodical, designed to teach Edward that being smart did not make him special, that no one cared about his riddles or his puzzles or his ability to see connections that others missed, that intelligence without power was just another reason to be punished, that genius in a child was an affront to adult authority. But Edward could not stop, could not turn off his brain, could not pretend to be less than he was. The questions came unbidden. The patterns revealed themselves without invitation. The puzzles assembled in his consciousness, whether he wanted them or not. His mind was an engine that could not be shut down, a force that demanded expression regardless of consequences. So he learned to hide it, to ask his questions silently, to solve his puzzles in secret, to be brilliant in the spaces where his father could not reach. School became his sanctuary, the one place where intelligence was supposedly valued, where asking questions was encouraged, where being smart should have made him popular rather than punished. But Edward discovered that schools have their own hierarchies, their own rules about who matters and who does not, and intelligence alone was not enough to climb those hierarchies. The other children did not like him. He was too eager, too insistent on showing off his knowledge, too desperate to prove he was smarter than everyone else. He would interrupt classes to correct teachers, would solve problems before others had finished reading them, would point out errors and inconsistencies with the fervor of someone who believed that truth mattered more than social harmony. The teachers grew to resent him, not because he was wrong, but because he was right. Because his corrections undermined their authority, because his questions revealed the limits of their own knowledge, because having a student who was smarter than them was a daily reminder of their own inadequacy. They began to punish him for being correct, to mark his answers wrong even when they were right, to discipline him for disrupting class when all he was doing was participating. Edward learned another painful lesson, that being right is not enough, that intelligence without social grace is just another form of deviance, that proving you are smarter than others does not make them respect you, it makes them hate you. He became obsessed with puzzles and riddles, with questions that had clever answers, with problems that demonstrated intellectual superiority. If people would not acknowledge his intelligence through normal interaction, perhaps they would acknowledge it through competition, through challenges that could not be ignored, through riddles that forced engagement even from those who wanted to dismiss him. He began leaving puzzles around school. Anonymous challenges slipped into lockers, enavers, riddles written on bathroom walls, complex problems left on teachers' desks. Each one was a cry for recognition, a desperate attempt to force others to acknowledge his brilliance, a way of saying, "I am here, I am smart, I matter." But they were also tests, ways of determining who was worthy of his respect, who could solve his riddles, who possessed intelligence refined enough to understand what he was offering. Most could not solve them. Most did not even try. They saw the riddles as annoyances, as the ravings of a strange boy who should learn to be normal, as further evidence that Edward Nigma was weird, was broken, was someone to avoid rather than befriend. But occasionally someone would solve one, would meet his challenge, would demonstrate that they understood, and in those moments Edward felt something close to joy. The validation he craved, the acknowledgement that his intelligence was seen, was recognized, was valued by at least one person in a world that mostly ignored him. He graduated top of his class, not because he studied harder than others, but because learning came effortlessly to a mind designed to decode patterns and retain information. He could read a textbook once and remember everything, could see an equation and understand its implications instantly, could solve complex problems while others were still trying to understand the question. His academic success should have opened doors, should have led to opportunities, should have been the beginning of a brilliant career. But Edward discovered that the world beyond school was not interested in raw intelligence. Employers wanted social skills he did not possess, wanted team players rather than individuals who knew they were smarter than everyone around them, wanted people who could pretend that everyone's contributions were equally valuable even when they obviously were not. He took a job designing puzzles and riddles for a toy company. It was beneath his capabilities, was an insult to his intelligence, was a job that any moderately clever person could do. But it paid bills and it let him work with the one thing that made sense to him. Questions, problems, the architecture of curiosity itself. His co-workers thought he was strange. He would spend hours perfecting a single riddle, would become obsessed with making sure every clue was precise. Every answer was inevitable. Once you understood the pattern, every puzzle was a perfect expression of logical thinking. They wanted simple products that children could solve. He wanted to create masterpieces, works of art that demonstrated the beauty of pure reason, the elegance of problems that had only one correct answer, the satisfaction of questions that rewarded intelligence. When his boss rejected one of his puzzle designs, called it too complex, told Edward to make it simpler, something inside him snapped. Not loudly, not with obvious drama, but completely. This puzzle was perfect, was a demonstration of logical elegance, was everything a riddle should be. And this fool, this man who could not solve a basic logic problem if his life depended on it, this authority figure who had power without intelligence, was rejecting it, was calling it inadequate, was proving once again that the world did not value brilliance, did not reward genius, did not care about the one thing Edward had to offer. He quit that day, walked out knowing he would never again submit his intelligence to the judgment of lesser minds, would never again let average people tell him that his gifts were too much, too complex, too demanding of others' intellectual capabilities. He needed to prove something, needed to demonstrate once and for all that he was the smartest person in Gotham, that his intelligence was not just different but superior, that his riddles were not annoying peculiarities but expressions of genius that demanded recognition. Batman became his obsession. Here was someone who also used intelligence as a weapon, who solved crimes through deduction and logic, who was celebrated for doing exactly what Edward did, seeing patterns, solving puzzles, using pure reason to achieve goals that others thought impossible. But Batman was celebrated while Edward was mocked. Batman was feared while Edward was dismissed. Batman was called detective while Edward was called strange. This was unacceptable. This was proof that the world was fundamentally unjust, that intelligence alone was not enough, that you needed something else. Money, perhaps, or physical prowess, or the right costume and the right story. Something that made people take you seriously even when your only real gift was being smarter than everyone else. Edward designed his first crime as a riddle, a puzzle that Batman would have to solve, a test that would prove whether the great detective was truly as intelligent as his reputation suggested, or whether he was just another pretender, another person who got credit for gifts he did not truly possess. The crime itself was simple, robbery, but the method was complex. Clues left at specific locations, riddles that pointed to the next step, a trail of puzzles that would lead Batman to the conclusion. if and only if he was smart enough to follow the logic. Edward knew he would get caught. That was not the point. The point was the game, the challenge, the opportunity to prove that his riddles were solvable but difficult, that his intelligence was real and measurable, that anyone who caught him would have to acknowledge they did so by being smart rather than lucky or powerful. Batman solved it, followed the clues, unraveled the riddles, arrived at the conclusion Edward had encoded in the puzzles, and when the police took Edward away, when they processed him and charged him and locked him up, he was smiling, not because he enjoyed prison, but because Batman had solved his riddles, had proven himself worthy, had demonstrated that at least one person in Gotham possessed intelligence refined enough to understand what Edward was offering. Their relationship became a strange dance. Edward would commit crimes, but he could not help himself, could not resist leaving clues, could not commit a simple robbery without turning it into a puzzle. Because what was the point of being smart if no one knew? What was the purpose of genius if it was not displayed? What was the value of solving complex problems if no one witnessed the solution? The clues were not mistakes. They were the entire point. They were his way of forcing Batman to acknowledge his intelligence, to engage with his mind, to prove over and over that catching the Riddler required being smart rather than just being strong. Other criminals mocked him for this, said he was sabotaging himself, making his own capture inevitable, being stupid despite his intelligence. But they did not understand. Edward was not trying to get away with crimes. He was trying to get recognition, was trying to force the world to acknowledge that he was the smartest person in Gotham, that his riddles were masterpieces, that his intelligence was not a character flaw but the defining characteristic that made him special. Every time Batman solved one of his riddles, every time the detective followed his clues to their logical conclusion, every time the newspapers reported that the Riddler had been caught through brilliant deduction, Edward won. Because his intelligence was acknowledged, was recognized, was validated by the one person whose opinion mattered, the only other genius in Gotham. But here is the tragedy of Edward Nygma, the curse that makes his story so painful. He is genuinely brilliant. His riddles are actually clever. His puzzles are legitimately complex. His intelligence is real and measurable and worthy of recognition. But he uses it for nothing, creates nothing of value, contributes nothing to society, helps no one with his gifts. His genius is entirely self-referential, exists only to prove it exists, consumes itself in the desperate need for validation. He could have been a scientist, an inventor, a teacher, a person who used intelligence to improve the world, to solve real problems, to help humanity advance. His mind was capable of contributions that would have earned him legitimate recognition, genuine respect, the validation he craved, but through channels that benefited others rather than harmed them. Instead, he became the Riddler, the man who commits crimes just to prove he is smart, who leaves clues because being caught by someone intelligent is better than escaping from someone stupid, who has turned his greatest gift into his defining weakness, who has made his brilliance into the thing that ensures his own failure. He cannot stop leaving riddles, cannot commit a crime without making it a puzzle, cannot do anything without turning it into a test of intelligence. Because if no one knows how smart he is, if no one acknowledges his brilliance, if no one solves his puzzles and admits they were challenged, then what is the point of being intelligent at all? His compulsion is not criminal. It is psychological. He needs the riddles more than he needs success, needs the validation more than he needs freedom, needs someone to acknowledge his intelligence more than he needs anything else the world has to offer. In Arkham Asylum, the doctors tried to treat him, tried to help him understand that he could use his intelligence productively, that he could earn recognition through legitimate means, that proving you are smart by making yourself easy to catch is not actually proof of intelligence, but evidence of psychological dysfunction. But Edward cannot hear this, cannot accept that his method is flawed, cannot acknowledge that leaving clues is sabotage rather than strategy. Because accepting that would mean accepting that his father was right, that his teachers were right, that everyone who dismissed him was right, that his intelligence is not special, that being smart is not enough, that he has wasted his gifts on a game that he designed to lose. Batman understands this better than the doctors, understands that the Riddler is not really a criminal, but a wounded child, not really a villain, but a person desperate for validation, not really trying to commit crimes, but trying to prove he matters. Their confrontations are always the same. The Riddler leaves riddles. Batman solves them. The Riddler is caught. And in the moment of capture there is almost sadness in Batman's eyes, because he knows that Edward Nygma could have been something better, could have used his gifts for good, could have been an ally rather than an enemy if someone had simply told him that his intelligence was valuable, that his questions were welcome, that being smart made him worthy of love. But no one did. His father beat him for asking questions. His teachers punished him for being right. His employers dismissed his brilliance as complexity. And so Edward built his entire identity around proving the one thing no one would acknowledge, that he was smart, that his intelligence was real, that his riddles were worth solving, and in doing so he trapped himself in a cycle that ensures he will never get what he wants, because the validation he receives from Batman solving his riddles is temporary, fades as soon as he is locked in Arkham, leaves him planning the next crime, the next puzzle, the next opportunity to prove once again what he has already proven 1,000 times, that he is intelligent, that his mind is extraordinary, that his genius is real, even if it is wasted, even if it serves no purpose, even if it traps him in a cage of his own making. The other inmates in Arkham fear many of their fellow prisoners. The Joker is chaos. Two-Face is unpredictable. Scarecrow is terror itself. But they pity the Riddler, pity the man who could have been so much more, who had gifts that others would kill for, who possessed intelligence that could have changed the world, but who used it all for nothing, for validation that comes only in the moment of defeat, for recognition that exists only in the instant when Batman proves himself worthy by solving the puzzles, for acknowledgement that fades as soon as the cell door closes, leaving Edward alone with his brilliant mind and his desperate need and his certainty that if he just makes the next riddle clever enough, complex enough, elegant enough, then finally the validation will last, will be permanent, will prove once and for all that being the smartest person in Gotham matters, that intelligence is valuable, that he was right to build his entire existence around the one gift his father tried to beat out of him. But it never does. The validation never lasts. The recognition fades. The acknowledgement disappears, and Edward returns to his cell to design new riddles, new puzzles, new crimes that will force Batman to acknowledge his intelligence once again, trapped in a cycle of his own creation, a maze built from his own desperate need, a puzzle that has no solution, because the problem is not external, but internal, not about whether he is smart, but about whether being smart is enough, and the answer is no. It never was. It never will be. Intelligence without wisdom is just cleverness. Genius without purpose is just potential. Brilliance without love is just loneliness wrapped in riddles that no one asked for, and everyone wishes he would stop leaving. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that intelligence is not enough, that being smart does not make you worthy, that genius requires direction, that brilliance needs purpose, that asking questions is only valuable if you also listen to answers, that proving you are intelligent is meaningless if you do nothing with that intelligence except prove it exists. Rest peacefully, knowing that Edward Nygma's story is a warning about wasted potential, about gifts used for nothing, about intelligence turned inward until it consumes itself, about the desperate need for validation that can never be satisfied because it comes from the wrong source, from defeat rather than victory, from being caught rather than escaping, from forcing others to acknowledge you rather than earning their respect. Sleep well. The Riddler cannot reach you here. His puzzles cannot disturb your dreams. His riddles cannot demand your attention. You are safe from the question marks. Safe from the compulsive need to prove intelligence. Safe from the tragedy of genius wasted on games that serve no purpose, except to demonstrate that being smart is not the same as being wise. Tomorrow we journey deeper into Gotham's frozen heart, but tonight let this story fade, like questions no one asked, like riddles with obvious answers, like intelligence that could have illuminated the world but instead only illuminated its own desperate need for recognition. Rest now. Our journey continues. But for this moment, be still, be calm, be grateful that you learned that intelligence is a tool, not an identity, that being smart is useful but not sufficient, that the real riddle is not how to prove you are brilliant, but what to do with brilliance once you have it. The Riddler never solved that riddle, never understood that the answer was always right in front of him. Use your gifts to help others. Then recognition comes naturally. Then validation is earned rather than demanded. Then intelligence becomes wisdom, and puzzles become solutions, and questions become answers, and the desperate child asking why no one sees how smart he is finally grows into an adult who understands that showing rather than telling, doing rather than proving, contributing rather than demanding, is the only riddle that matters, the only puzzle worth solving, the only question whose answer leads to peace. In the pantheon of Gotham's monsters there exists one whose villainy is so completely rooted in love that it becomes impossible to call him evil without also questioning what evil means. Victor Fraze did not choose darkness, did not embrace chaos, did not decide that the world deserved punishment. He simply loved his wife, loved her so completely, so desperately, so absolutely, that when the universe threatened to take her from him, he refused to accept it. In that refusal, that unwillingness to let death claim the woman he loved, that determination to save her at any cost, transformed a brilliant scientist into something that could no longer be called fully human, something that existed in the space between man and ice, between love and obsession, between devotion and madness. Victor Fraze was never meant to be a villain. His story contains no childhood trauma, no abusive parents, no societal rejection. He was simply a man born with extraordinary intelligence, focused on a single field, cryogenics, the science of extreme cold, the study of how life functions at temperatures that would kill ordinary organisms, how cells can be preserved, how biological processes can be slowed or stopped entirely, how death itself might be delayed if the body could be frozen at precisely the right moment in precisely the right way. His fascination with cold began in childhood, not from trauma, but from curiosity. He would spend hours watching ice form on windows, studying snowflakes under microscopes, reading about Arctic regions where life adapted to temperatures that seemed impossible, where creatures survived in conditions that should have killed them, where cold was not death, but simply another environment requiring different strategies for survival. He pursued this interest through university, through graduate school, through a career in research that brought him to Gotham's most advanced scientific facilities. His work was legitimate, valuable, potentially revolutionary. If human bodies could be frozen and revived, if biological processes could be suspended and restarted, if death could be postponed until cures were discovered, then every terminal illness became merely a waiting period. Every fatal condition became a problem that future medicine might solve. Every tragedy of disease and decay became negotiable rather than inevitable. His colleagues respected him. His research was well funded. His publications were cited widely. Victor Fres was on the path to becoming one of the great scientists of his generation, a man whose work would save countless lives, a researcher whose discoveries would change human relationship with mortality itself. Then he met Nora. She was not a scientist, did not understand his work, did not share his fascination with cold and preservation and the boundaries between life and death. She was an artist, a painter who saw beauty in warmth and color and the living vibrancy of the world. She was everything. Victor was not. Emotional where he was analytical, spontaneous where he was methodical, warm where he was cold, and he loved her, instantly, completely, with an intensity that surprised him because he had always believed himself to be a creature of pure reason, a man of science who made decisions based on logic rather than emotion. But Nora proved that even the most rational mind could be overwhelmed by feeling, that love was not a choice but a force, that some connections transcend reason and operate according to rules that science cannot measure or explain. Their courtship was brief. Victor had never been comfortable with prolonged uncertainty, with the ambiguity of dating, with the gradual process of determining compatibility. He knew within weeks that Nora was the person he wanted to spend his life with, knew with scientific certainty that no one else would ever make him feel this way, knew that if he let her go, he would regret it forever. So he proposed, and she accepted, and they married in a small ceremony, attended by people who wondered how these two very different individuals would build a life together. But it worked. The warmth and the cold, the emotion and the logic, the artist and the scientist. They balanced each other, completed each other, created something together that neither could have achieved alone. Victor became less isolated, less consumed by work, more able to appreciate beauty that could not be measured or quantified. Nora became more grounded, less scattered, more able to channel her creativity into sustained projects rather than fleeting inspiration. They were happy, genuinely happy, in ways that seem impossible in Gotham. In a city that breeds tragedy and feeds on suffering, they had found something rare, something precious, something that made all the darkness surrounding them seem irrelevant, because they had each other, because love was enough, because in their small apartment filled with Nora's paintings and Victor's books, they had built a world that Gotham's corruption could not touch. Then came the diagnosis. Nora was sick, a rare disease, a condition so unusual that most doctors had never seen it, a progressive deterioration that would kill her within months. No cure existed. No treatment could slow it. No intervention could prevent the inevitable. She was dying, and Victor, the man who had dedicated his life to preserving life, the scientist who studied how to delay death, the researcher who believed that biology was simply another puzzle to be solved, could do nothing but watch the woman he loved fade away. He tried everything, consulted every specialist, read every paper, explored every experimental treatment, but the disease was too rare, too aggressive, too far advanced by the time it was discovered. The medical establishment told him to accept it, to make Nora comfortable, to cherish the time they had left, to prepare for the inevitable. But Victor could not accept it, would not accept it. refused to surrender to biology just because current medicine was inadequate. If no cure existed today, then he would freeze Nora until tomorrow, until next year, until the decade when science finally caught up to her disease, until humanity developed the knowledge necessary to save her. His cryogenic research had been theoretical, experiments on tissue samples and small organisms, nothing remotely ready for human application. But he had no choice, no time, no alternative except watching Nora die. So he accelerated his research, worked 18-hour days, 20-hour days, days that blurred together without sleep or rest or any consideration except saving her. His employer grew concerned, told Victor he was too emotionally invested, that his judgment was compromised, that human trials were years away, decades away, that what he was proposing was not just premature but potentially criminal, that he needed to step away from the research, take time off, grieve properly, instead of trying to science his way out of tragedy. But Victor could not step away, could not stop, could not accept that bureaucracy and caution mattered more than Nora's life. He continued his research in secret, used company equipment without authorization, diverted funding meant for other projects, built a cryogenic chamber capable of preserving a human body at temperatures that would stop all biological processes, all decay, all progression of disease. He was not trying to cure Nora, not yet. He was trying to buy time, trying to pause her death until science could offer solutions that did not exist today. Nora was terrified, not of dying. She had accepted that, had made peace with her mortality in ways that Victor refused to. She was terrified of what this obsession was doing to her husband, how it was consuming him, how it was transforming the gentle scientist she loved into something desperate and dangerous. She begged him to stop, to spend their remaining time together, to make memories instead of making desperate gambles, to love her in the present, instead of trying to extend a future that might never come. But Victor could not hear her, could not accept that she would choose death over the possibility of life, could not understand that she would rather die with dignity than be frozen in uncertainty. His love had become obsession, his devotion had become delusion. His determination to save her had blinded him to what she actually wanted, which was simply to be with him, to share whatever time remained, to face death together rather than separately. The night he froze her, she was already unconscious. The disease had progressed. She had days left, hours perhaps. Victor made the decision without her consent, without her knowledge, without considering that what he was doing might not be salvation but violation. He placed her in the chamber, set the temperature, activated the system, watched as ice crystals formed on her skin, as her body temperature dropped below anything compatible with life, as her biological processes slowed and stopped and paused in a state between life and death, between existence and absence, between his wife and a frozen statue of his wife. And he told himself it was mercy, that he had saved her, that when she woke up decades from now she would thank him for refusing to let her go. His employer discovered what he had done, the unauthorized use of equipment, the illegal human experiment, the complete disregard for protocols and ethics, and everything that separated legitimate science from mad experimentation. They came to shut down his research, to destroy the chamber, to pull Nora out and let nature take its course, to stop Victor before his obsession did more damage. Victor tried to reason with them, tried to explain that Nora was stable, that the cryogenic process was working, that all they needed was time. Time for medical science to catch up, time for a cure to be discovered, time for what seemed impossible today to become routine tomorrow. But they would not listen, could not see that this was not madness but love. Not obsession but dedication. Not violation but salvation. They moved toward the chamber, toward the controls, toward the systems keeping Nora frozen, keeping her alive, keeping her in the space between death and the future that might cure her. Victor acted without thinking, without planning, without the methodical consideration that usually governed his decisions. He grabbed the nearest weapon, a gun kept in the lab for security. Something he had never fired, never even held before, and he shot them. All of them. Every person who threatened to unplug the chamber, to kill his wife in the name of saving her from unauthorized treatment, to take away the only chance she had. The laboratory erupted in chaos. Alarms, gunfire, chemicals spilling, equipment breaking, and in the middle of it all, Victor, standing between his frozen wife and the people trying to take her from him, willing to kill, to protect her, willing to become a murderer, to remain her savior. One of the shots went wild, hit a coolant tank, ruptured a system containing liquids at temperatures cold enough to freeze flesh instantly. The explosion was not heat, but cold, not fire, but ice. The chemicals washed over Victor, entered his bloodstream, changed his biology at the molecular level, rewrote his cellular structure to match the extreme conditions he had been studying for years, made him into something that could only survive in cold, that would die in normal temperatures, that needed ice the way other people needed air. When he woke in the hospital, his skin was blue. His body temperature was far below what should be compatible with life. His nervous system had been rewired. His cells had adapted. He had become a creature of cold, a man who could only exist in environments that would kill ordinary humans, who needed special equipment to survive outside refrigerated conditions, who had been transformed by the very science he had used to save Nora. The irony was complete. He had frozen his wife to preserve her, and the universe had frozen him as punishment, or perhaps as poetry, perhaps as proof that obsession has costs, that love taken to extremes becomes its own form of death, that in trying to save Nora he had killed Victor Fries the scientist, Victor Fries the husband, Victor Fries the man. What remained was something else. Something that existed only in relation to the frozen woman in the chamber, that had no purpose except protecting her, no identity except as her guardian, no future except the one where she wakes and thanks him for refusing to let her die. He built the suit, the containment system that kept his body at sub-zero temperatures, the armor that allowed him to function in normal environments, the technology that transformed him from a man who needed cold into a man who brought cold with him wherever he went. The freeze gun was a weapon, but also a tool, a way of creating the environment he needed, a method of making the world as cold as his body required, a means of survival that happened to also be a means of destruction. He called himself Mr. Freeze. The name was both description and identity. What he was, what he had become, what he would remain until Nora woke, or until he died. Whichever came first. His crimes were never about greed or power or revenge against the company that had tried to stop him. They were about resources, about getting the money and equipment necessary to maintain Nora's chamber, to continue his research, to find the cure that would finally allow her to wake, to justify everything he had done, everything he had become, everything he had sacrificed in the name of love. Batman understood. Unlike with other villains, unlike with criminals motivated by madness or malice or simple greed, Batman could see that Mr. Freeze was driven by something that was not evil, was not cruel, was not even selfish in the traditional sense. He was driven by love. Twisted love, perhaps. Obsessive love, certainly. Love that had become so consuming that it destroyed everything else. But love nonetheless. In their confrontations there was always a moment, a pause before the fighting, a second when Batman would try to reach the man inside the suit, would try to explain that Nora would not want this, that keeping her frozen while committing crimes in her name was not devotion but desecration, that love should liberate rather than imprison, should give life rather than suspend it, should accept mortality rather than deny it. But Freeze could not hear this, could not accept that the woman he loved might prefer death to frozen sleep, could not acknowledge that his salvation might be her nightmare, could not consider that when she wakes, if she wakes, she might not thank him for the decades stolen, for the choice made without consent, for the transformation of her husband from man to monster, for the crimes committed in her name, for the people hurt to keep her frozen, for the love that became something that love was never meant to be. Every robbery was for her. Every theft of cryogenic equipment was to improve her chamber. Every crime was justified by the goal of saving her. And if innocent people were hurt in the process, if security guards were frozen, if bystanders were caught in the cold, well, that was unfortunate, regrettable, but necessary. Because nothing mattered except Nora. Nothing was more important than keeping her frozen. Nothing was more valuable than the possibility that someday she might wake. In Arkham Asylum they kept him in a special cell, refrigerated to temperatures that allowed his survival, isolated from other inmates because his touch could freeze them, his presence could kill them. His body was a weapon that required distance. The doctors tried to help him, tried to explain that his love had become pathological, that his devotion had crossed the line into obsession, that he needed to let Nora go, to accept that death was natural, that fighting mortality itself was a battle no one could win. But Freeze would not listen, would sit in his frozen cell and talk about Nora, about their wedding, about the paintings she made, about the life they would have when she woke, about the future that existed only in his frozen imagination, a future where medical science saved her, where she forgave him for everything, where they resumed the marriage that had been interrupted by ice, where love conquered death and obsession was revealed as dedication, and all the crimes were justified by the happy ending. But that future never came. Years passed, decades passed. Medical science advanced, but never far enough, never fast enough. The cure for Nora's disease remained elusive, remained theoretical, remained always just beyond reach. And Freeze remained frozen, remained trapped in the suit, remained committed to the woman in the chamber, unable to let go, unable to accept defeat, unable to acknowledge that his salvation had become her prison, that his love had become her curse, that in refusing to let her die, he had created a fate worse than death, eternal suspension, infinite waiting, forever frozen in the moment before the end, neither alive nor dead, neither saved nor lost, simply frozen, like him, like their love, like everything he had tried to preserve by refusing to accept that some things cannot be preserved, that some losses cannot be prevented, that some loves must end because endings are what make love meaningful, what make moments precious, what make life worth living, even when living means eventually dying. The tragedy of Mr. Freeze is that he is right. Medical science might someday cure Nora's disease, might develop treatments that seem impossible today, might prove that his desperate gamble was not madness but foresight. But even if that day comes, even if Nora wakes, even if the cure is discovered, the man she married is gone, replaced by the monster in the suit, replaced by the criminal who killed for her, replaced by the obsession that consumed the person she loved. She will wake to find that Victor Freeze died the night he froze her, that what remains is Mr. Freeze, a creature of cold, a being without warmth, A husband who loved her so much that he destroyed himself to save her, and destroyed her in the process by refusing to let her go. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that love can become obsession, that devotion can become destruction, that refusing to let go is sometimes the opposite of love, that holding on too tightly kills what you are trying to save, that Mr. Freeze is tragic not because he failed to save Nora, but because he succeeded in freezing her, in pausing her life, in creating a situation where she exists but does not live, where she waits but does not experience, where she is preserved but not saved. Rest peacefully knowing that Victor Freeze loved too much, wanted too desperately, refused too absolutely to accept what everyone must accept, that love does not conquer death, that science cannot solve mortality, that some things must be let go even when letting go feels like dying yourself. Sleep well. Mr. Freeze cannot reach you here. His cold cannot touch your warmth. His ice cannot freeze your dreams. You are safe from the sub-zero, safe from the obsession, safe from the love that became a prison for both the lover and the beloved. Tomorrow we journey into nature's vengeance. But tonight let this story fade, like heat in winter, like warmth in Arctic cold, like the man who became ice, because he could not accept that the woman he loved was becoming nothing. Rest now. Our journey continues. But for this moment, be still, be calm, be grateful that you understand what Victor Freeze never could, that love means letting go, that devotion includes acceptance, that saving someone sometimes means allowing them to die with dignity rather than suspending them in frozen hope that might never arrive. The man who refused to let his wife die killed himself instead and called it love. And perhaps it was, but love that destroys both people, that creates two tragedies instead of one, that freezes time itself in desperate refusal of reality, is not the love that heals, is not the devotion that comforts, is not the relationship that either person would choose if choice had been offered, if consent had been asked, if love had remembered to listen to what the beloved actually wanted, which was simply to be warm, to be held, to die in the arms of the man she married, rather than frozen alone, waiting for a cure, waiting for her husband, waiting for a future that can never arrive, because the man who put her there is already gone, already frozen, already dead in every way that matters, even though his body still moves through Gotham, still commits crimes, still talks about love, still believes he is saving her, still thinks this is devotion, still cannot see that the greatest act of love would be turning off the machine and letting her go. In the verdant spaces between concrete and steel where life stubbornly persists, despite humanity's best efforts to pave over everything green, there exists a force that remembers what the world was before. Cities consumed forests, before industry poisoned rivers, before humanity declared war on the very planet that gave it birth. Pamela Isley did not start as a monster, did not begin as a creature. More plant than woman, did not choose to become the avatar of nature's revenge against the species that has spent millennia treating Earth as a resource to be exploited rather than a home to be cherished. Was a scientist, a botanist, a woman who loved plants with the pure devotion that others reserve for family or faith, or the divine itself. Her childhood was marked not by trauma, but by displacement, by growing up in a world that seemed wrong, in ways she could not articulate as a child, but felt deeply in her bones. She would watch as forests were cleared for developments, as fields became parking lots, as every green space was measured, not by its ecological value, but by its potential for commercial development. She felt each loss personally, even before she understood why, even before she had the vocabulary to explain that what she was witnessing was not progress but destruction, not development but desecration, not improvement but the systematic elimination of everything that made Earth capable of supporting life in the first place. Her parents thought her obsession with plants was charming when she was young. A little girl who preferred gardens to playgrounds, who spoke to flowers, who seemed to understand the language of growing things in ways that seemed almost mystical. But as she grew older, their indulgence turned to concern. She spent too much time alone among her plants, not enough time with other children. She cared more about the tree being cut down at the end of the street than about school dances or dating or any of the social activities that normal teenagers were supposed to value. She was strange, they said, disconnected from what mattered, different in ways that worried them. But Pamela was not disconnected. She was connected to something they could not see, could not feel, could not understand, because they had been raised in the same culture that taught humans to see themselves as separate from nature, as masters of the environment, rather than parts of an interconnected system where every action created reactions, where every species depended on others, where the web of life was exactly that. A web where pulling one thread affected everything else. She understood this instinctively, felt it in ways that scientific education would later give her words for, but that she knew in her bones long before she could explain it. She pursued botany with the intensity that others brought to religion. She studied plant biology, plant chemistry, plant ecology, the intricate systems that allowed forests to communicate through root networks, that enabled flowers to signal pollinators, that permitted ecosystems to maintain themselves through checks and balances humans constantly disrupted. Her research was brilliant. Her publications were groundbreaking. Her understanding of plant biochemistry was advancing the field in ways her professors found remarkable. She was on track to become one of the great botanists of her generation, a scientist whose work would expand human understanding of the green world that most people walk through without seeing. Then she met Jason Woodrue, another botanist, a man whose reputation preceded him, whose research into plant genetics was controversial, but undeniably innovative, who seemed to share her passion for understanding the botanical world. He offered her a position in his laboratory, a chance to work on cutting-edge research that would revolutionize how humans interacted with plant life, that would unlock secrets hidden in chlorophyll and cellulose, and the ancient wisdom encoded in plant DNA. Pamela accepted immediately, thrilled to work with someone who seemed to understand what she understood, value what she valued, to see plants as she saw them, as worthy of study and respect and wonder. But Jason Woodrue was not what he seemed. His passion for plants was not reverence but exploitation. His research was not about understanding, but about weaponizing. His goal was not to learn from nature, but to control it, to bend it to human purposes, to extract from plants whatever chemicals and compounds could be turned into products, or weapons, or sources of profit. He saw the green world as a pharmacy waiting to be looted, a chemical factory that could be forced to produce whatever compounds humans desired, if only you knew which genes to manipulate, which processes to exploit, which natural defenses could be turned into human weapons. Pamela discovered this slowly, gradually, through small inconsistencies that accumulated into horrifying understanding. Her mentor was not advancing botanical science. He was violating it, was treating plants as raw materials rather than living beings, was conducting experiments that Pamela found increasingly disturbing, increasingly cruel, increasingly wrong in ways that her scientific training told her were merely emotional responses, but that her deeper understanding recognized as moral truths. She tried to object, tried to raise concerns, tried to explain that what they were doing was not just scientifically questionable, but ethically wrong. Woodrue dismissed her concerns, called her sentimental, told her that scientific progress required setting aside childish attachments to individual specimens in favor of advancing human knowledge. That plants did not feel pain, did not have consciousness, did not matter except as sources of data and chemicals, that her emotional connection to her research subjects was a weakness that would prevent her from achieving true scientific greatness. She should have left, should have walked away, should have recognized that working with someone whose values contradicted her own would only lead to compromise and corruption and the slow erosion of everything she believed. But she stayed, because she was young, because she wanted to believe that she could change his mind, because she thought that perhaps from inside his laboratory she could moderate his methods, could prevent the worst excesses, could ensure that the research served plants rather than merely exploited them. The experiment that changed everything was presented as an attempt to understand how plants defended themselves, how they produced toxins to discourage predators, how they manufactured compounds that protected them from disease and damage, how their immune systems worked at the molecular level. Woodrue needed a baseline, a way to measure how human bodies responded to plant defensive chemicals, a control subject against which to compare the effects of various modifications and enhancements. He asked Pamela to volunteer, told her it was safe, that the compounds had been tested, that the dosages were carefully calculated, that her participation would advance the research in ways that using other test subjects could not achieve. She trusted him, believed him, wanted to contribute to work she thought was important, even as she was beginning to suspect it was being directed toward purposes she could not support. She agreed to the injection, to the introduction of plant compounds into her bloodstream, to the experiment that Woodrue promised would simply allow them to track how human metabolism processed botanical toxins. The truth was worse than she could have imagined. The injection was not a small dose for baseline measurement. It was a massive concentration of plant toxins and mutagens and genetic material designed not to measure responses, but to create them, to transform her body at the cellular level, to rewrite her DNA, to incorporate plant genetics, to make her into something that was neither fully human nor fully plant, but a hybrid that existed in the terrible space between species. The pain was beyond description, beyond anything human nervous systems were designed to process. Her cells were dying and being replaced. Her DNA was being overwritten. Her body was rejecting and accepting the changes simultaneously in a process that felt like being torn apart at the molecular level. She could feel herself changing, feel her humanity being stripped away, feel something else taking root in the space where Pamela Esley had been. Something green, something growing, something that understood photosynthesis, not as a concept, but as a lived experience. When she woke, she was no longer entirely human. Her skin had taken on a greenish tint. Her body chemistry had been rewritten. Her connection to plants had gone from emotional affinity to literal biological reality. She could feel them now, not metaphorically, but actually feel their growth, their needs, their pain when they were cut, or burned, or poisoned. Feel the forests screaming as they were cleared. Feel every plant dying from pollution, or pesticide, or simple human carelessness. Feel the green world suffering under the weight of human civilization, and she could control them, could communicate with them in ways that went beyond language, could make them grow or stop growing, could direct their movements, could turn any plant into an ally or a weapon, could command the green world with a thought the way humans commanded their own limbs. The power should have felt like a gift, like the fulfillment of everything she had always wanted, a true connection to the botanical world, a way to finally understand and protect the plants she had always loved, but instead it felt like a curse, like a burden too heavy to carry, like awareness of suffering so vast that it threatened to overwhelm her completely. She could feel every tree being cut, every forest being burned, every meadow being paved, every garden being poisoned. The cumulative weight of humanity's war on nature pressing down on her consciousness like a physical force. Jason Woodrue had not transformed her to help her. He had transformed her to study her, to see what happened when human and plant genetics were forcibly merged, to collect data on a process he knew would cause immense suffering, but that advanced his research in ways that ethical methods never could, kept her prisoner, subjected her to tests, treated her not as a former colleague or a human being, but as an experimental subject, whose pain was simply more data to be recorded. She escaped, eventually through methods that combined her new abilities with desperate determination, through violence that surprised her because she had never been violent before, through actions that the old Pamela would have found horrifying, but that the new Pamela recognized as necessary because she was no longer Pamela Esley. She was something else, something that had been born in that laboratory, something that understood that humanity was a disease, and she was the cure. She called herself Poison Ivy. The name was both warning and promise, both description and threat. She was poisonous to touch, could produce toxins through her skin that would kill with casual contact. She was ivy in the sense of being something that grew and spread and could not be easily removed, something that would reclaim human spaces for the green world, something that would strangle civilization the way ivy strangles trees if given enough time. Her first acts were revenge. Woodrue died slowly, poisoned by the very plant compounds he had forced into her bloodstream. His laboratory was destroyed, reclaimed by accelerated plant growth that turned his sterile research facility into a jungle in days. His research was burned, every note, every sample, every record of what he had done, eliminated so it could never be repeated. But revenge was not enough, was not the point, was not what she had become Poison Ivy for. She had a larger mission now, a purpose that went beyond personal grievance. She would be the avatar of plant vengeance, the representative of the green world in its war against human civilization, the force that would finally make humanity pay for millennia of environmental crimes. Gotham became her battleground, not because she hated the city specifically, but because it was there, because it was a perfect example of everything wrong with human civilization. A place where nature had been almost completely eliminated, where concrete covered soil, where pollution poisoned air and water, where humanity lived in complete disconnection from the systems that supported life itself. Her crimes were always environmental attacks, and polluters, and companies that destroyed forests, and individuals whose actions harmed the natural world. She would turn corporate offices into jungles, would use plant toxins to punish those who poisoned the earth, would demonstrate through violence what the green world would do if it could fight back, if it had agency, if it possessed the will and means to defend itself against the species that was destroying it. She saw herself as nature's champion, as the voice for the voiceless, as the defender of beings that could not defend themselves against chainsaws and bulldozers, and the relentless human drive to consume everything, to pave over everything, to turn the entire planet into one giant city, where nothing green remained except what humans chose to permit. But here is where Poison Ivy's tragedy becomes apparent, where her villainy reveals itself as the mirror image of the very thing she opposes. She claims to fight for nature, but uses violence that nature does not use. She claims to represent plants, but acts with intentions and malice that plants do not possess. She claims to defend the green world, but her methods are purely human. Violence, revenge, punishment, concepts that have no meaning in botanical life. Plants do not hate, do not seek revenge, do not punish their enemies. They simply grow or they do not. They adapt or they die. They exist in systems of competition and cooperation that have no moral dimension, no concept of justice or injustice, no framework of right and wrong. Poison ivy has become what she hates. A human using human methods to achieve human goals while claiming to serve something beyond humanity. She is not nature's avatar. She is a person whose trauma was filtered through environmental consciousness, whose pain was directed toward ecological targets, whose transformation gave her power, that she uses the way humans always use power: to dominate, to control, to force the world to conform to her vision of what it should be. She claims the moral high ground, claims that her violence is justified because it serves the planet, claims that killing humans to save plants is not murder, but ecosystem management, claims that she is simply doing to humanity what humanity has done to nature. But this is not how nature works. Nature does not seek balance through violence. Nature is not moral or immoral. Nature simply is, and in claiming to represent it while acting from human motivations, Poison Ivy reveals that she has not transcended her humanity, she has simply redirected it. Her relationship with Harley Quinn complicates this further. Here is another broken person. Another victim of a man who transformed her against her will, another woman shaped by trauma into something she never chose to become, and Poison Ivy loves her, or something like love. The connection between them is real, is mutual, is perhaps the only human relationship Ivy maintains, but even this is filtered through her post-human consciousness. Even this is complicated by her belief that humans are the problem. Even this requires her to make exceptions to her philosophy, to carve out space for one human to matter, in a worldview that says humans do not matter, that humanity is the disease, that the planet would be better off if people simply disappeared. As sees this contradiction, sees that Poison Ivy is not really fighting for plants, but fighting for her own pain, fighting against the violation she experienced, fighting to make the trauma mean something by transforming it into a crusade. Their confrontations always include this element. Always include Batman trying to reach the person underneath the leaves and toxins, trying to remind her that she was human. Once that Pamela Isley still exists somewhere beneath the green, that her cause might be just, but her methods make her the enemy of everyone, including the plants she claims to serve, because her violence does not help plants, does not stop deforestation, does not end pollution, does not change the systems that harm the environment. It simply kills individual people, and that killing justifies greater violence against environmentalists, makes it easier for corporations to dismiss ecological concerns, makes her the perfect villain that industry can point to when saying that people who care about nature are dangerous, extremists who value plants over human lives. She has become the enemy of her own cause, the person whose actions undermine the very thing she fights for. Villain whose crimes make it harder, not easier, to protect the environment. In Arkham Asylum, they keep her in a cell without windows, without soil, without any plants at all, because her powers make her dangerous, make her capable of escape, make her a threat to everyone around her. The isolation is torture, is sensory deprivation for someone whose senses now extend into the botanical world, is cutting her off from the only thing she still values, is proving to her again and again that humanity is cruel, that the system is broken, that violence is the only language anyone understands. She sits in that barren cell and feels the plants beyond the walls, feels them suffering, feels the forests dying, feels the planet groaning under the weight of human civilization, and she knows that when she escapes, and she always escapes, she will make them pay, will make humanity suffer, for every tree, cut for every forest, burned for every species driven extinct, will be nature's vengeance. Even though nature does not seek vengeance, even though plants do not want revenge, even though the green world she claims to serve does not need a champion who kills in its name. The doctors try to help her, try to separate the legitimate environmental concerns from the murderous methods, try to help her see that caring about nature does not require hating humanity, that protecting plants does not necessitate killing people, that ecological consciousness can coexist with moral behavior. But Poison Ivy cannot hear this, cannot accept that the transformation that made her powerful also made her wrong, cannot acknowledge that she has become the very thing she opposes. A force that destroys rather than nurtures, that kills rather than cultivates, that spreads poison while claiming to defend life. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that righteous causes do not justify unrighteous methods, that caring about the environment does not require hating humanity, that transformation can corrupt even as it empowers, that Poison Ivy is tragic, not because she cares too much about plants, but because she has forgotten that she is still human, still capable of choice, still responsible for the violence she commits in nature's name. Rest peacefully knowing that the green world does not need champions who kill, it needs people who plant, who nurture, who protect, who understand that defending nature means living in harmony with it, not declaring war on everyone who fails to see what you see. Sleep well. Poison Ivy cannot reach you here. Her toxins cannot poison your dreams. Her plants cannot entangle your rest. You are safe from the green vengeance, safe from the botanical rage, safe from the woman who loved plants so much that she forgot how to love people. Tomorrow we journey into the architecture of fear itself. But tonight, let this story fade like chlorophyll in winter, like leaves in autumn, like the woman who became a plant and forgot that plants do not hate, do not rage, do not kill for ideology or justice or revenge. They simply grow toward light, toward water, toward life. And that is enough. That has always been enough. That is the lesson Poison Ivy never learned in all her power and all her rage and all her certainty, that violence serves life when violence only ever serves itself. Fear is the oldest emotion, the most primal response, the feeling that predates language and thought, and everything that makes humans believe they are more than animals. Fear kept our ancestors alive, told them when to run from predators, when to hide from storms, when to avoid the cliff edge and the deep water, and the rustling in the darkness that might be death approaching. Fear is survival instinct made conscious, the body warning the mind that danger is present, that action is required, that life itself hangs in the balance between fight and flight and freeze. But for Jonathan Crane, fear was not a survival mechanism. It was a weapon, a tool that others used against him, from his earliest memories, until the day he decided to become the thing that others feared. Instead of the thing that feared, Jonathan Crane was born into fear. His father was not a man, but a walking nightmare. A psychologist who studied phobias, not to cure them but to understand them, to catalog them, to use that knowledge in ways that academic ethics would never permit on anyone except his own son. The Crane household was a laboratory, and Jonathan was the only subject. His father would expose him to spiders when he was afraid of spiders, would lock him in dark closets when he feared the dark, would show him images of things that terrified him while monitoring his responses, recording his heart rate, his breathing, his cortisol levels, his pupil dilation, every physical manifestation of terror captured as data, as evidence, as proof that fear could be measured, and therefore controlled. This was not abuse in his father's mind. This was research. This was science. This was expanding human understanding of the most fundamental emotion, even if the cost was his son's sanity, his son's childhood, his son's ability to ever feel safe in a world that had taught him that safety was an illusion that could be shattered by the person who was supposed to protect him. His mother was gone. Died when Jonathan was too young to remember. Left him alone with a father who saw him not as a son, but as convenient test subject, as ready supply of fear responses, as living proof of concept for theories about how terror shapes consciousness. She had been the buffer, the person who might have stopped this, might have protected him, might have insisted that children deserve childhoods rather than experiments, but she was gone. And Jonathan learned early that no one was coming to save him, that he was alone with his fear, and with a man who weaponized that fear against him. School should have been escape, should have been the place where he could be normal, could be just another child, could leave behind the laboratory that his home had become. But Jonathan carried his fear with him, wore it like a costume that everyone could see. The other children sensed it the way predators sense wounded prey. They knew he was afraid, knew he had been broken, knew he was weak in ways that made him perfect target for their cruelty. They called him Scarecrow, first because he was thin, gangly, all bones and angles like a stick figure come to life, like something meant to frighten birds rather than be human. Then, because they discovered that scaring him was entertaining, was fun, was a game where he always lost, where his terror was their amusement, where making him cry, or panic, or beg them to stop, was the reward. He was pushed into lockers, locked in bathrooms, had his books destroyed, his homework, stolen, his lunch taken, had his face shoved into toilets while they laughed, had his body thrown into mud and trash, and anything that would humiliate him, had his dignity stripped away day after day after day by children who understood instinctively that cruelty to the weak was how you proved you were not weak yourself, that making others afraid was how you stopped being afraid, that the hierarchy of childhood was established through violence and mockery, and the systematic destruction of anyone who could not fight back. The teachers saw, they knew, they understood what was happening, but they did nothing. Called it bullying, as if that word made it less than what it was. Called it growing pains, as if pain was necessary for growth. Called it something Jonathan needed to handle himself, as if a child being tortured by his peers was somehow a problem the child should solve, rather than adults should stop. They told him to be tougher, to stand up for himself, to fight back, as if fighting was possible when you were one against many, when you were weak against strong, when you had been taught by your own father that you existed to be hurt. Jonathan learned another lesson in those years, learned that no one cared about his fear, that his terror was invisible to people who should have protected him, that authority figures would watch him suffer and do nothing, would tell him it was his fault, his problem, his responsibility to fix what others had broken inside him. He learned that the world was divided into two types of people, those who inflicted fear and those who suffered from it, and he had been born into the second category, had been placed there by his father, had been kept there by his peers, had been abandoned there by every adult who saw and looked away. But Jonathan was intelligent, brilliant, even in ways that transcended his circumstances. His mind was extraordinary, could see patterns, could solve problems, could understand complexity that baffled others. The same intelligence his father had twisted into research subject could be turned to other purposes, could be weaponized. Just as his father had weaponized his fear, could become something more than survival mechanism. Jonathan began to study fear, not as victim but as student, not as subject but as researcher, not as the one who feared, but as the one who would make others fear. He read everything: psychology, neuroscience, biology, chemistry, the physical mechanisms of fear, the neural pathways, the hormones, the chemicals that transform perception into terror, the ways that phobias formed, the reasons some fears were universal while others were learned, the methods for inducing fear, for amplifying it, for making it so overwhelming that rational thought became impossible. He studied his father's research, stole the notes that documented years of abuse, learned from the man who had tormented him, turned that torment into education, into understanding, into knowledge that could be applied not to understanding fear, but to creating it. In university, Jonathan excelled. His papers on fear psychology were groundbreaking, were published in prestigious journals, were praised by professors who saw in him the makings of a brilliant academic career. He could have been a researcher, a professor, a contributor to legitimate science that helped people overcome their phobias, that treated anxiety disorders, that reduced suffering instead of causing it. But Jonathan did not want to reduce suffering. He wanted to redistribute it, wanted to take the fear that had defined his life and give it to others, wanted the people who had hurt him to understand what fear truly meant, wanted the world that had ignored his terror to experience terror itself. His first experiment was on the bullies, the boys who had called him Scarecrow, who had made his school years a living nightmare, who had taught him that cruelty was the language of power. He created a compound, a chemical mixture that when inhaled would trigger every fear response simultaneously, would make the brain believe it was dying, would create hallucinations of whatever the victim feared most, would turn consciousness itself into a prison of terror. He lured them to an abandoned building, one by one, told them he had something to show them, something they would want to see. They came expecting to mock him one more time, expecting the same weak boy they had always tormented, expecting that Scarecrow would never fight back, would never be a threat, would never be anything except the victim he had always been. They were wrong. The gas filled the room before they understood what was happening. The fear toxin entered their lungs, crossed into their bloodstreams, reached their brains, and activated every neural pathway associated with terror. They screamed, not with pain but with fear, not from injury but from the absolute certainty that they were about to die, that something terrible was happening, that their worst nightmares were becoming real. They saw things that were not there: spiders covering their skin, walls closing in, floors disappearing beneath them, monsters that existed only in their own minds, made real by chemistry and neural manipulation. They begged Jonathan to stop, to help them, to save them from the horrors that were not real, but felt more real than reality itself. And Jonathan watched, recorded their responses, took notes on the effectiveness of different concentrations, on different delivery methods, on how long the effects lasted. He was continuing his father's research, but now he was the researcher. They were the subjects, and the fear that had been inflicted on him for years was finally being returned to those who had created it. He felt no guilt, no remorse, no sense that what he was doing was wrong. He felt only satisfaction, scientific interest, the cold joy of a hypothesis confirmed, of an experiment, successful, of proof that fear could be weaponized as effectively as he had theorized. The authorities found them hours later, huddled in corners, catatonic with terror, broken in ways that would take years of therapy to even begin to repair, if they could be repaired at all. Jonathan was already gone, already planning his next experiment, already understanding that what he had discovered was not just revenge but power, the ability to make anyone feel what he had felt, to break anyone the way he had been broken, to prove that everyone had fears, that everyone could be reduced to the terrified child he had been. That strength was an illusion that could be shattered with the right chemical, compound properly applied. He adopted the name Scarecrow, reclaimed the insult that had been used against him, turned it into an identity that was not weakness, but threat, not victim, but villain, not the one who feared, but the one who was feared. The costume he created was designed to embody fear itself. Tattered clothes that suggested something that had died and been resurrected. A burlap mask that hid his humanity replaced his face with something that was not quite human, not quite alive. A figure that looked like it had crawled out of nightmares, ragged, broken, terrifying, not through strength but through wrongness, being something that should not exist. His crimes were always about fear, never about money, never about power in the conventional sense, always about demonstrating that terror was the ultimate weapon, that anyone could be broken, that everyone had a breaking point, that the illusion of courage was just that, an illusion that could be dispelled with the right dose of the right compound at the right moment. He would attack crowds, release his fear toxin in public spaces, watch as hundreds of people simultaneously experienced their worst fears, watch as order collapsed into chaos, as civilization revealed itself to be a thin veneer over primal terror, as everyone learned what Jonathan had always known, that we are all just animals, one chemical away from complete psychological collapse. Batman became his obsession, not because he hated the Dark Knight, but because Batman claimed to be fearless, claimed to have mastered his fear, claimed to use fear as a weapon, while remaining immune to it himself. This was the ultimate challenge, the final proof Jonathan needed. If he could break Batman, could make the fearless man afraid, could demonstrate that even the Dark Knight was just another person, one dose away from terror, then he would have proven his thesis, that fear was the universal constant, that no one was exempt, that strength was always temporary, always conditional, always dependent on not being exposed to the right trigger. Their first confrontation was in Arkham Asylum, where Scarecrow had been imprisoned after one of his attacks, where the doctors tried to treat him, tried to help him understand that his fear obsession was itself a trauma. Response was him trying to master the fear that had mastered him, was a way of taking control over the thing that had controlled him. He released his gas in the asylum, turned the entire facility into a laboratory, watched as doctors and patients and guards all experienced their worst fears, all broke simultaneously, all proved that mental health was just another illusion waiting to be shattered. Batman came, because Batman always came, and Scarecrow released his most potent formula, his strongest concentration, his best work directly into the Dark Knight's face, expecting to see the unshakable detective crumble, expecting to watch Batman become the scared child that Jonathan knew everyone truly was underneath their masks, expecting victory, expecting proof, expecting validation that his entire worldview was correct. But Batman did not break, did not crumble, did not surrender to the fear. The toxin worked. Batman experienced terror, saw visions, felt the neural activation that should have reduced him to helplessness. But he fought through it, controlled his breathing, maintained awareness that the fear was chemically induced rather than real, used techniques that allowed him to function despite the terror coursing through his system. This should have been Scarecrow's defeat, should have been proof that his theory was wrong, should have forced him to acknowledge that some people truly had mastered fear, had integrated it, had learned to function despite it. But Jonathan did not see it that way, did not accept that Batman had won. Instead, he saw it as incomplete data, as a formula that needed refinement, as proof that he simply needed a stronger dose, a better delivery mechanism, a more precise understanding of Batman's specific fears, so he could create a compound targeted specifically to break the Dark Knight's particular psychology. He became obsessed, not with defeating Batman in combat, but with breaking him psychologically, with finding the formula that would finally prove that no one was immune, that everyone could be afraid, that fear was the ultimate power, because it was the universal vulnerability. In Arkham, between his escapes and recaptures, the doctors tried to make him understand that he had become what he hated, had become the person who inflicted fear on others, had become his father using terror as a tool, had become the bullies who had tormented him, had become everything that had hurt him, turned outward, inflicted on a world that he claimed deserved it, because it had allowed his suffering. But Scarecrow rejected this analysis, insisted that he was not his father because his father had used fear for research, while he used it for justice, was not the bullies because they had hurt him for pleasure, while he hurt others to teach them truth, was not inflicting trauma but revealing reality, was not creating fear but demonstrating that fear had always been there, waiting for the right stimulus to make it manifest. The tragedy of Jonathan Crane is that he is partially right. Fear is universal. Everyone is afraid of something. Everyone has vulnerabilities. Everyone can be broken if sufficient pressure is applied to the right psychological weak point. His research is legitimate. His understanding of fear psychology is profound. His insights into how terror works are valuable contributions to neuroscience. But he learned the wrong lesson from his suffering. Learned that because he was hurt, he should hurt others. Learned that because no one saved him, no one deserves saving. Learned that because the world was cruel to him, the world deserves cruelty. Learned that fear is power, when fear is simply fear, an emotion like any other, that can be acknowledged and integrated, that can be faced and overcome, that can inform action without controlling it. He uses his brilliance to break people when that same brilliance could heal them. Uses his understanding of fear to traumatize when he could use it to help people face their phobias. Uses his gifts to make the world worse when he could make it better. And in doing so he proves not that everyone is weak, but that he is. That he never mastered his own fear, never integrated his own trauma, never learned the lesson that would have set him free, that what was done to you does not determine what you do to others, that being a victim does not justify becoming a victimizer, that surviving horror does not mean you must create horror, that breaking can be followed by healing if you choose healing instead of revenge. That man knows this, sees it every time he confronts the Scarecrow, sees the scared child beneath the mask, sees the brilliant mind corrupted by unprocessed trauma, sees what Jonathan could have been if someone had intervened, if someone had protected him, if someone had taught him that fear was not weakness, but information was not something to be eliminated, but something to be understood, was not the enemy, but a part of the human experience that could be integrated rather than weaponized. But Jonathan cannot hear this, cannot accept that his entire identity is built on a misunderstanding, cannot acknowledge that the power he claims is actually the same powerlessness he has always felt, just redirected outward, cannot see that making others afraid does not make him unafraid, cannot understand that all his research and all his toxins and all his successful attacks on others' fears have not freed him from his own, have not healed the wounds his father inflicted, have not resolved the trauma his bullies created, have not made him anything except a more sophisticated version of the same scared child who was locked in closets and tormented in schoolyards, and taught that fear was the only truth that mattered. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that fear is not weakness, that being afraid is not the same as being broken, that trauma does not define you unless you let it, that Jonathan Crane had a choice, had the intelligence to understand his condition, had the ability to heal rather than hurt, had the potential to become someone who helped others face their fears instead of someone who weaponized those fears against them. But he chose revenge, chose to become what hurt him, chose to spread the suffering instead of ending it, chose to be Scarecrow when he could have been so much more. Rest peacefully knowing that fear cannot control you unless you let it. That the monsters in the dark are usually just shadows, that the terror that seems overwhelming can be faced, can be survived, can be integrated into a life that is not defined by fear. Sleep well. The Scarecrow cannot reach you here. His toxins cannot invade your dreams. His fear gas cannot touch your rest. You are safe from the manufactured terror, safe from the weaponized phobias, safe from the man who became fear, because he could not accept being afraid. Tomorrow we journey deeper into Gotham's darkness. But tonight, let this story fade like nightmares in morning light, like fear in the presence of courage, like the boy who could have been saved if anyone had cared enough to try, if anyone had seen that beneath the fear was simply a child who needed to know that being afraid was normal, was human, was not something to be punished for, but something to be helped through. That fear is part of life, but does not have to be all of life. That being scared does not make you Scarecrow, does not make you victim, does not make you anything except human. And that is enough. That has always been enough. That is what Jonathan Crane never learned, because no one taught him, because everyone failed him, because the scared child became the terrifying man and called it power when it was only ever pain. There are transformations in Gotham that happen against a person's will, forced upon them by villains or accidents, or the cruelty of circumstance. But sometimes the most tragic transformations are the ones we choose ourselves, the ones we walk into with open eyes, believing we are solving a problem when we are actually creating a monster. Kirk Langstrom did not set out to become a beast, did not intend to lose his humanity, did not plan to surrender his consciousness to animal instinct. He was trying to help people, was attempting to cure a disability, was working toward making the world better, and in doing so he made himself worse, made himself dangerous, made himself into something that represented the thin line between human and animal, between civilization and savagery, between the scientist who thought he could control nature and the creature that proved nature cannot be controlled. Kirk Langstrom was a chiropterologist, a scientist who studied bats. His fascination with these creatures began in childhood, not from fear like most people experienced when they encountered bats in attics or caves or the twilight spaces where day became night, but from wonder, from recognition that these animals had solved problems that humans still struggled with. They navigated in complete darkness, using echolocation. They flew with a grace that human engineering could barely replicate. They hung upside down and saw the world from perspectives humans never considered. They were mammals that had learned to fly, had evolved capabilities that seemed impossible, had adapted to fill ecological niches that should not have supported mammalian life. Kirk spent his career studying them, trying to understand how their biology worked, how their echolocation functioned, how their immune systems allowed them to carry diseases that would kill other mammals without themselves becoming sick, how they had developed flight, using modified hands rather than the feathered wings that birds possessed. He published papers, gave lectures, became one of the world's foremost experts on bat biology. His work was respected, was valued, was contributing to scientific understanding in ways that benefited multiple fields. But Kirk was deaf, had been since birth, had never heard his own voice or music, or the sounds that most people took for granted, had learned to read lips, had mastered sign language, had developed ways of functioning in a hearing world that was not designed for people like him. He was successful, was accomplished, was proof that disability did not mean inability, but he still wished he could hear, still felt the absence of something he had never possessed, still wondered what his wife's laugh sounded like, what rain on windows sounded like, what his own name sounded like when spoken rather than signed. His research into bat echolocation gave him an idea, a possibility, a solution that seemed elegant in its simplicity. Bats could navigate perfectly in complete silence, using sound that they produced and then heard reflected back to them. If human biology could be modified to include similar capabilities, if the genetic sequences that allowed bats to echolocate could be incorporated into human DNA, then deafness could be cured, not through mechanical hearing aids that amplified sound, not through cochlear implants that required surgery, not through accommodations that worked around the disability, but through biological enhancement that would give humans capabilities that exceeded normal hearing, that would let them perceive the world through sound the way bats did. He knew it was ambitious, knew it was experimental, knew that gene therapy was still in its infancy, and that what he was proposing went beyond current medical ethics. But he also knew that he had the knowledge, had the ability, had the opportunity to do something that would change his life and the lives of millions of other deaf people. He began working on a serum, a formula that would incorporate bat DNA into human cells, that would rewrite genetic code to add capabilities rather than just repair damage, that would transform disability into enhancement. The early tests on himself were small, careful doses that produced minimal changes, a slight enhancement of his other senses, a subtle shift in how his brain processed spatial information. Nothing dramatic, nothing that suggested danger, nothing that indicated he should stop. He increased the dosage, gradually, methodically, recording every change, every side effect, every indication that the therapy was working or failing. His hearing began to develop. Not normal human hearing, but something else, something that processed sound differently, something that gave him awareness of spaces through echoes and reflections, something that was closer to bat echolocation than human auditory perception. He was thrilled, was convinced he had succeeded, was certain that he had found the cure, not just for his deafness, but for deafness itself. A treatment that would give people abilities beyond what they had lost, that would transform disability into capability, that would prove that human biology was not fixed, but could be enhanced, could be improved, could be modified to exceed its natural limitations. He prepared a full dose. The amount he calculated would complete the transformation, would give him full echolocation abilities, would let him perceive the world through sound the way bats did, would cure his deafness permanently and completely. He injected it without telling his wife, without consulting colleagues, without having anyone present who could intervene if something went wrong. He injected it and waited for the transformation, for the enhancement, for the cure that would justify all his research, all his risk, all his certainty that he was right. The changes began immediately, were more dramatic than he anticipated, were not just enhancement, but transformation. His body began to change, his bones began to reshape, his muscles began to reconfigure, his skin began to sprout fur, his ears grew and changed and became something that was not human. His face elongated, his teeth sharpened, his hands extended into claws that could grip, but no longer manipulate. His arms stretched and membranes grew between his elongated fingers, creating wings where there had been hands. The pain was extraordinary, was beyond anything he had prepared for, was the sensation of every bone breaking and reforming of every muscle, tearing and rebuilding of skin, splitting to accommodate a body that was becoming something it was never meant to be. But worse than the physical pain was the mental transformation, was the feeling of his consciousness changing, was his human thoughts being overwhelmed by something else, something simpler, something more instinctive, something that operated on drives rather than reason, on impulses, rather than logic, on animal need, rather than human choice. When the transformation completed, Kirk Langstrom was gone, replaced by something that retained fragments of his memory, fragments of his identity, but was primarily creature, was primarily bat, was primarily animal operating on instincts that had nothing to do with scientific curiosity or medical advancement or helping people. The man-bat that emerged from his laboratory was not human, was not really bat, was something in between, something that had the worst aspects of both. The animal aggression, without the ecological balance, the human intelligence, without the human conscience, the capability for violence from both species, without the restraints that normally limited that violence. It flew through Gotham that first night, not with purpose, but with instinct, following drives it did not understand, could not control, could not resist, hunting, not because it needed food, but because hunting was what the bat part of its brain demanded. Attacking not because it chose violence, but because the confused amalgamation of human and animal consciousness perceived threats everywhere, perceived danger in every shadow, perceived the need to defend territory, to fight rivals, to establish dominance through force. The people who encountered it that night thought they were seeing a monster, some new horror that Gotham had spawned. Some demon or mutant or creature from nightmares made flesh. The newspapers called it Man-Bat. The name was both description and accusation, both accurate and insufficient, because names cannot capture the horror of being trapped between species, of having consciousness divided between human awareness and animal instinct, of knowing that you were human, but being unable to control the beast that your body had become. Kirk would sometimes resurface, would have moments of clarity when his human mind briefly controlled the creature, would recognize what he had become, what he had done, what he was doing, and the horror of that recognition was worse than any physical pain. He had not cured his deafness. He had destroyed himself, had transformed from a successful scientist with a disability into a monster whose capabilities came at the cost of everything that made those capabilities worth having. He could hear now, could echolocate, could perceive space through sound, could do everything he had wanted to do, but he could not speak, could not use his hands, could not live as human, could not be husband or scientist or anything except the beast he had made himself into. His wife Francine searched for him, tried to find the man she had married, tried to understand what had happened in his laboratory that night, tried to believe that somewhere inside the creature her husband still existed, still loved her, still wanted to come home. She found his research, found the formulas, found the evidence of what he had done, and in a moment of desperate logic that ignored all warning signs, she decided that if Kirk had become Man-Bat, then she would become one too. Then they could be together. Then his transformation would not be isolating but connecting. Then the beast would have a mate, and perhaps together they could find their way back to humanity. She injected herself with the same serum, made the same mistake, suffered the same transformation, became She-Bat. Another creature caught between species, another consciousness, divided between human and animal, another tragedy that began with love and ended with horror. Now there were two of them, flying through Gotham's night, operating on instinct, fighting each other as often as cooperating, because their transformations had not made them more compatible, had not created the connection Francine hoped for, had simply doubled the tragedy, made two monsters where there had been one, made two people trapped in forms they never chose, made two souls paying the price for one man's arrogant certainty that he could improve on human biology without consequences. Batman hunted them, not because they were evil, but because they were dangerous, not because they chose violence, but because their transformations made violence inevitable, not because they deserved punishment, but because they needed help, needed someone to stop them from hurting others. from hurting themselves, from spreading the transformation to others who might find the serum, might replicate Kirk's mistake, might decide that becoming a monster was acceptable if it cured whatever disability or inadequacy or human limitation they wanted to transcend. The first confrontation was in the caves beneath Gotham, where Man-Bat had made his lair, where the creature felt safe in darkness, where the bat instincts were strongest. Batman tried to talk to him, tried to reach Kirk Langstrom inside the beast, tried to explain that there might be a cure, might be a way to reverse the transformation, might be hope that he could be human again. But Man-Bat could not understand, could not process complex language, could not hold human thoughts long enough to comprehend what Batman was offering. The fight was inevitable, was brutal, was tragic, because Batman knew he was fighting someone who had not chosen to be a monster, who was victim as much as threat, who was suffering from his own mistake, who was paying the price for trying to help himself and others. Kirk would be cured, eventually, through Batman, working with scientists who understood what Kirk had done and could reverse it, through treatments that slowly restored his human form, that rebuilt his human biology, that gave him back his body, even if they could not give him back the time he lost, or the damage he caused, or the wife who had transformed herself to be with him, and now had to be cured separately, with no guarantee that their relationship would survive what they had become, what they had done to themselves and each other in the name of love and science, and the refusal to accept human limitations. But the cure was never permanent. The transformation had changed him at a level deeper than just DNA, had rewritten something fundamental, had created a template that his body wanted to return to. Stress would trigger it, anger would activate it, fear would cause the change, anything that produced strong emotion, anything that threatened his fragile human stability, anything that reminded his body it had once been something else, would start the transformation again, would bring back the wings and the fur and the fangs, would restore the creature, would take away Kirk Langstrom and replace him with Man-Bat. And every time it happened, he lost a little more of himself, a little more of his humanity, a little more of his ability to stay human. Even when the transformation reversed, he tried to control it, tried to manage the triggers, tried to live carefully, quietly, avoiding stress, avoiding conflict, avoiding anything that might cause the beast to emerge. But that is not living. That is existing in constant fear. That is being prisoner to your own biology. That is being betrayed by the body that is supposed to serve you. That is knowing that at any moment you might transform, might lose control, might hurt someone, might become the thing you hate most. That is torture. That is a curse, worse than the deafness Kirk had tried to cure, because at least deafness left him human, left him capable of love and work and connection, left him Kirk Langstrom instead of the beast that wore his flesh. In the moments between transformations, in the periods of painful humanity, Kirk would work in his laboratory, would try to find a permanent cure, would attempt to understand what he had done wrong, where the serum had failed, how he could fix himself. Fix Francine, fix the mistake that had seemed so logical, so reasonable, so justified. When he made it, he would look at his research and wonder how he had been so blind, how he had missed the obvious dangers, how he had convinced himself that modifying human DNA with animal genetics would produce anything except horror, how he had believed that transcending human limitations would not mean losing human identity. The other scientists who learned of his work were divided. Some saw him as a cautionary tale, as proof that human biology should not be modified, as evidence that gene therapy was too dangerous, as reason to restrict research into enhancement technologies. Others saw him as a pioneer, as someone who had taken the first steps toward human evolution. as a scientist whose mistake had still advanced knowledge, even if it had destroyed him, as someone whose suffering had taught them what not to do when attempting their own modifications. But Kirk did not want to be a cautionary tale, did not want to be a pioneer, did not want his tragedy to be useful to others. He wanted to be human again, permanently, without the constant fear that he would transform, without the knowledge that the beast was always there, waiting, just beneath his skin, just beyond his control. Just one moment of stress, away from emerging and destroying everything he had tried to rebuild. Batman understood this better than the scientists who studied Kirk's condition. Batman knew what it meant to have something inside you that was not quite human, something that wanted to come out, something that you had to constantly control, constantly suppress, constantly prevent from taking over. Bruce Wayne had chosen his beast, had made it his tool, had learned to use it, rather than be used by it. But Kirk had created his beast by accident, had made it his curse rather than his weapon, had learned that some transformations cannot be controlled, cannot be mastered, cannot be anything except endured. Their relationship became strange. Over the years, over the repeated transformations, over the times when Man-Bat would rampage and Batman would stop him. Batman was the only person Kirk could trust when he was the creature. The only one who would fight him without trying to kill him. The only one who would stop him from hurting others while trying to preserve the human buried inside. The only one who understood that Man-Bat was not a villain, but a victim, not a monster by choice, but a man trapped in monstrous form. And when Kirk was human, when the transformation had reversed, when he had brief windows of stability, he would seek Batman out, would ask for help, would try to explain what it felt like to be divided between species, to have consciousness split between human and animal, to know you are a person, but be unable to control the beast, to love your wife, but be unable to trust yourself around her because the creature might emerge, might hurt her, might transform her again if she tried to cure herself permanently and something went wrong, would share the loneliness of being human, only conditionally, temporarily, only until the next trigger brought back the monster. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that not all problems can be solved through transformation, that enhancement comes with costs, that trying to transcend human limitations might mean losing humanity itself, that Kirk Langstrom made a choice that seemed reasonable, seemed justified, seemed like it would help him and others, but that choice destroyed him, made him into something he never wanted to be, made his cure worse than his disability, made his solution worse than his problem. Rest peacefully knowing that you are complete as you are, that disability is not brokenness, that human limitations are not flaws to be fixed, but conditions to be accepted, that the urge to transcend, to enhance, to modify yourself into something beyond human often leads not to transcendence, but to tragedy, not to improvement, but to destruction, not to becoming more, but to becoming less. Sleep well, Man-Bat cannot reach you here. His wings cannot darken your dreams. His transformation cannot infect your rest. You are safe from the beast, safe from the divided consciousness, safe from the man who tried to cure himself and made himself incurable. Tomorrow we continue through Gotham's gallery of grief. But tonight, let this story fade like dawn, chasing away the bats, like morning returning the creatures to their caves, like the hope that Kirk Langstrom clings to, that someday the cure will be permanent, that someday he will be human and stay human, that someday the beast will be gone forever. But until that day, if that day ever comes, he remains divided, remains dangerous, remains the tragic proof that some transformations cannot be undone, cannot be controlled, cannot be anything except endured. Identity is the story we tell ourselves about who we are, the narrative constructed from memories and relationships, and the reflection we see in mirrors, and the name that others call us, and the role we play in the world around us. Most people never question their identity, never wonder if the face they see is really theirs, never doubt that the person they were yesterday is the same person they are today, never fear that they might wake up as someone else, or something else, or nothing at all. But for Basil Carlo, identity was not stable, was not certain, was not anything he could hold on to, because the face in the mirror changed every time he looked. The body he inhabited was not fixed. The self he tried to maintain dissolved and reformed and shifted into shapes. He did not choose into forms. He could not control into the horrible freedom of being able to be anyone while being no one at all. Before the transformation, before the loss of fixed form, before he became Clayface, Basil Carlo was an actor. Not a great actor, not a star whose name drew crowds, not a talent that Hollywood celebrated, but a working actor, a man who made a living playing roles, who understood characters, who could disappear into parts, and make audiences believe he was someone else. He loved it, loved the transformation that came with each role, loved studying a character until he understood how they thought, how they moved, how they spoke, loved the moment when Basil Carlo disappeared and someone else emerged, loved the applause that said his performance was believable, was moving, was worth watching. But acting is a cruel profession. Success is fleeting. Youth is valued above talent. Beauty matters more than skill. The roles that come easily at 25 become scarce at 40. The leading man becomes the supporting character, becomes the background. Extra becomes unemployed, becomes forgotten, becomes the actor whose name no one remembers, whose face prompts vague recognition, but no specific memory, whose career is a series of almosts and maybes and roles that went to someone younger, someone prettier, someone who fit the image better. Basil felt himself fading, felt the industry losing interest, felt the phone ringing less frequently, felt the auditions becoming humiliating exercises where he competed against actors half his age for roles that were beneath his experience, felt the creeping certainty that his career was ending, that his identity as an actor was being stripped away, that the thing he loved most was dying while he watched helplessly. He had one famous role, one part that people remembered. One character that had defined his career decades earlier. The villain in a classic horror film, a monster who terrorized the innocent. A creature that audiences loved to fear. It had been his breakthrough, his moment of recognition. His proof that he was talented, that he could carry a film, that he could create a character. People remembered, but it had also been his curse. Because no matter what else he did, no matter how many other roles he played, no matter how hard he tried to demonstrate his range, he was always the monster from that one film, always defined by a single performance, always trapped in the shadow of a character he had played when he was young. Then came the news that hurt worse than unemployment, worse than rejection, worse than the slow death of his career. They were remaking his film, recasting his role, giving his monster to a younger actor, someone who would bring a fresh interpretation, someone who would make audiences forget his version, someone who would take the one thing Basil had left, the one role that proved he had mattered, that his work had value, that he had created something worth remembering. The studio did not even consider him for the role, did not invite him to audition, did not acknowledge that he had defined the character, did not care that this monster was his, that he understood it better than anyone, that he deserved the chance to play it again. The rage was consuming, was all-encompassing, was the feeling of having your identity stolen, of being erased, of being told that you no longer mattered, that you were replaceable, that you could be discarded without consideration. Basil could not accept it, could not let someone else take his role. could not allow his one achievement to be given to someone who had not earned it, who had not created it, who had not lived with this character for decades. He broke into the studio, where they were filming the remake, where some young actor was wearing his makeup, speaking his lines, playing his monster, meant to stop the production, meant to force them to acknowledge him, meant to prove that he was still the only one who could play this role. But the set was using experimental materials, new compounds designed to create more realistic special effects, more convincing transformations, more impressive visual results, chemicals that could change texture and color and form, substances that were still being tested, that had not been fully approved, that probably should not have been used on a working film set, but that promised results. Too impressive to resist. The confrontation became violent, became destructive, became chaos, as Basil raged against the director, against the actor, against everyone who was stealing his identity. Chemicals spilled, equipment broke, fires started, and Basil was caught in the center of it. Caught in the cascade of experimental compounds, caught in the chemical storm that would transform him more completely than any makeup ever had. The substances entered his body through his skin, through his lungs, through every pore and membrane, reacted with each other in ways that had never been tested, had never occurred in laboratory conditions, had never been intended. They broke down his cellular structure, dissolved the bonds that held his form together, rewrote his biology at the molecular level until he was no longer solid, no longer fixed, no longer anything that could be called a stable human form. His body became clay, became shapeless mass, became substance that could be molded and formed and changed, but that could never return to what it had been, could never be Basil Carlo again, could never have a face that was his own, could never look in a mirror and see himself, because there was no self to see. Only clay, only potential, only the horrible gift of being able to look like anyone while being no one. The first time he realized what had happened, the first time he tried to touch his face and found his fingers sinking into flesh that was not flesh, the first time he looked at his hands and saw them melting and reforming, the first time he understood that his body was no longer solid, he screamed. But even his scream was wrong. Even his voice was not his own. Even the sound that emerged was clay. Pretending to be human was substance. Imitating life was form without foundation. The horror of it was beyond description, was beyond anything he could have imagined, was the nightmare of every actor taken to its ultimate extreme. He could be anyone, could take any face, any form, any appearance, could impersonate perfectly, could become so completely that not even close friends could tell the difference. But he could not be himself, could not return to Basil Carlo, could not have an identity that was his own, because there was no his own anymore. Only the infinite possibility of being someone else. He tried to control it, tried to will his body to take a single form and hold it, tried to remember what he had looked like before the transformation, tried to reconstruct Basil Carlo from memory, from photographs, from desperate need, to be someone rather than anyone. But clay does not have memory. Substance does not hold shape without support. His body would take the form he wanted for a few minutes, a few hours, if he concentrated entirely on maintaining it. But then he would lose focus, would get distracted, would forget to hold the shape, and the clay would flow, would melt, would return to shapeless mass, would remind him that he had no true form, no real face, no fixed identity. The power should have been extraordinary, should have been the ultimate actor's gift, the ability to become anyone, to look exactly like any person, to impersonate so perfectly that even voice and mannerisms and subtle gestures were identical, to be the greatest actor who ever lived. Because he did not just play roles, he became them completely, physically, impossibly, But what is the point of being able to play any role if you cannot return to yourself afterward? What is the value of perfect impersonation if you have no original to return to? What is the meaning of being able to become anyone if you can never be someone? He took the name Clayface initially as a bitter joke, a reference to the makeup and prosthetics that actors wore to transform themselves, but his transformation was not makeup, could not be removed at the end of the day, could not be washed off to reveal the real person underneath, because there was no real person anymore. Only clay, only substance that pretended to be human, only form without foundation, only the actor who could play any role except the role of himself. His crimes were strange, were not motivated by greed or revenge or any normal criminal impulse, were driven by the desperate need to be someone, to have an identity, to belong somewhere, to someone, to some role that gave him purpose, that made him real, that proved he existed as more than shapeless clay, waiting to be molded. He would impersonate people, not to steal from them, not to frame them, not for any practical criminal purpose, but simply to be them, to live their lives for a day or a week, to experience having an identity, having a face, having people recognize you and call you by name and treat you as a specific person, rather than as clay. That could be anyone. He would choose his victims carefully, would study them intensely, would learn everything about them, so he could be them completely, convincingly, perfectly. And for brief periods, he would succeed, would be that person, would have that identity, would feel almost human. Again, almost real again, almost like Basil Carlo, still existed somewhere in the shapeless mass. But it never lasted, could not last, because he was not them, was not anyone, was just clay pretending. And eventually someone would notice something wrong, some tiny detail he had missed, some mannerism he could not replicate perfectly, some evidence that he was not who he appeared to be, and the illusion would shatter, and he would be revealed as the thing he was, the monster, the clay, the nothing pretending to be something, and he would have to run, have to dissolve back into shapeless form, have to abandon the identity he had borrowed, have to return to being no one. Batman hunted him, but their confrontations were complicated, were tragic in ways that most of Batman's battles were not, because Clayface was not evil, was not cruel, was not trying to hurt people, was simply trying to exist, to have an identity, to be someone instead of anyone. Batman understood this, that beneath the clay was a person who had lost everything, who was suffering from a transformation he had not chosen, who was committing crimes, not from malice, but from desperate psychological need. But understanding did not make stopping him less necessary, did not make the impersonations less dangerous, did not make the identity theft less criminal. Because when Clayface took someone's face, he did not just look like them, he became them so completely that he could destroy their lives, could ruin their relationships, could commit crimes in their name, could leave them with consequences for actions they never took, could steal not just their appearance, but their reputation, their relationships, their entire existence. He was committing identity murder, even though he did not think of it that way. Even though to him he was just borrowing, was just trying to be someone for a little while, was just attempting to remember what it felt like to have a self. In Arkham Asylum they kept him in a special containment unit, a cell that prevented him from taking any form, from impersonating guards or doctors or other inmates, from escaping through vents or drains or any opening large enough for clay to flow through. They kept him shapeless, kept him as formless. Mass kept him as the thing he truly was, without the illusion of humanity, without the pretense of having a face, without anything except the horrible awareness that this was his reality. This shapeless existence, this formless consciousness, this being that could remember being Basil Carlo, but could never be him again. The doctors tried to help him, tried to use therapy to help him accept what he had become, to integrate his new form with his sense of self, to build an identity that was not dependent on looking human, that acknowledged his condition while maintaining psychological stability. But how do you build identity when you have no fixed form? How do you develop sense of self when your body is whoever you choose to imitate? How do you maintain continuity of consciousness when you can become anyone, when you have no anchor, when you have no face to return to that says, "This is me, this is who I am, this is the person I will be tomorrow"? Clayface would sit in his cell, would form faces from his mass, would try to reconstruct Basil Carlo, would attempt to remember exactly what he had looked like before the transformation, and he would fail. Every time, he would fail. Because memory is imperfect, because the human brain does not store visual information with photographic accuracy, because the face he created was always almost right, but never quite right, was always close, but never exact, was always a performance of Basil Carlo, rather than the real thing, and each failed attempt was another reminder that the real Basil Carlo was gone. He could never be recovered, that the transformation had killed him as surely as death would have, but without the mercy of ending his consciousness, without the release of stopping the awareness that he had lost everything that made him who he was. Some of his escapes from Arkham were not attempts to commit crimes, were not plans to impersonate anyone, were simply desperate flights from the cell that kept him formless, were attempts to be something, anything to take a form, and hold it to pretend for a few hours that he was still capable of being a person instead of clay. He would walk Gotham streets, wearing a face he had invented, a person who had never existed, the identity he created just to feel less alone, just to have people look at him and see a human instead of a monster, just to go to a coffee shop or a park or anywhere normal people went and pretend he was one of them. But he could not maintain it, could not hold the form indefinitely, could not keep pretending. When the clay wanted to flow, when his concentration slipped, when the effort of maintaining human shape became too exhausting, the form would start to melt. People would notice, would scream, would run from the mere monster whose face was sliding off, whose body was dissolving, whose humanity was revealed as illusion, and Clayface would flee, back to the shadows, back to the sewers, back to the places where monsters lived, where he could be shapeless without judgment, where no one expected him to have a face. Batman would find him eventually, would always find him, would bring him back to Arkham, would return him to the cell that kept him contained, kept him from hurting others, kept him from stealing identities he had no right to wear. And in those moments of capture, in the instant before Batman delivered him back to imprisonment, Clayface would sometimes ask the question that haunted him, that defined his existence, that had no answer. Who am I? Batman could not answer, could not give him what he needed, could not restore Basil Carlo, or provide the identity that had been dissolved by chemicals and tragedy, could only say that he was the person who chose what to do with the clay, that consciousness determined identity more than form did, that who he was defined by his choices, not his appearance. But Clayface could not accept this. He did not believe that identity was separable from form, could not imagine that he was still someone when he could be anyone, could not see himself as a person when he had no consistent body to house that personhood. He remained trapped, not in Arkham, though the cell was trap enough, but in the bigger trap of formlessness, of infinite possibility that offered no stability, of being able to be anyone while being no one, of having the ultimate actor's gift while having lost the actor. The tragedy was complete, was permanent, was without solution, because you cannot restore a fixed form to someone whose body is clay, cannot give back an identity to someone whose self has been dissolved, cannot make someone human again when their humanity has been transformed into infinite potential for impersonation. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that identity is precious, that having a consistent self is not limitation, but foundation, that the ability to be anyone is curse, not gift, when it comes at the cost of being someone, that Basil Carlo wanted only to be remembered, to be valued, to keep the one role that proved he mattered. And in trying to hold on to his identity, he lost it completely, lost it permanently, lost it so thoroughly that even his consciousness of who he had been could not restore what the clay had dissolved. Rest peacefully, knowing that your face is yours, that your identity is stable, that you are you and will be you tomorrow, that the continuity of self is not something to take for granted, but something to cherish, something to protect, something to recognize as the foundation of everything that makes life meaningful. Sleep well. Clayface cannot reach you here. His shapeless form cannot disturb your dreams. His desperate impersonations cannot steal your identity. You are safe from the formless, safe from the clay, safe from the man who could be anyone, but chose to be no one, because being anyone was not the same as being someone, and being someone required having a self, and having a self required having a form that was yours. Tomorrow we journey into the criminal masterminds, but tonight, let this story fade like clay in water, like form into formless, like the actor who played every role except the one that mattered, the role of himself, the part he could never perform again, the character that had been written out of existence by chemicals, by tragedy, by the universe proving that some transformations cannot be survived, cannot be reversed, cannot be anything except the end of who you were, and the beginning of what you can never accept becoming. There is a special kind of madness that comes from living too long, from watching centuries pass like seasons, from seeing empires rise and fall like waves upon a shore, from accumulating so much time that individual human lives begin to seem insignificant, mere moments in the vast sweep of history that you alone remember, that you alone have witnessed from beginning to end, to the inevitable conclusion that repeats across cultures and eras with such predictable regularity that you stop seeing variations and start seeing only patterns, only cycles, only the endless repetition of humanity making the same mistakes over and over while expecting different results. Ra's al Ghul has lived for more than 600 years, has seen more than any human consciousness was designed to process, has accumulated wisdom and experience and understanding that should make him the greatest teacher, the greatest leader, the greatest force for good that the world has ever known. But instead he has become convinced that humanity itself is the problem, that people are not worth saving, that the only way to preserve Earth is to eliminate most of the people living on it. He was born in a time before Gotham existed, before most modern cities rose from fields and forests, before humanity had developed the technology to truly damage the planet on a global scale. He was a physician, a healer, a man dedicated to preserving life, to curing disease, to helping people survive ailments that in his era killed more often than they cured. He was good at his work, was skilled, was respected, was everything a healer should be, except that he could not save the one person who mattered most, could not cure the one patient whose life defined his own, could not prevent death from claiming the woman he loved. His wife died from a disease he did not understand, could not treat, could not stop. He watched her fade, watched her suffer, watched her die, despite everything he knew, despite all his skill, despite his desperate attempts to find a cure that did not exist in his time or any time that would come for centuries afterward. The grief was overwhelming. was all-consuming, was the kind of loss that breaks people, that transforms them, that makes them willing to do anything to ensure they never feel that helpless again. He could not bring her back, but he could ensure he never died, could never be taken from life, the way she had been taken, could survive indefinitely if he could find the method, the secret, the key to immortality that humans had sought since the beginning of consciousness. The Lazarus pits were legend in his time, were whispered about in texts that most scholars dismissed as mythology, were said to be pools of alchemical liquid that could heal any wound, cure any disease, restore life to the dead, and grant immortality to those who bathed in their waters regularly. He sought them, not because he believed completely, but because he had nothing else, because the alternative was accepting mortality, was living with the knowledge that someday he too would die, would leave behind whatever he built, would become dust and memory, and eventually not even memory. He found them. After years of searching, after following legends through deserts and mountains, after translating ancient texts and interviewing mystics and traveling to the edges of the known world, the pits existed, were real, were everything the legends promised. The first immersion was agony, was the sensation of every cell in his body dying and being reborn, was transformation at a level so fundamental that it rewrote his basic biology, made him something that was human, but also more than human, something that would not age, would not sicken, would not die, as long as he had access to the pits, as long as he bathed in them regularly, as long as he accepted the price that immortality demanded. The price was madness, not permanent, not overwhelming, but temporary insanity that followed each immersion. Each time he used the pits, he would emerge powerful, restored, younger, but also temporarily insane, driven by rage and paranoia and impulses that his normal consciousness could control, but that the pit madness amplified beyond restraint. He would commit atrocities in those moments, would kill without reason, would destroy without purpose, would be the monster that immortality required him to become before clarity returned, before sanity reasserted itself, before he could remember who he was, and what he believed, and why he had chosen this path. The first century of immortality was spent learning to manage the pit madness, learning to use his extended lifespan productively, learning to accumulate power and knowledge and influence across the decades that normal humans could not sustain, because their lives were too short, their perspectives too limited, their planning horizons too brief. He built an organization, the League of Assassins, a network of warriors and killers and agents who could act as his hands across the world, who could implement his will, who could extend his influence beyond what one man, even an immortal one, could achieve alone. He recruited carefully, trained extensively, created a culture of absolute loyalty, absolute skill, absolute dedication to his vision of what the world should be. He became known as the Demon's Head, not because he was demonic, but because he commanded demons, because he led assassins, because he was the master of death itself in a way that no mortal could claim to be. He could order deaths, and they would happen, could eliminate targets across continents, could remove obstacles to his plans, with the efficiency that came from having centuries to perfect the art of killing. But his goals were never simple. Conquest were never mere accumulation of power, were never about ruling for the sake of ruling. He was watching across the centuries. He was watching as human population grew, watching as cities expanded, watching as forests were cleared and rivers polluted, species driven extinct, watching as the Industrial Revolution transformed humanity from a species that lived within ecological limits to a species that consumed without restraint, that grew without limit, that treated Earth as infinite resource rather than finite home. He saw what was coming, saw the trajectory, saw that humanity was on a path toward ecological collapse, toward consuming everything, toward destroying the very systems that allowed life to exist. And he understood what most people could not understand because they lived for decades rather than centuries. That this was not a temporary problem, that this was not something technology would solve, that this was the inevitable result of a species that had exceeded its ecological niche and refused to acknowledge limits. His solution was logical. From his perspective, was the only solution that addressed the root cause, rather than symptoms. The problem was not pollution or climate change or resource depletion. Those were symptoms. The problem was too many humans, too many people consuming too many resources, reproducing too quickly, expanding too rapidly for Earth to sustain. If you reduced human population by 90%, suddenly all the environmental problems became manageable. Suddenly, resources were sufficient. Suddenly, Earth could recover, could heal, could restore itself to the balance that had existed before. Humanity had grown beyond sustainable numbers. The path was clear, obvious, inevitable. Reduce human population through controlled catastrophe, through plague or war or ecological disaster that would kill billions, but save the planet, that would eliminate the excess humans, but preserve enough to continue. The species that would be tragic in scale but necessary for survival. He spent centuries preparing, building the infrastructure, developing the weapons, creating the plans that would allow him to implement his vision. His immortality gave him patience that mortals could never possess. He could wait decades for pieces to fall into place, could invest centuries in plans that would not bear fruit until long after any normal human would have died, could see beyond the immediate consequences to the long-term results that justified short-term horror. He became the ultimate long-term planner, the strategist who thought in centuries rather than years, the visionary who saw humanity not as individuals, but as a species whose survival required culling, whose continuation demanded that the majority be sacrificed to save the whole. He was not cruel, was not sadistic, did not hate the people he planned to kill. He simply understood what they could not, that sometimes love requires making hard choices, that sometimes preservation requires destruction, that sometimes the only way to save something is to eliminate most of it. Batman became his greatest obstacle and his greatest hope. The Dark Knight represented everything. Ra's respected intelligence, dedication, physical perfection, moral conviction, willingness to operate outside legal constraints. Bruce Wayne was exactly the kind of human that Ra's believed should survive, should lead, should inherit the world after the culling, should be the template for what humanity could become if the weak and mediocre and destructive were eliminated. Ra's saw Bruce as a potential heir, as someone who could understand his vision, who could accept the necessity of difficult choices, could lead the League of Assassins after Ra's finally tired of immortality and chose to let himself die. But Bruce rejected him, rejected the vision, rejected the solution, rejected the idea that killing billions to save the planet was anything except mass murder, on a scale that no cause could justify. Their conflict was philosophical, was about whether ends justified means, was about whether humanity deserved to be saved or needed to be culled, was about whether individual lives mattered or only the species mattered, was about the value of human existence versus the value of planetary survival. Ra's argued that Batman saved individuals while the planet died, that he prevented crimes while ignoring the greatest crime, that he protected people who were themselves destroying everything, that his heroism was enabling the very destruction he claimed to oppose. Batman argued that human life was valuable, that killing billions was not salvation but genocide, that there were other solutions, that technology and social change and human adaptation could address environmental problems without mass murder, that Ra's had lived so long that he had stopped seeing people as people and started seeing them as numbers, as statistics, as problems to be solved rather than individuals to be valued. Talia complicated everything. Ra's daughter, the woman who had inherited his intelligence, his dedication, his belief in his mission, but who had also fallen in love with Batman, who saw in Bruce Wayne something her father could not see, who understood that the conflict between them was not just philosophical, but personal. Talia stood between them, loved them both, understood both their perspectives, wanted them to find common ground that did not exist, could not exist, because their fundamental values were incompatible. Ra's saw humanity as disease. Batman saw humanity as worth saving. Ra's was willing to kill billions to save millions. Batman refused to kill one to save thousands. The Lazarus pit sustained Ra's body, but corrupted his soul. Each immersion made him younger physically, but older emotionally, more detached, more certain that his solution was the only solution, more convinced that anyone who opposed him was either foolish or complicit in humanity's destruction. Temporary madness that followed each immersion became more pronounced, became harder to control, became the price he paid for immortality that grew steeper with each passing century. The rage that emerged from the pits was not random, was not purposeless, was his suppressed humanity fighting against the detachment that immortality required, was the part of him that still remembered being a physician who healed rather than a demon who killed, was the conscience that 6 centuries of rationalization could not quite eliminate. He watched civilizations rise and fall, watched Rome conquer and collapse, watched empires span continents and then fracture, watched humanity repeat the same patterns of growth and overreach and destruction across cultures and centuries, with such predictable regularity that he stopped hoping they would learn, would change, would choose differently. Watched technological advancement occur without moral advancement, watched weapons become more destructive while wisdom remained static, watched human capability for harm grow exponentially while human capacity for restraint remained unchanged, became convinced that the problem was not civilization or culture or technology. The problem was humans themselves. The species was flawed, was destructive by nature, was incapable of the restraint required to live sustainably on a finite planet. His operations spanned the globe. Terrorism, disguised as environmental action, ecological disasters, engineered to demonstrate humanity's vulnerability, economic manipulations designed to destabilize governments, political assassinations intended to create power vacuums. Everything was calculated. Everything served the larger plan. Everything moved toward the day when he would finally have the means to implement his solution, to reduce human population to sustainable levels, to give Earth a chance to recover, to prove that he was right, that his centuries of planning had purpose, that the deaths of billions were justified by the survival of the species and the planet. But here's the tragic truth at the heart of Ra's al Ghul, the secret that undermines everything he believes. His solution would not work, could not work, because the problem is not simply population. The problem is systems, is consumption patterns, is distribution of resources, is how humans organize their societies. His plan to kill billions would not create sustainable humans, would not change how the survivors lived, would not address the root causes of environmental destruction, would simply reduce numbers without changing behaviors. The survivors would rebuild, would grow, would eventually reach. The same point would require another culling, and another, until Raz found himself committing genocide every few centuries in an endless cycle of mass murder that achieved nothing except proving that he was not the visionary he believed himself to be, but simply a man who had lived too long, who had seen too much, who had lost the ability to value individual human lives, who had convinced himself that seeing the big picture justified any atrocity in service of that vision. Batman understands this, sees that Raz is not evil, but broken, not a villain, but a man whose immortality has become his curse, whose centuries of life have disconnected him from humanity, whose legitimate environmental concerns have been twisted into justification for mass murder. Their battles are never just physical, are never simply hero versus villain, are always about whether Raz can be reached, can be reminded that he was once a healer, can be shown that his solution is not salvation, but another form of destruction. Batman keeps hoping that somewhere inside the demon's head the physician still exists. The man who wanted to save lives rather than end them. The person who loved his wife so much that he sought immortality, to never lose anyone again, but who has lost himself in the process of staying alive. In the moments between plots, between assassinations, between plans for ecological disasters, Ra's al Ghul sometimes sits alone in his mountain fortress. Sometimes looks at paintings his wife made 6 centuries ago before she died, before he became immortal, before he started the journey that would transform him from healer to destroyer. Sometimes he remembers what it felt like to care about individual people, to see them as more than statistics, to value them as unique consciousnesses rather than examples of a species whose population must be managed. And in those moments he almost questions, almost wonders if Batman is right, if there might be another way, if his centuries of planning have been movement in the wrong direction. But then he reminds himself of the forests he has watched disappear, of the species he has seen go extinct, of the rivers he has witnessed turn toxic, of the climate he has observed destabilize, and he renews his commitment to the plan, to the culling, to the necessary evil that will save Earth. Even if it costs billions of human lives, even if it makes him the greatest mass murderer in history, even if it proves that immortality without humanity is just another form of death. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that living too long can be its own curse, that seeing too much can blind you to what matters, that legitimate concerns about the environment do not justify genocide, that Ra's al Ghul started as a healer who lost his wife and became a killer who wants to lose most of humanity, that his immortality gave him time, but took his empathy, gave him perspective, but took his compassion, gave him centuries, but cost him his connection to the very species he claims to want to save. Rest peacefully knowing that you will not live forever, that your limited time makes each moment precious, that mortality is not a curse, but the condition that gives life meaning, that caring about the planet does not require hating people, that environmental consciousness can coexist with valuing human life, that the solution to ecological problems is not killing most humans, but changing how humans live. Sleep well. Ra's al Ghul cannot reach you here. His assassins cannot find your dreams. His plans cannot threaten your rest. You are safe from the demon's head, safe from the immortal terrorist, safe from the man who lived so long he forgot why living mattered. Tomorrow we meet the man who broke the bat. But tonight, let this story fade like centuries into memory, like civilizations into dust, like the physician who became the demon, like the healer who became death, like the man who sought immortality to avoid loss, and lost himself in the centuries that followed, lost his humanity in the quest to save. Humanity lost the very thing that made salvation worthwhile, the ability to see people as people, rather than as numbers, rather than as problems, rather than as disease to be cured. Through elimination, through culling, through the logic of immortality that forgets that life without death is existence without meaning, is survival without purpose, is time without the urgency that makes any moment matter. Rest now, the demons. Head sleeps too. Even immortals need rest. Even those who have lived 600 years still close their eyes, still dream of what was, still remember being human, even if they have forgotten how to be. There are prisons that confine the body, walls and bars and locked doors that restrict movement, that limit freedom, that separate criminals from the society they have harmed. But these are mercy compared to the prison that confines the soul, that traps consciousness before it has formed, that imprisons a child for crimes they did not commit, that sentences an infant to darkness and suffering, and the understanding that they were born guilty, born condemned, born into a hell that they did nothing to deserve except being born at all. Bane was not arrested, was not tried, was not convicted of any crime, inherited his sentence, inherited his father's debts, inherited the punishment for crimes committed before he existed, was born in Peñaduro, the worst prison in the world, born to a mother who was imprisoned for her husband's revolutionary activities, born into darkness that would shape everything he became. The prison was called hardness, was named for what it did to those confined there, was designed not to rehabilitate, but to punish, not to reform but to destroy, not to prepare inmates for return to society, but to ensure they never returned at all. It was where the worst criminals were sent. Political enemies disappeared, where anyone who threatened those in power went to die slowly in conditions that made death seem preferable to survival. The cells were cramped, were dark, were infested with disease and violence, and the accumulated suffering of everyone who had ever been locked inside them. The guards were corrupt, were brutal, were the kind of people who saw inmates as less than human, as things to be abused as entertainment to relieve the boredom of working in hell. Bane's mother tried to protect him, tried to shield him from the worst of the prison, tried to give him something approximating childhood in a place where innocence could not survive. She told him stories, taught him what she could, showed him love in an environment designed to eliminate every human connection, every gentle touch, every moment of compassion. But she was weak, was sick, was dying slowly from the conditions that no human body was designed to endure. She lasted 6 years. 6 years of trying to keep her son alive in Peñaduro. 6 years of protecting him from inmates who saw a child as target, or victim, or entertainment. 6 years of fighting against the inevitable, and then she died. And Bane was alone, was 6 years old and alone in the worst prison in the world, was a child among monsters, was prey in a system designed to destroy adults, much less children. He should have died, should have been killed within days of his mother's death, should have been too weak, too small, too young to survive what Peñaduro did to its inmates. But something in him refused to break, refused to surrender, refused to accept that being born guilty meant dying guilty. He fought, used his size as advantage because small targets were harder to hit, were more agile, were underestimated by larger opponents. He watched, learned who to avoid, who to befriend, who to fear, who could teach him survival skills that schools never taught. Because schools existed in a world where children were protected rather than imprisoned. The prison library became his sanctuary, was the one place where inmates left him relatively alone, was where he could disappear into books, could learn about the world beyond the walls, could educate himself in ways that should have been impossible for a child growing up in hell. He read everything: philosophy, history, science, strategy, military tactics, political theory, economics, everything that could make his mind sharper, could give him weapons that did not require physical strength, could transform him from victim to something else, something dangerous, something that understood power not through experiencing it, but through studying it, through understanding its mechanisms, through learning how it was acquired and maintained and lost. He learned languages, taught himself through books, and by listening to inmates from different countries, by forcing himself to think in different linguistic structures, by making his mind as polyglot as the prison population. Spanish was his first language, but he added English, French, Portuguese, Latin, ancient languages, dead languages, any system of communication that gave him advantage, that let him understand conversations others thought were private, that made him more than just another inmate, but someone with skills that had value. He became the prison's translator, the person who could facilitate communication between inmates who shared no common language, the child who could be useful enough that killing him would be waste of a resource. The prison doctor was a drunkard, was a man whose medical license had been revoked, whose addiction made him useless in the outside world, but adequate for a prison that cared nothing about quality of care. But he had medical books, had texts on anatomy and physiology, had knowledge that Bane absorbed while helping in the prison infirmary. He learned how bodies worked, how they broke, how they healed, how to cause maximum damage with minimum effort, how to incapacitate without killing, how to kill when killing was necessary. He learned that violence was a science, was something that could be studied and perfected, was not about rage or strength, but about understanding leverage and force, and the mechanical vulnerabilities that every human body possessed. But knowledge alone was not enough, was not sufficient to survive in Peñaduro, was useless. If his body remained weak, remained small, remained incapable of backing up what his mind understood, he began training, obsessively, constantly, using whatever space and equipment the prison offered, using his own body weight as resistance, using the bars of his cell as apparatus, using every moment that was not sleeping or reading as opportunity to make himself stronger. He did push-ups until his arms trembled, did pull-ups on cell bars until his hands bled, did squats until his legs could barely support him, ab exercises until his core was iron. Did this for hours, every day for years, for his entire childhood and adolescence, transforming his body, through sheer force of will, into something that matched his mind, something formidable, something dangerous. By the time he was 15, he was no longer prey, was no longer the child who had to hide, who had to run, who had to use intelligence as substitute for strength. Now he had both, had the body of someone who had done nothing but train for a decade, had the mind of someone who had read thousands of books, had the hardness that came from growing up in Peñaduro, had survived longer than most adults lasted in the prison, had become someone that even the hardened criminals feared because he was not just strong or just smart, but both, perfectly integrated, perfectly balanced, perfectly dangerous. The other inmates began to follow him, began to see him as leader, began to understand that this young man who had been born in the prison, who had never known freedom, who had spent his entire life in hell, was somehow the strongest person there, was somehow the most dangerous inmate in Peñaduro, was somehow the one who would survive when everyone else was broken. He took control, not through official channels, not through cooperation with guards, not through any legitimate authority, but through pure dominance, through proving that he was stronger, smarter, more willing to do what was necessary than anyone else. Through systematic elimination of anyone who challenged him, through building a network of loyal followers who understood that following Bane was safer than opposing him, through becoming the unofficial king of Peña Duro, the prisoner who ruled the prisoners, the man who had more power inside the walls than the warden had from his office. The warden had from his office. Inmates called him Bane, named him for what he was, the thing that prisoners feared, the force that could break you, the presence that dominated through absolute superiority in every category that mattered in prison. But the prison authorities could not allow this, could not permit an inmate to have that much power, could not accept that someone was building an empire inside their facility. They needed to break him, needed to destroy him, needed to prove that Peña Duro still controlled everyone within its walls, offered him a choice. Not really a choice, but an ultimatum. Volunteer for an experimental program, or be executed for his takeover of the prison. A program that would test a new drug, a compound called venom, that was supposed to enhance strength, enhance speed, enhance everything physical about a human being, but it was untested, was dangerous, was expected to kill whoever was subjected to it. Bane accepted. Not because he believed he would survive, but because death in an experiment was preferable to execution. Because at least in the experiment there was possibility, however small, of surviving, of gaining power that would let him escape, of acquiring the one thing that his training and intelligence had not given him. Superhuman strength that would make him truly unstoppable. They injected him with venom, pumped the compound into his bloodstream, connected him to a delivery system that would provide regular doses directly into his spine, and he nearly died. The pain was extraordinary. The transformation was agony. Every cell in his body was being rewritten, was being enhanced, was being pushed beyond human limitations. His muscles grew. His strength increased. His body became something that should not have been possible, should not have been sustainable, should have killed him from the sheer metabolic demands. But he survived. Did more than survive. Mastered the drug, learned to control the enhanced abilities, learned to manage the addiction that venom created, because the compound was not just enhancement, it was dependency, it was chemical slavery, it created need that had to be satisfied, or the user would die, would experience withdrawal so severe that death seemed preferable, would be reduced to helplessness without regular doses. Bane understood this, understood that the drug that made him superhuman also made him a slave to whoever controlled the supply, understood that his strength came with chains that were invisible, but absolute. He escaped, used his enhanced strength to break through walls that had held him his entire life, used his intelligence to plan the route, used his understanding of the prison to exploit weaknesses, used his followers to create distraction, used everything he had learned in 25 years of imprisonment to finally break free from Peña Duro, to finally leave the darkness, to finally see the world beyond the walls, the world he had only read about, had only imagined, had only dreamed about during the decades of confinement. But freedom was not what he expected, was not relief, was not joy, was not the end of suffering. It was terrifying, was overwhelming, was a world so bright and loud and complex that someone who had never experienced anything except prison walls had no framework for processing it. He had been shaped by darkness, had been forged in hell, had been made into something that could survive Peña Duro, but that could not easily function in normal society. He needed purpose, needed mission, needed something to focus the strength and intelligence and ruthlessness that prison had created, something that would justify what he had become, something that would prove his survival, had meaning. He learned about Batman, learned about the Dark Knight of Gotham, learned about a man who claimed to rule through fear, who claimed to be the thing criminals feared, who claimed to be unbreakable. And Bane understood immediately that this was his purpose, that breaking Batman would prove that Bane was not just strong or smart or dangerous, but that he was the ultimate warrior, the man who could defeat the undefeatable, the prisoner who had survived hell and emerged strong enough to break anyone. He studied Batman, spent months learning everything about him, analyzing his methods, understanding his psychology, identifying his weaknesses, the way he had identified weaknesses in Peñaduro inmates. Bane did not just want to defeat Batman, he wanted to break him, wanted to destroy him, physically, psychologically, wanted to prove that even the Dark Knight was just a man, one who could be broken like anyone else, one who had limits, despite his reputation, one who would fall before someone who had spent their entire life becoming the perfect weapon. The plan was elegant. Bane orchestrated a mass breakout from Arkham Asylum, released every dangerous inmate, released all of Batman's enemies, released chaos upon Gotham. Not because he cared about the criminals, not because he wanted to help them escape, but because he wanted to exhaust Batman, wanted the Dark Knight to spend weeks recapturing inmates, wanted him tired, wanted him worn down, wanted him vulnerable. When Bane finally revealed himself, and it worked. Batman spent weeks fighting, spent weeks barely sleeping, spent weeks pushing himself beyond human limits, spent weeks becoming exactly what Bane needed him to be: exhausted, depleted, ready to be broken. Their first confrontation was in Wayne Manor. Bane came to Batman's home, invaded his sanctuary, revealed that he knew Bruce Wayne's identity, proved that he had done what no other villain had managed, had learned who was behind the mask, had understood that to truly break Batman, you had to break Bruce Wayne. The fight was not close, was not competitive, was domination. The exhausted Batman facing the Venom, enhanced Bane, the depleted hero facing the perfectly prepared challenger, the man who had spent weeks fighting, facing the man who had spent months planning. And Bane did what no one else had done. Broke Batman. Literally broke him. Lifted him overhead. Brought him down across his knee. Broke Bruce Wayne's back. Broke the spine of the man who had seemed unbreakable. Broke the Bat and threw his broken body aside and claimed Gotham as his prize. For months, Bane ruled Gotham, proved that he was not just strong but smart, not just a brute but a strategist, not just a challenger but a conqueror. He maintained order through fear, ruled through absolute dominance, showed Gotham what it meant to be controlled by someone who had no mercy, no hesitation, no weakness. But Bruce Wayne recovered, did what should have been impossible, healed from a broken spine, retrained his body, returned to confront Bane, and in their second fight, everything was different. Bruce was prepared, was rested, was fighting smart rather than exhausted. And Bane made a mistake. Did what he had never done before, relied too much on Venom. Increased his dose to ensure victory. Pushed his enhancement beyond sustainable levels. Bruce exploited this target. The delivery system that pumped Venom into Bane's spine damaged it, severed it, cut off the supply, and without Venom, Bane was still strong, still intelligent, still dangerous, but no longer superhuman, no longer unbeatable, no longer the ultimate warrior he had believed himself to be. He was just a man, one who had spent his entire life building strength to overcome the weakness of being born imprisoned, one who had become dependent on a drug to achieve the power he needed, one who had broken the Bat, but could not remain broken himself, because Batman had what Bane did, not had support, had resources, had the ability to recover from what should have been permanent defeat. The tragedy of Bane is that he did everything right, made himself into exactly what he needed to be, became the perfect combination of strength and intelligence, defeated Batman in a way no one else had managed. But his victory was temporary, was dependent on circumstances he could not maintain, was built on the same foundation that Peña had built. His strength came from a source he did not control. His power required chemicals he did not produce. His enhancement made him a slave to the very system he thought he had mastered. He had escaped one prison, only to trap himself in another, prison of dependency, the prison of needing Venom to be the warrior he believed he was, the prison of knowing that his greatest achievement required enhancement, that he would always need, that he could never be free from. In the years since Gotham, since breaking the Bat and losing to the recovered Batman, Bane has tried repeatedly to prove himself again, to demonstrate that the first victory was not accident, was not luck, was evidence of his superiority. But each attempt fails. Each confrontation with Batman ends with Bane defeated. Each plan to conquer Gotham ends with Bane imprisoned, because he learned the wrong lessons from Peña, learned that strength was everything, learned that domination was the only path, learned that breaking others proved your own wholeness, when the truth is that breaking others only proves you are broken, that strength without purpose is just violence, that surviving hell does not mean you escaped it. If you carry hell inside you, if your methods are hell's methods, if your worldview is shaped entirely by the worst place on earth, then you never really left. You just brought the prison with you, brought the darkness, brought the understanding that life is struggle and strength is the only value and weakness deserves destruction. Batman sees this, sees the child who was born in prison, who never had a chance, who was sentenced before he could speak. Sees the man who did everything possible to survive, who became exactly what he needed to be, who achieved the impossible. And Batman understands that Bane is not evil, is not a monster, is a victim who became a victimizer, is someone who was shaped by circumstances so terrible that his response was entirely predictable, was molded by Peña into the perfect prisoner who could survive anything except freedom, except normalcy, except a world that did not require constant vigilance, constant strength, constant readiness for violence. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that where you come from shapes who you become, that being born into darkness affects how you see light, that survival instincts that serve you in hell become maladaptive in normal life, that Bane was born guilty, born imprisoned, born into circumstances that would have killed almost anyone. And he survived, he thrived. He became strong enough to break Batman himself. But the cost was everything else, was the ability to live without fighting, to exist without dominating, to be human, rather than weapon. Rest peacefully knowing that you were not born in prison, that your childhood included light and love, and the possibility of innocence, that you were not forced to become hard to survive, that you can be soft, sometimes vulnerable, sometimes weak, sometimes without that weakness being punished, being exploited, being the thing that gets you killed. Sleep. Well, Bane cannot reach you here. His strength cannot break your dreams. His venom cannot enhance his threat to your rest. You are safe from the man born in darkness, safe from the prisoner who became king, safe from the child who survived by becoming something that should not exist. Tomorrow we meet the master of fear, made manifest. But tonight, let this story fade like hope in prison, like innocence in hell, like the boy who was born guilty and spent his life proving that he was not weak, was not broken, was not defeated by circumstances that would have destroyed anyone else, but who never understood that strength is not the opposite of weakness, that surviving is not the same as living, that breaking others does not make you whole. It just proves you are still broken, still imprisoned, still trapped in the darkness where you were born, where you were shaped, where you remain, even when you are free. Because freedom is not about walls, is about the ability to be something other than what survival required. And Bane will never be free, will never be more than the prisoner who escaped, will never escape the prison that lives inside him, that is him, that he became when he was born, in Peña Duro, in hardness, in the place that made him hard, and killed everything soft, everything gentle, everything that was not weapon, or armor, or strength. Rest now. Even Bane rests. Even the man who broke the bat closes his eyes, removes the mask that pumps venom, remembers being 6, and losing his mother, and being alone, and deciding then that he would never be weak again, would never be vulnerable again, would never be anything except the strongest, the hardest, the most dangerous. And he succeeded. But success tasted like ashes, like survival, like breathing, when you would rather stop, but cannot, because you are too strong to give up, too hard to break, too dangerous to be allowed to be anything except what you are, what you were made, what you became. In the darkness, there is a special kind of destruction that occurs when a brilliant mind encounters a force it was never trained to resist, when professional boundaries dissolve, when empathy becomes obsession, when the healer becomes sicker than the patient, when love, if you can call it love, transforms a person so completely that who they were becomes irrelevant compared to who they become for someone else. Harleen Quinzel was not born broken, was not raised in violence, was not shaped by tragedy into something dangerous. She chose her path, walked into it with open eyes, with professional training, with every tool necessary to recognize manipulation, to resist psychological warfare, to maintain the boundaries between doctor and patient. But none of that mattered when she met him, when she sat across from the Joker in Arkham Asylum, when she believed she could cure the uncurable, when she thought her intelligence was armor against the most dangerous mind in Gotham. Harleen was brilliant, had graduated top of her class in psychology, had written a dissertation on criminal psychopathy that was published in prestigious journals, had every credential, every skill, every indication that she would become one of the great psychiatric minds of her generation. She was driven, was ambitious, was determined to make a name for herself in a field dominated by men who underestimated her, who saw her youth and her appearance and dismissed her capabilities, who assumed that blonde hair and a pretty face meant she was less intelligent, less capable, less dangerous than she actually was. She wanted to prove them wrong, wanted to demonstrate that she could succeed where others failed, wanted to be the psychiatrist who finally understood what made Gotham's criminals tick, what transformed ordinary people into monsters, what psychological mechanisms created villains from victims. Arkham Asylum offered her everything she wanted: access to the most fascinating criminal minds in the world, the opportunity to study psychopathy in its purest forms, the chance to build a reputation by treating patients that no one else could reach. She applied for the position, impressed the administrators with her credentials, with her confidence, with her certainty that she could make a difference, was hired immediately, because Arkham had trouble keeping psychiatrists, had trouble finding doctors willing to work with patients who were not just criminally insane, but genuinely dangerous, who could manipulate, who could hurt, who could destroy the unprepared therapist through psychological warfare that left no visible wounds, but carved out everything that made the therapist who they were. Her first weeks at Arkham were exactly what she expected: challenging, but manageable, difficult, but rewarding. She met with patients, conducted therapy sessions, made progress with some cases, learned to recognize manipulation, to resist attempts to breach professional boundaries, to maintain the clinical distance necessary to help without being harmed. She was good at it, was effective, was proving that her confidence was justified, that she could handle anything Arkham threw at her, that she was the psychiatrist she believed herself to be. Then they assigned her to the Joker, told her that he had requested her specifically, had asked for the new pretty doctor, had expressed interest in therapy after years of refusing treatment, had said that maybe this time someone could understand him, could help him, could reach the person beneath the makeup and madness. She should have refused, should have recognized that a patient requesting a specific therapist was manipulation, should have understood that the Joker never did anything without ulterior motive, should have known that his sudden interest in therapy was a trap. But she was ambitious, was confident, was certain that she was too smart to be manipulated by anyone, even the clown prince of crime, even the man who had broken every doctor who had tried to treat him, even the patient whose file was filled with warnings about his ability to find psychological weaknesses and exploit them with surgical precision. She accepted the assignment, prepared extensively, read everything about him, studied his crimes, his patterns, his previous therapy sessions. Believed she was ready, believed she understood what she was facing, believed that knowledge was protection. Their first session was in a high-security room. The Joker restrained in a straitjacket, separated from her by reinforced glass. Guards stationed outside, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. She sat across from him, opened her notebook, asked the first question in what she thought would be a standard intake session. And he smiled. That smile that had unnerved every previous therapist. That expression that was somehow both genuine joy and complete mockery. That look that said he knew something she did not. And then he began to talk. Not about himself at first. Not about his crimes or his motivations or anything that would help her understand him. He talked about her, about details from her life that should have been private, about her childhood, about her relationship with her father, about her insecurities, about the ways she overcompensated for feeling underestimated, about things that were not in her file that he should not have known, that he had somehow learned through methods she could not identify. She tried to redirect, tried to return to professional questioning, tried to maintain control of the session. But he would not let her, would not follow her lead, would not be the patient while she was the doctor. He inverted everything, made her the subject, made her defend herself, made her explain why she had become a psychiatrist, why she wanted to help him, why she thought she was different from all the others who had failed. He found every insecurity, every doubt, every fear, and brought them into the light. Examined them with her, made her see herself through his eyes. And somehow, in that first session, he began the process that would destroy Dr. Harleen Quinzel and create something else, something that served him, something that loved him, something that would become Harley Quinn. The manipulation was masterful, was subtle, was incremental. He never overtly flirted, never directly propositioned, never did anything that would obviously breach therapeutic boundaries. Instead, he made her feel special, made her believe she was the only person who had ever truly understood him, made her think that beneath the violence and chaos was a wounded person who needed her, who could only be reached by her, who was showing her his real self. Because he trusted her in ways he had trusted no one. He told her stories about his childhood, stories that were probably lies, but that seemed painfully honest, stories that made him seem like a victim rather than a monster, stories that activated her empathy, her desire to help, her need to believe that everyone could be saved, if only they received the right treatment from the right therapist. She began to look forward to their sessions, began to think about him between appointments, began to rationalize small boundary violations, small gifts she brought him, small personal details she shared. Small moments when she was not doctor and patient, but two people connecting. He encouraged this, rewarded her with more stories, more vulnerability, more of the person he was pretending to be. He made her feel like she was succeeding, like she was making progress, like she was the brilliant psychiatrist she had always wanted to be, the one who could cure the uncurable, who could reach the unreachable, who could save the man everyone else had given up on. The other staff noticed, warned her, that she was getting too close, that the Joker was manipulating her, that she needed to transfer him to another therapist before she compromised herself professionally, personally, psychologically. But she dismissed them, told herself they were jealous of her success, convinced herself that they did not understand that the Joker was actually responding to treatment, that the breakthrough everyone said was impossible was happening. She was too invested, too committed, too certain that she was right to consider that she might be wrong, that she might be the one being changed, that she might be losing herself in the process of trying to save him. He escalated gradually, told her he loved her, told her she was the only good thing in his miserable existence, told her that the guards were planning to kill him, that the other doctors wanted him dead, that she was the only person who could save him, and she believed him, believed all of it, believed that their connection was real, was special, was worth protecting, even if protecting it meant breaking rules, meant violating protocols, meant doing things that Dr. Harleen Quinzel would never have considered. But she was not just Dr. Quinzel anymore. She was becoming something else. Someone who existed in relation to him. Someone whose identity was defined by his need for her. Someone who would do anything to keep him safe, to keep him happy, to keep him loving her. The night she helped him escape, she told herself she was doing the right thing, was protecting him from a corrupt system, was saving him from people who wanted to hurt him, was proving her love in the only way that mattered. She disabled security systems, provided him with tools, cleared his path to freedom, betrayed everything she had worked, for everything she believed in, everything she was, and when he escaped, he took her with him, not because he needed her, not because he loved her, but because she was useful, because she had proven she would do anything for him, because she had transformed from doctor to accomplice, from professional to criminal, from Harleen Quinzel to Harley Quinn. The transformation was not instant, was not a single moment, but a process that began in their first session, that continued through months of manipulation, that culminated in her abandoning her life to be with him. But even after she left Arkham, even after she put on the costume he designed for her, even after she adopted the name Harley Quinn, even after she committed her first crime, part of her still believed she was helping him, still thought she was the therapist who had succeeded where others failed, still imagined that their relationship was love rather than abuse, was partnership rather than exploitation, was mutual rather than completely one-sided. The reality was darker, was more painful, was something she could not acknowledge without destroying the narrative she had built. Her identity as Harley Quinn depended on believing the Joker loved her, depended on seeing his abuse as affection, his manipulation as need, his exploitation as partnership. Without that belief, she was just a woman who had thrown away her career, her reputation, her life for someone who saw her as a tool, as entertainment, as something to use and discard when she was no longer useful. She could not accept that, could not face what it meant. So she created an elaborate fiction, a story where she was not victim, but volunteer, not manipulated, but choosing, not broken, but transformed by love. The abuse was constant, was casual, was presented as jokes, as games, as tests of her devotion. He would hurt her and call it play, would endanger her and call it trust, would abandon her and call it teaching independence. He would bring other women around to make her jealous, would flirt with them, would kiss them, would make Harley watch, while he showed affection to anyone except her. And when she protested, when she questioned, when she asked for the love he had promised, he would laugh, would tell her she was being clingy, being needy, being exactly like everyone else who did not understand him. And she would apologize, would try harder, would do more crimes, commit more violence, become more like him, in desperate attempts to earn the affection that he had no intention of ever genuinely providing. But here's the thing about Harley Quinn. The thing that makes her different from a simple victim. The thing that complicates the narrative. She was brilliant before the Joker. Was capable before the manipulation. Was a person with agency and intelligence, and the ability to make choices. And even under his influence, even while serving him, even while believing she loved him, she retained elements of that intelligence, that capability, that person she had been. She was not just the Joker's girlfriend, was not just his accomplice, was not just the broken doll he had created. She was Harley Quinn, a person in her own right, a criminal with her own style, her own methods, her own identity, that existed alongside, and sometimes despite her relationship with him. She made friends, most notably with Poison Ivy, who saw immediately what the Joker was doing, who understood that Harley was being abused, who tried to help her see that she deserved better, that the man she loved did not love her back, that the relationship she was fighting for was destroying her. Ivy became the friend, the sister, the person who reminded Harley that she had value beyond what the Joker said she had value, that she was capable of more than serving someone else, that she could be Harley Quinn without being the Joker's Harley Quinn. Their friendship was complicated, was intimate in ways that confused Harley, who had defined herself entirely through her relationship with the Joker and did not know how to process affection that did not hurt, did not come with conditions, did not require her to be someone other than who she was. The process of leaving the Joker took years, took dozens of breakups and reconciliations, took countless moments when Harley almost saw clearly, almost understood, almost broke free, before he pulled her back with promises, with apologies, with the manipulation he had perfected through their years together. Each time she left, she was stronger, was more certain, was closer to truly being free. But each time he brought her back, because she could not quite believe that the love she had sacrificed everything for had never been real, had never been mutual, had never been anything except a game to him. Way to prove that he could break anyone, could corrupt anyone, could transform a brilliant psychiatrist into a criminal clown who existed only to serve his amusement. Batman tried to help her. Recognize that unlike most of Gotham's criminals, Harley was not broken before she met the Joker, was not shaped by childhood trauma or societal rejection or any of the factors that created most villains. She was a victim who had become a villain, who could potentially be saved if she could break free from the Joker, if she could remember who Harleen Quinzel had been, if she could build a new identity that was neither the doctor she had been, nor the sidekick she had become. In their confrontations, Batman always offered her a way out, always reminded her that she had a choice, always tried to reach the person underneath the makeup and madness, just as she had once tried to reach the Joker. But the difference was that Batman genuinely wanted to help, while the Joker had only wanted to use. The final break came not through external intervention, not through Batman or Ivy or anyone else trying to save her, but through Harley finally seeing clearly, finally understanding that the Joker did not love her, had never loved her, would never love her, because he was not capable of love, was only capable of possession, of control, of finding new ways to prove that he could break anyone. The moment of clarity came when he tried to kill her, not in anger, not in passion, but casually, almost as an afterthought, because she had made a mistake, had failed at something, had demonstrated that she was not as useful as he needed her to be. And as she looked up at him, from where he had knocked her down, as she saw his face showing not rage but boredom, she finally understood that she was not special, was not different from any of his other victims, was just another person he had broken for entertainment. She survived, escaped, got away before he could finish what he had started. And she did not go back, did not listen to his apologies, to his promises, to his manipulation. She stayed away, built a new life, created a new identity that was Harley Quinn, but not the Joker's. Harley Quinn, just Harley. A person who retained the confidence, the fearlessness, the slight madness that the transformation had created, but who was no longer defined by serving someone else, no longer willing to sacrifice herself for someone who saw her as disposable, no longer believing that love meant suffering. The redemption was not complete, was not simple, was not a transformation from villain to hero, but from one kind of villain to another kind of person. She still committed crimes, still operated outside the law, still used the skills and methods she had learned during her time with the Joker, but now she did so for herself, for her own reasons, for causes she chose rather than causes he imposed. She became an anti-hero, a person who did bad things for good reasons, who hurt bad people to protect good people, who operated in the gray space between hero and villain, where most of life actually occurs. Her relationship with the Bat family remained complicated. They knew what she had done, knew the crimes she had committed, knew that she was responsible for her actions, even if those actions had been influenced by manipulation. But they also saw her trying, saw her building something better, saw her protecting people, even while breaking laws, saw that she was capable of more than what the Joker had made her. Red Hood especially understood what it meant to be broken and remade, understood that some transformations could not be undone, but could be redirected, understood that Harley was not the doctor she had been, but also not the villain she had become, and that this in-between space was where healing happened. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that manipulation can break anyone, that intelligence is not protection against emotional abuse, that loving someone who hurts you is not noble, but tragic, that Harleen Quinzel was brilliant, was capable, was everything she needed to be, to succeed. But she encountered a force she was not prepared for, a manipulation so perfect, so complete, so insidious, that it transformed her before she understood what was happening. And by the time she realized, by the time she saw clearly, by the time she understood what she had lost, it seemed too late, seemed impossible to recover, seemed easier to embrace the new identity than to face what she had sacrificed. Rest peacefully knowing that leaving is possible, that recognizing abuse is the first step, that building something new from the wreckage of who you were is difficult, but achievable, that Harley Quinn is tragic, not because she was broken, but because she broke herself, chose to believe the manipulation, chose to ignore the warnings, chose love over everything else, and learned too late that what she thought was love was only ever control, was only ever abuse, was only ever the Joker proving that he could corrupt anyone, could break anyone, could transform even the most brilliant mind into a weapon he could use against itself, against others, against everything the person had once been. Sleep well. Harley Quinn cannot reach you here. Her mallet cannot threaten your dreams. Her chaos cannot disturb your rest. You are safe from the manipulation, safe from the gradual erosion of boundaries, safe from the love that destroys rather than builds. Tomorrow we meet more broken souls. But tonight, let this story fade like professional distance, like therapeutic boundaries, like the doctor who loved her patient and lost herself in the process of trying to save someone. who could not be saved, who did not want to be saved, who only wanted to prove that anyone could be broken with the right words, the right manipulation, the right exploitation of the need to be needed, the desire to be special, the hope that love can heal, when sometimes love is just another word for the way we destroy ourselves, for someone else, for something we believe in, for a lie we cannot acknowledge, without admitting that everything we sacrificed was for nothing, was for someone who never cared, was for a story we told ourselves about being special, about being needed, about being the one who could save. The unsavable rest now. Even Harley sleeps, even the former doctor, even the woman who became a clown, even the brilliant mind that was corrupted, not by force, but by love, or what she was told was love, what she believed was love, what she discovered too late was only ever a game, a manipulation, a trap that she walked into willingly and stayed in far too long, because leaving meant admitting she had been wrong, and that admission seemed worse than staying, seemed more painful than the abuse, seemed impossible, until it became the only possible choice, the only way forward, the only path to being more than what he made her, more than his sidekick, more than the punchline to his joke about how anyone can be broken, how everyone has a price, how even the strongest mind can be corrupted if you just find the right weakness and exploit it perfectly. There is a particular kind of broken that comes not from a single moment of trauma, but from decades of small compromises, each one seeming reasonable at the time, each one appearing justified by circumstances, each one taking you slightly further from who you were, until you wake up one day and realize you have become someone you would have hated when you were young, someone whose skills are extraordinary, whose capabilities are beyond human, whose efficiency is perfect, but whose purpose has been lost somewhere along the way. Slade Wilson was not born a villain, was not raised to be a killer, was not shaped by childhood abuse or societal rejection. He chose this path, step by step, decision by decision, compromise by compromise, until the soldier who wanted to serve his country became the mercenary who served only the highest bidder, until the man who believed in duty became the assassin who believed in nothing except his own superiority, until Deathstroke was born from the corpse of Slade Wilson. Slade joined the military young, was barely 18 when he enlisted, was looking for purpose, for structure, for something that would give his life meaning beyond the small-town poverty. He was born into the military, gave him everything he was seeking, gave him a mission, gave him brothers in arms, gave him the sense that what he did mattered, that his life had value, that he was part of something greater than himself. He was good at it, was natural soldier, was someone who understood instinctively how to follow orders, how to lead men, how to make split-second decisions under fire, how to survive situations that killed others. He rose through ranks quickly, was recognized for his abilities, was selected for special operations, for the missions that required not just skill but judgment, that demanded excellence, that eliminated anyone who was merely good. The army offered him something else, something experimental, something that would make him even better than he already was, a serum that would enhance his physical capabilities, that would increase his strength, his speed, his reflexes, that would turn him into super soldier. The program was secret, was dangerous, was expected to fail more often than it succeeded. But Slade volunteered, did so without hesitation, did so because he believed that becoming stronger meant he could better serve his country, could protect more people, could be the perfect soldier he had always wanted to be. The serum worked better than anyone expected, enhanced not just his body but his mind. increased his brain function to the point where he could use 90% of his brain capacity instead of the normal 10%, gave him enhanced healing that meant injuries that would kill normal soldiers were merely inconveniences, transformed him into something that was still human, but also more than human, still Slade Wilson, but also something else, something superior. The enhancement should have made him the perfect soldier, should have given him everything he needed to serve with distinction, to protect his country, to be the hero he believed himself to be. But the program had not considered what happens when you give someone that much power, that much capability, that much superiority over everyone around them. The psychological effects of being enhanced, the isolation that comes from being better than everyone else, the gradual realization that the missions you are sent on are not always just, are not always right, are not always serving the purposes you were told they served. Slade began to see clearly, to understand that the military, like all institutions, was not purely good, was not always honest, was using him for purposes that he could not always support, that sometimes contradicted the values that had made him volunteer in the first place. He questioned orders, began to think for himself, began to realize that his enhancements gave him not just capability but choice, that he did not have to follow commands that seemed wrong, that being the perfect soldier might mean refusing to be a soldier at all when the mission contradicted his values. His superiors did not appreciate this, did not want a soldier who thought, did not want someone enhanced who believed he had the right to question, did not want Slade Wilson the man when they had created Deathstroke, the weapon. They tried to control him through threats, through manipulation, through reminders that he owed them everything, that the enhancements they had given him came with obligations that he could not simply walk away. He had a family by then, had married Adeline Kane, had sons who needed him, who depended on him, who deserved a father, who came home, who was present, who was more than a weapon that the government deployed and then stored until needed again. He tried to balance it, tried to be both soldier and father, tried to serve his country while protecting his family, tried to maintain the boundaries between what he did in combat and who he was at home. But the enhancements made balance impossible, made everything sharper, including the contradictions, including the recognition that he was being used, including the understanding that his family deserved better than a father who killed for a living, even if that killing was sanctioned, even if it was called service. He left the military, not honorably, not with gratitude for his service, not with the recognition he deserved for what he had sacrificed, but quietly, suddenly, in ways that made him seem like deserter, like traitor, like someone who had betrayed everything he claimed to believe. The truth was more complicated, was that Slade had discovered his superiors were lying to him, were sending him on missions that served corporate interests rather than national security, were using his enhanced abilities to commit assassinations that had nothing to do with protecting America, were turning him into killer for hire while pretending it was patriotic duty. And when he refused, when he questioned, when he threatened to expose what they were doing, they tried to kill him, tried to eliminate the weapon they had created, because that weapon had developed a conscience, had started to think, had become dangerous to them, rather than for them. He survived, obviously, inevitably, because the enhancements made him nearly impossible to kill, because his tactical intelligence allowed him to anticipate their moves, because he was better than the people they sent after him. But survival came with costs. His family was targeted. His wife was threatened. His sons were put in danger. All because he had refused to continue being what they had made him. All because he had chosen conscience over orders. All because he had believed that duty meant something more than blind obedience. and in protecting them and keeping them safe and ensuring they survived the consequences of his choices. He became what he had tried not to become. He became mercenary. He became assassin. He became Deathstroke. The name was given to him by his enemies, was meant as insult, was meant to mark him as agent of death, as Terminator, as something that ended life without conscience, without remorse, without any consideration except completing the mission. But Slade adopted it, embraced it, made it his identity, because if he was going to be weapon, then he would be the best weapon, the most effective, the most professional, the one who never failed, who never quit, who completed every contract, regardless of difficulty. Deathstroke was not moral, was not hero, was not serving anything except his own code. The code that said, once you accepted a contract, you completed it. The code that said you never targeted children or innocents. The code that said you gave clients what they paid for, even if you did not agree with their goals, even if the target was someone you respected, even if completing the mission meant compromising values you once held sacred. His skills were unmatched. His enhancements gave him abilities that made him superior to almost any opponent. His tactical intelligence meant he could outthink even Batman. His experience made him more dangerous than younger fighters who relied on raw ability. His willingness to do whatever the mission required made him more effective than heroes who limited themselves with moral constraints. He became the most sought-after mercenary in the world. The assassin that governments and corporations and crime lords hired when they needed someone eliminated, and they needed certainty that the job would be done. He charged premium rates, accepted only contracts that interested him, maintained standards that separated him from common killers who would murder anyone for any price. But the work corrupted him, slowly, inevitably, thoroughly. Each contract took something. Each kill diminished him. Each mission for causes he did not believe in eroded the person he had been. The soldier who wanted to protect became the mercenary who killed for money. The man who valued honor became the assassin who served the highest bidder. The father who wanted to be present became the weapon who was always deployed, always working, always taking the next contract. Because stopping meant thinking, meant facing what he had become, meant acknowledging that Slade Wilson was dead, and only Deathstroke remained. His relationship with his family disintegrated. His wife, Adeline, who had been soldier herself, who understood the life, who had accepted his choices, could not accept what he became, could not forgive him for choosing contracts over family, for prioritizing missions over his sons, for being absent when they needed him, for being the mercenary instead of the father. His sons were caught between them. Grant tried to follow in his father's footsteps, tried to become enhanced, tried to be worthy of Deathstroke, died in the attempt, killed by enhancements that his body could not handle, killed by trying to live up to a father who was legend, killed by Slade's choices, even though Slade was not there when it happened. Joey was caught in crossfire, was targeted by Slade's enemies, was used as leverage against the man who could not be killed but could be controlled through his son. Lost his voice, lost his ability to speak, lost something fundamental because his father was Deathstroke, because being the son of the world's greatest assassin made you target, because Slade's profession cost his family everything while giving them nothing except danger. Rose, his daughter, from another relationship, was trained by him, was taught his methods, was given some of his serum, was turned into weapon, because that was the only way Slade knew how to relate to his children. The only way to show love was to make them dangerous, to make them capable, to make them able to survive in a world that he had made more dangerous by existing in it. The Teen Titans became his nemesis, not because they were threats, but because they represented everything he had lost, everything he could have been if he had made different choices. They were young, were idealistic, were fighting for something beyond money, beyond contracts, beyond themselves. Reminded him of the soldier he had been, before the enhancements, before the betrayals, before he chose to become mercenary rather than hero. His battles with them were never simple, were never just about completing contracts, were about proving to himself that his choices were right, that serving yourself was smarter than serving others, that cynicism was wisdom rather than corruption. Dick Grayson especially drew his attention. Was the leader of the Titans, was someone who had also been trained from youth, who also possessed skills beyond normal humans, who also operated outside legal constraints. But Dick chose heroism, where Slade chose profit. Dick believed in redemption, where Slade believed only in capability. Dick maintained hope, where Slade had abandoned everything except his code. Their confrontations were not just physical, were philosophical, were about whether someone with their abilities had obligation to serve others, or right to serve themselves, were about whether power created responsibility, or simply created options. Batman understood Slade in ways that made their encounters complicated. Batman recognized that Deathstroke was not psychopath, was not monster, was not someone who killed for pleasure or ideology. Slade was professional, was someone who had made choices that led logically from reasonable starting points to unreasonable conclusions, was man who had been shaped by betrayals and enhancements and circumstances into something that served no one except himself. In their battles, Batman always tried to reach Slade Wilson, always tried to remind the mercenary that the soldier still existed somewhere inside, always offered paths away from being Deathstroke. But Slade rejected these offers, insisted that he was content that his life was his choice, that being the best at what he did was sufficient purpose, even if what he did was killing, even if his skill was directed towards serving people whose causes he did not believe in, whose goals were often evil, whose money was the only thing that mattered. The tragedy of Deathstroke is that he is right about some things. He is the best at what he does. His skills are unmatched. His professionalism is perfect. His code, while limited, is at least consistent. He does not lie about what he is, does not pretend to be hero, does not claim moral authority. He does not possess. He is honest, mercenary, honest, killer, honest about being weapon for hire, but being right about tactics does not make you right about strategy. Being the best at killing does not justify killing. Being more skilled than everyone else does not mean you are making right choices. Every battle completed, every contract, became the legend he wanted to be, but lost everything that mattered. Lost his family, lost his honor, lost the person he had been when he was young. Soldier who believed that serving others was the highest calling. In the quiet moments between contracts, when he is alone in whatever safe house he currently occupies, when he removes the mask that has become more his face than his actual face, when he allows himself to remember rather than just plan the next mission, Slade sometimes thinks about Grant, about his son, who died trying to be like him, about the boy who wanted his father's approval so badly that he took enhancements his body could not handle, about the price his children paid for his choices. And in those moments, he almost regrets, almost wishes he had chosen differently, almost sees that being Deathstroke cost him Slade. Wilson cost him family, cost him everything except skills that are worthless, without purpose, worth using them for. But then the next contract comes. The next target appears. The next mission offers the next challenge, and Deathstroke returns, because that is who he is now, because Slade Wilson is dead, because the weapon has no identity except the missions it completes, Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that small compromises accumulate into large corruptions, that choosing money over meaning leads to emptiness, that being the best at something does not justify doing that thing if that thing is killing, that Slade Wilson started as hero, wanted to serve, wanted to protect, wanted to be the perfect soldier. But the enhancements that made him superior, made him isolated, made him believe that his capability gave him right to choose his own path, and that path led him away from everything that made capability worth having, led him to being mercenary instead of protector, led him to losing his family while gaining reputation, led him to being the best at something that should not be done at all. Rest peacefully knowing that you can choose differently. That capability creates obligation, not just options. That being enhanced, being skilled, being superior to others means you have greater responsibility, not less. That Deathstroke is cautionary tale about what happens when you serve yourself instead of something greater. When you choose contracts over family, when you value reputation over relationships, when you become so good at killing that you forget why killing should be last resort, not profession, not career, not identity. Sleep well. Deathstroke cannot reach you here. His enhanced abilities cannot threaten your dreams. His tactical genius cannot plan against your rest. You are safe from the mercenary, safe from the Terminator, safe from the man who chose to be weapon and lost everything that made being human worthwhile. Tomorrow we continue through Gotham's darkness. But tonight, let this story fade like honor in compromise, like integrity in small choices, like the soldier who became assassin, not through single betrayal, but through 1,000 small decisions, each one seeming justified, each one taking him further, each one costing something, until everything was gone. Except skill, except reputation, except the empty victory of being best at something terrible. Rest now. Even Deathstroke rests. Even the Terminator, even the man who cannot be killed, still needs sleep, still dreams sometimes, still remembers being young, being idealistic, being someone who believed that serving others was noble, was worthwhile, was the purpose that made everything else meaningful. Before enhancement, before betrayal, before the choice to be mercenary instead of hero, and call it wisdom instead of corruption. There are people who fear death, who spend their lives avoiding it, who make every decision based on survival, who cling desperately to existence, even when existence brings only suffering. Then there are people like Floyd Lawton, who do not fear death because they court it, who live recklessly because they hope each mission will be their last, who have perfected the art of killing others, while secretly wishing someone would kill them. Deadshot is the world's greatest marksman, has never missed a shot in his professional career, can hit targets at impossible distances under impossible conditions with impossible precision. But despite all that accuracy, despite never missing what he aims at, he has spent his entire life missing what matters, missing connection, missing purpose, missing the peace that death would bring, if only someone was skilled enough to deliver it. Floyd Lawton was born into wealth, into privilege, into a family that from the outside appeared to have everything. The Lawtons were old money, were respected, were part of the social elite that defined high society in their city. But inside the mansion, behind the facade of respectability, behind the smiles at charity galas and country club events, the Lawton family was rotting, was poisoned by resentments and addictions and cruelties that wealth could hide but not heal. Floyd's father was alcoholic, was violent, was man who believed that money gave him right to hurt anyone weaker than himself. Floyd's mother was cold, was manipulative, was woman who saw her children not as people to love, but as pieces to move in her games of social climbing and family politics. Floyd had a brother, George, older by several years. George was everything. Floyd was not, was confident where Floyd was withdrawn, was charming where Floyd was awkward, was the son their parents actually wanted, while Floyd was the mistake, the accident, the child who existed because contraception failed. Their parents made no secret of this, made no attempt to hide that George was favored, was loved, was given everything, while Floyd received only what was necessary to maintain appearances. George could have been cruel about this, could have used his position to make Floyd's life miserable, could have been another tormentor in a house full of tormentors. But George was kind, was protective, was the only person in Floyd's life who treated him like he mattered, who saw him as brother rather than burden, who gave him the love their parents withheld. The love between them was the only good thing in Floyd's childhood, was the only warmth in the cold mansion, was the only proof that Lawtons were capable of genuine affection, rather than the performance of affection they showed the world. George tried to shield Floyd from their father's rages, tried to divert their mother's manipulations, tried to give his younger brother something approximating normal childhood, in circumstances that were anything but normal. Floyd worshipped him, depended on him, saw him as the hero who made survival possible, who made life worth living, who was the reason to endure everything else. Their father kept guns in the house, multiple firearms, collection that was partly hobby, partly status symbol, partly insurance for man who had made enemies through his business dealings, through his cruelties, through his belief that wealth placed him above consequences. When their father was drunk and violent, when the rage was worse than usual, George decided enough was enough, decided that their father had hurt them for the last time, decided that the only way to stop the abuse was to end the abuser. He took one of the guns, planned to shoot their father, planned to kill him, and claim it was accident, or self-defense, or anything that would end the nightmare their home had become. Floyd discovered the plan, saw George loading the gun, understood immediately what his brother intended, and he panicked, not because he loved their father, but because he loved his brother, because he knew that killing their father would destroy George, would transform him from protector into murderer, would take the only good person in Floyd's life and corrupt him, would mean losing George either to prison or to the guilt that would consume him. Floyd had to stop him, had to prevent the murder, had to save his brother from becoming what their father had made them all into. He grabbed a rifle from their father's collection, had been taught to shoot as part of the education wealthy boys received as preparation for hunting trips and sport shooting. He aimed not at George, but at the gun in George's hand, intended to shoot it from his brother's grip, intended to disarm him without hurting him, intended to save George from himself. Floyd was talented marksman, even then, had natural ability, had excellent hand-eye coordination, had the physical gifts that would later make him the greatest shooter alive. He took the shot, aimed carefully, did everything right, except that he was young, was panicked, was shooting at his brother, whom he loved, and under that pressure his accuracy failed. The bullet missed the gun, hit George instead, struck him in a location that should not have been fatal. That should have been survivable if they had gotten help immediately. If their father had called ambulance, if anyone had prioritized saving George over protecting family reputation, but their father was drunk, was more concerned with how this looked than with his sons. Life was a man who saw George in death as inconvenience rather than tragedy. By the time medical help arrived, George had bled out, had died because their father prioritized appearance over action, had died because Floyd missed, had died because the younger brother trying to save the older brother had killed him instead. The official story was accident, was tragic, mishap, was boys playing with guns they should not have touched. The truth was buried, was hidden beneath money and influence, and the Lawton family's ability to make problems disappear. But Floyd knew the truth, knew that he had killed his brother, knew that he had murdered the only person who loved him, knew that his attempt to save George had destroyed him, knew that everything that followed, everything he became, everything he did was his father's fault, but also his fault was result of pulling trigger, was consequence of missing the shot that mattered most. His parents' response was predictable, was cold, was focused on managing scandal rather than grieving son or helping surviving son process trauma. His father blamed him, made it clear that Floyd had killed the good son, had eliminated the one who mattered, had proven that he was not just unwanted, but actively destructive. His mother withdrew completely, stopped even pretending maternal affection, stopped acknowledging Floyd except when necessary for appearances, stopped seeing him as son and saw him only as the thing that killed her favorite child. Floyd was sent away to boarding schools, was given money, but not love, was provided everything except the one thing he needed, which was someone to tell him that it was not his fault, that accidents happen, that he was child in impossible situation, that he was victim, not murderer. But no one told him this. No one helped him process the trauma. No one gave him permission to grieve without guilt. So Floyd internalized it all, decided that he was murderer, decided that he deserved to die, decided that he would spend whatever life remained making himself into something useful before someone finally killed him. He became obsessed with accuracy, with precision, with ensuring that he would never miss again, would never fail at the one thing that defined him, would never be responsible for another wrong death, because his aim was off, because he missed, because he was not good enough. Practiced constantly, obsessively, turned marksmanship from skill into obsession, into the only thing that gave his life structure. He got better, became extraordinary, became someone who could hit any target at any distance under any conditions, became Deadshot, because he never missed, because every shot was fatal, because his accuracy was perfect. But the perfection was hollow, was meaningless, was skill without purpose, because the purpose was simply to be good enough that someone would eventually hire him to do jobs dangerous enough that they might kill him, would put him in situations where dying would be heroic rather than suicide, would give him death with honor rather than the shameful end he believed he deserved. He became assassin, not because he enjoyed killing, not because he believed in any cause, not because he needed money, his family wealth gave him everything material he could want, but because being assassin meant being in danger, meant facing opponents who might be good enough to kill him, meant that every mission was opportunity for the death he craved, but could not bring himself to inflict on himself directly, because suicide would be admission that George's death broke him, would be confirmation that he was weak, would be the coward's way out, when what he wanted was death that looked like bravery, death in combat, death that would let people say he went out fighting instead of giving up. His costume was designed to facilitate this day, was bright red, was deliberately visible, was making himself target, because being target meant being shot. It meant giving opponents clear aim point, meant maximizing the chances that someone somewhere would finally be accurate enough to kill him. The wrist-mounted guns were his trademark, were the weapons that made him Deadshot, were the tools that ensured his accuracy was perfect, even in situations where accuracy should have been impossible. But they were also symbols, were reminders that he was weapon, were proof that he had transformed himself into living gun, that existed only to fire, that had no purpose except killing, that would continue until someone destroyed it. His daughter changed everything. Was result of brief relationship was child. He did not know existed for years, until her mother contacted him, told him he had daughter, told him the girl needed him, told him that despite everything despite what he did, despite who he had become, he was father, and that meant something. Zoe gave Floyd something he thought he had lost after George's death, gave him reason to live, gave him person who mattered more than his death wish, gave him purpose beyond being perfect killer. He tried to change, tried to be better, tried to be the father Zoe deserved, even though he had no idea how to be father, even though his own father had given him only negative examples, even though everything he knew about parenting was what not to do. He wanted to leave the assassin life, legitimate, wanted to give Zoe the parent he never had, but he had no other skills, had no other talents, had no identity except Deadshot, and the organizations he had worked for did not allow retirement, did not permit people with his knowledge to simply walk away, did not accept that someone could stop being assassin and start being accountant or teacher or anything normal. He tried anyway. For Zoe he took legitimate security jobs, worked as bodyguard, attempted to use his skills in ways that were not murder, but it did not last, could not last, because the only thing he was truly extraordinary at was killing, and people who needed killing would always find him, would always offer enough money, enough challenge, enough danger, that he could not refuse. The Suicide Squad became his compromise, was government program that used criminals for missions too dangerous or too morally questionable for regular military, was opportunity to use his skills in service of something other than highest bidder, was chance to do good even if the methods were bad, even if the missions were questionable, even if the team was composed of villains who were expendable, was better than pure mercenary work, was at least theoretically serving his country, even if that service came with explosive implanted in his neck, even if the missions had high mortality rates, even if he was still just weapon being aimed by someone else. Amanda Waller understood him. Better than anyone, except perhaps Batman, Waller saw that Deadshot's death wish was not weakness, but could be weaponized, was useful, because someone who did not fear death would take risks that self-preservation prevented in others, would volunteer for point position, would accept suicide missions, would do whatever was necessary, because dying in service was acceptable outcome, was almost preferred outcome, was the death he had been seeking since he killed George. The explosive in his neck was not really necessary for Floyd. The threat was not death, was harm to his daughter, was using Zoe as leverage, was understanding that the man who did not care about his own life cared desperately about hers. Batman saw it too, saw that Deadshot was not monster, was not psychopath, was not someone who killed for pleasure, was professional who used perfection in his craft to court death, who accepted contracts that might kill him, who hoped each mission would be his last. In their confrontations, Batman always tried to reach him, always tried to offer alternatives, always tried to show that skills could serve life instead of death, that being the world's greatest marksman could be used to protect instead of kill. But Floyd could not hear this, could not believe that he deserved redemption, could not accept that George's death was accident rather than murder, could not forgive himself enough to value his own life, enough to choose living over the slow suicide of his profession. His accuracy remained perfect, never missed a shot, never failed a contract, never demonstrated anything except absolute precision, but perfection at killing is curse not blessing, is prison not freedom, is the ability to end others' lives without ending the life that matters most, his own, the one he wanted. ended, but could not end himself, because that would be admission of defeat. Would be confirmation that George's death destroyed him, would be the final proof that he was weak, when what he wanted was to be strong, until someone stronger finally stopped him, finally ended him, finally gave him the death he had been seeking since he was child, who missed the shot that mattered. In the moments between missions, between contracts, between the times when he was Deadshot and the times when he was father, Floyd Lawton sits in darkness, cleans his weapons with mechanical precision that requires no thought, allows his mind to wander to places he usually keeps locked away. He thinks about George, about the brother who saved him until Floyd destroyed that salvation, about the life they might have had if the shot had been accurate, if their father had cared, if the universe had been merciful. He thinks about Zoe, about the daughter who deserves better father, about the child who loves him despite what he is, about the one person whose life matters more than his death wish. And he tries to find reasons to keep living, to keep fighting, to keep being Deadshot, even though being Deadshot means never being the father she deserves, means maintaining distance, means ensuring she never sees what he does when he accepts contracts. The contradiction destroys him slowly, inevitably, thoroughly. He wants to die, but has to live. He wants to be good father, but knows that good fathers do not kill for money. He wants to protect Zoe, but his profession puts her in danger. He wants to stop, but has no other skills, no other identity, no other purpose. He is trapped between the death he craves and the life his daughter needs. Trapped between being Deadshot and being Floyd Lawton. Trapped between accuracy in killing and missing everything that matters. Missing the target that would end his suffering. Missing the path that leads away from being weapon. Missing the possibility of being more than the perfect assassin, who has never missed a shot, except the one that defined his entire life. The one that killed his brother. The one that destroyed his innocence. The one that created Deadshot from the ruins of Floyd Lawton. The boy who loved his brother and killed him, trying to save him, and has spent every day since perfecting his accuracy, because if he never misses again, maybe it will make up for missing. Then, maybe it will justify surviving when George did not. Maybe it will earn him the death he seeks, the death in combat, the death that looks like bravery, the death that will end the suffering that began with one missed shot and has continued through 10,000 perfect ones, none of which can undo the only shot that mattered. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that perfection in one area does not compensate for failure in what matters. That being the best at something terrible does not make you worthy. That skill without purpose is just capability without meaning. That Floyd Lawton became Deadshot not through ambition, but through guilt. Not through desire for power, but through desire for death. Not through loving what he did, but through hating what he was. Rest peacefully knowing that one mistake does not define you. That childhood trauma is not adult identity. That accidents are not murders, even when they kill. That seeking death, because you feel unworthy of life, is its own form of missing the target, is its own form of failure, is its own form of destroying yourself, while calling it something else, while calling it bravery, while calling it profession, when it is only ever slow suicide, dressed as marksmanship. Sleep well. Deadshot cannot reach you here. His perfect aim cannot find your dreams. His weapons cannot threaten your rest. You are safe from the assassin who seeks death. Safe from the marksman who never misses except in everything that matters. Safe from the man who perfected killing others, while wishing someone would kill him. Tomorrow we continue through Gotham's shadows, but tonight let this story fade like accuracy without purpose, like skill without soul, like the brother who died and the brother who survived, and wishes he had not, and spends every day, since that day, waiting for someone good enough, fast enough, accurate enough to finally miss him. The way he missed George, the way he misses still, the way he will always miss, the only target that would have made all his other shots worthwhile. Rest now, even Deadshot. Rests even. Assassins sleep. Even the man who never misses sometimes closes his eyes and dreams of missing, of failing, of being less than perfect, so that someone else can be perfect enough to end him, to finish what he started, to complete the mission that has been running since he was child with gun in the darkness, trying to save his brother, and killing him instead, and becoming this perfect killer, who has never forgiven himself for the one shot he missed, and never will. There is a peculiar emptiness that comes from being the best at something, when that something is killing, when you have perfected an art to such degree that no challenge remains, when you have climbed to the pinnacle of your discipline, and discovered that the view from the top is not triumph, but void, when mastery becomes burden because excellence eliminates struggle, and struggle was the only thing that gave existence meaning. Sandra Wu San became Lady Shiva, not through trauma or transformation, not through chemicals or enhancement, not through any external force that changed her against her will. She became the world's deadliest martial artist through pure dedication, through absolute focus, through the relentless pursuit of perfection in the art of combat. And when she achieved that perfection, when she eliminated every opponent, when she surpassed every master, when she reached the summit of martial excellence, she discovered that perfection was its own form of death, that being the best meant being alone, that mastery without challenge was just another kind of emptiness. Sandra was born into a world that no longer exists. A village in China that practiced martial arts not as sport or self-defense, but as way of life, as philosophy, as connection to tradition stretching back millennia. The entire community was dedicated to preserving ancient fighting styles, to maintaining techniques that had been passed down through generations, to ensuring that the knowledge of their ancestors did not die in the modern world. Sandra and her sister Carolyn were trained from childhood, were taught forms and movements before they could write, were immersed in martial philosophy before they understood mathematics, were shaped by discipline that Western education would consider abuse, but that their culture considered necessary for mastery. Carolyn was the better fighter, was more talented, was the one their teachers praised, was destined to become the greatest practitioner of their style, the one who would preserve their traditions for the next generation. Sandra was good, was skilled, was capable, but she existed in her sister's shadow, was the supporting character in Carolyn's story, was acceptable but not exceptional, was good enough to help Carolyn train, but not good enough to surpass her. And Sandra accepted this, loved her sister, did not resent being second, because Carolyn was not just talented, but kind, was not just skilled, but compassionate, was everything a master should be. Someone who understood that martial arts were not about domination, but about discipline, not about defeating others, but about perfecting yourself, not about death, but about life, lived with intention and control. Then David Kane came to their village, was assassin, searching for the perfect martial artist to become mother of his child, was man obsessed with creating the ultimate weapon through genetics and training, was someone who saw martial arts not as philosophy but as tool for killing. He observed both sisters, evaluated their abilities, concluded that Carolyn was the superior fighter, the one whose genetics would produce the offspring he desired. He approached her with his proposal, explained his plan to create a child who would be the world's greatest assassin, told her that she would be mother to something extraordinary. Carolyn refused, was horrified by his proposal, by his reduction of martial arts to mere killing, by his perversion of everything their training was supposed to represent. She told him to leave, threatened to expose him to the village elders, promised that if he did not go she would ensure he never left their village alive. David Kane killed her. Not in fair combat, not in honorable duel, not in any way that would allow her to demonstrate the skills that had taken lifetime to develop. He murdered her, eliminated her before she could become threat, demonstrated that philosophy and honor and tradition meant nothing against someone willing to kill from ambush, willing to ignore every rule, willing to win through methods that martial artists were trained to consider beneath them. Sandra found her sister's body, found the note Kane had left, found the explanation that this was demonstration, that the greatest fighter was not the most skilled but the most willing to do whatever necessary to win, that Carolyn's death proved that traditional martial arts were obsolete, that honor was weakness, that everything their village believed was lie, waiting to be exposed by anyone ruthless enough to ignore the rules. Something died in Sandra that day. Something that had defined her entire existence until that moment. The respect for tradition, the belief in honor, the acceptance that martial arts were about more than fighting, the understanding that being second to Carolyn was acceptable because they were preserving something valuable. All of that burned away in the fire of grief, in the furnace of rage, in the absolute clarity that came from understanding that her sister's kindness, her honor, her adherence to rules had gotten her killed, had made her vulnerable, had proven that being the better person was just another way of being the weaker fighter. Sandra left the village, left the traditions, left everything except the physical skills that her training had developed. She would become what Carolyn could not, would embrace what her sister had refused, would prove that martial perfection required abandoning everything except the pursuit of excellence in combat. She would become the greatest fighter alive, not to honor her sister's memory, but to prove that Carolyn's approach was wrong, that honor was liability, that the only thing that mattered in combat was winning. She took the name Lady Shiva after the Hindu god of destruction, after the deity that embodied both creation and annihilation, after the force that was beyond good and evil, beyond right and wrong, beyond anything except the cosmic dance of existence. She sought out every master, every style, every technique that could enhance her capabilities. She learned from assassins, from warriors, from anyone who could teach her something regardless of their methods, regardless of their morals, regardless of whether they represented traditions worth preserving. She discarded everything from her training that was not purely functional, everything that was ceremony, everything that was philosophy, everything that was about anything except maximum combat effectiveness. She became weapon pure and perfect, a martial artist who had stripped away everything except the ability to fight, to hurt, to kill. Her reputation grew, not through seeking fame, not through taking contracts, not through any deliberate effort to become known, but through the inevitable result of being the best martial artists sought her out to test themselves. Masters challenged her to prove their styles. Students came to learn from her. Assassins came to eliminate the competition. And everyone who came, everyone who challenged, everyone who thought they could defeat her, or learn from her, or eliminate her, discovered that Lady Shiva was not superior by small margin, was not slightly better than other masters, was so far beyond normal martial excellence that fighting her was not contest, but education, not battle but demonstration, not challenge but execution, unless she chose otherwise. She killed when she had to win. Opponents forced her hand, when honor demanded blood, when the challenge required elimination. But more often, she simply defeated them, simply demonstrated superiority, simply broke them, physically and psychologically, simply proved that whatever they had spent their lives perfecting was inadequate, was insufficient, was amateur, compared to what she had achieved. The ones she killed were merciful. The ones she left alive were destroyed, broken by understanding that everything they believed about their skills was delusion, that the mastery they thought they had achieved was nothing compared to actual mastery, that Lady Shiva existed on level they could never reach, no matter how hard they trained, no matter how dedicated they were, no matter how much they sacrificed. But here is the tragedy at the heart of Lady Shiva, the curse that comes with being the absolute best, the price of perfection that no one who seeks it ever anticipates. There are no more challenges, no more opponents who can push her, no more fighters who can make her try, no more masters who can teach her, no more styles she has not defeated, no more techniques she has not mastered, no more anything, except the endless repetition of proving what she has already proven. To people who cannot comprehend the gap between their skills and hers, to challengers who think they are different, who think they have found the weakness, who think they will be the one who defeats her, and who are all wrong, are all inferior, are all wasting her time with demonstrations of inadequacy. She became bored, not disinterested, not lazy, not complacent, but existentially bored, with the kind of emptiness that comes from having nothing left to strive for, nothing left to achieve, nothing left to prove, except to keep proving it over and over to increasingly inadequate opponents who teach her, nothing who challenge her, not at all who exist, only to be defeated in ways that demonstrate what everyone already knows, that Lady Shiva is the best, that no one else is even close, that martial perfection looks like her, and everything else is just varying degrees of failure. She sought meaning in teaching, took students, not because she wanted them to succeed, but because she hoped they would eventually become worthy opponents, would eventually grow strong enough to challenge her, would eventually provide the one thing she needed, which was someone who could match her. But they could not. Her standards were too high, her methods too brutal, her expectations impossible. No one could become Lady Shiva through training, because what made her transcendent was not just skill, but something else, something that came from the death of her sister, from the rejection of honor, from the willingness to sacrifice everything human for combat excellence. And most students were not willing to make that sacrifice, were not willing to become what she had become, were not willing to pay the price that perfection demanded. She sought meaning in her daughter Cassandra Cain, the child she had agreed to bear for David Cain, the offspring created to be ultimate weapon, the girl trained from birth to read body language, instead of words to communicate through violence, instead of speech to be martial artist, without any of the limitations that humanity imposed. Sandra hoped that Cassandra would be the opponent she needed, would be the challenge that would give her existence meaning again, would be someone who could match her. But Cassandra rejected that path, chose heroism over mastery, chose Batman over her mother, chose to be less than she could be in combat, because being the ultimate weapon meant sacrificing everything else. And Cassandra, unlike Sandra, valued that everything else more than she valued being the best. Batman became her obsession, not because she wanted to kill him, not because he represented justice she opposed, not because she hated what he stood for, but because he was one of very few people on Earth who could fight her without being immediately defeated, who could match her for several exchanges, who could make her think, could make her try, could make her feel something approximating the challenge she craved. Their fights were always the same. Batman would hold his own for a while, would demonstrate skills that were extraordinary by any standard except hers, would prove that he was among the very best martial artists alive. And then she would win, would demonstrate that among the very best was still not best, was still not her, was still not enough to provide the challenge, the struggle, the purpose that she needed. She told him once that she could teach him, could make him better, could show him techniques that would elevate his skills beyond where they were, offered to train him, not because she liked him, not because she respected his mission, not because she wanted him to succeed, but because if she could make him better, then maybe he could give her what she needed. Maybe he could become the opponent who could challenge her. Maybe he could be the purpose that would fill the void that perfection had created. But Batman refused. Understood that her training would require him to become like her. Would require sacrificing the moral foundation that made him hero. Would require embracing combat as end in itself, rather than means to protect others. Would require becoming Lady Shiva, and Batman would not do that. Could not do that. Knew that being slightly less skilled but remaining himself was better than being perfect, but becoming someone else. She sought meaning in death. Not her own death, though she would welcome opponent skilled enough to kill her. Not suicide, though she had considered it in moments when the emptiness was overwhelming. But in the philosophical contemplation of death, as the ultimate opponent, the one challenge that everyone eventually faces, the one battle that no amount of skill can win permanently. She became obsessed with mortality, with the moment of death, with understanding what happens in that final instant. She became something close to death. Cultist, not worshipping death, but studying it, seeking to understand it, hoping to find in death's mystery what she could no longer find in life. Purpose, meaning, challenge. Her fights became exhibitions, became demonstrations of her philosophy, became lessons about mortality delivered through violence. She would defeat opponents, and then revive them, would kill them and bring them back, would show them death, and then return them to life, because she valued their existence, but because she wanted them to understand what death meant, what combat truly was, what they had been playing at when they thought they were martial artists. The ones she killed and revived this way were never the same afterward, were broken by the experience, were destroyed by understanding that she had complete control, not just over the fight, but over whether they lived or died. And she had chosen, and they had no say in that choice, had no agency, had no power except what she allowed them to have. The League of Assassins recruited her multiple times, offered her position as teacher, as assassin, as anything she wanted. Because having Lady Shiva would elevate their organization, would make them the premier training ground for killers, would give them instructor that no one else could match. Refused every time, not because she opposed what they did, not because she disagreed with their methods, not because she valued life too much to be assassin, but because joining them would mean serving someone else, would mean having purpose imposed from outside, would mean fighting for reasons other than the fight itself. And she had abandoned all purposes except perfection, had rejected all masters except combat itself, had sacrificed everything for martial excellence, and would not trade that excellence for anything, including meaning, including connection, including anything that might fill the void. In the rare quiet moments, when there are no challengers, when there are no students, when there is nothing except her and her skills and the absolute certainty that no one alive can match her, Lady Shiva sometimes remembers her sister, remembers Carolyn, who was better fighter, but worse warrior, who had all the skills, but refused to abandon honor, who could have been great, but chose to be good. And Sandra wonders, not often, not with regret exactly, but with something that might be curiosity. What would have happened if she had made Carolyn's choice, if she had maintained honor, if she had refused Kane's challenge, if she had stayed in the village and preserved traditions instead of abandoning them? Would she be happy? Would she be fulfilled? Would she have purpose? Would the emptiness that comes from being the best be less than the emptiness that comes from being good? But these thoughts never last, never change anything, never result in any different choice. Because Sandra Wu-san is dead, has been dead since the day Carolyn died, has been dead since she decided that honor was weakness, that tradition was limitation, that being the best fighter meant sacrificing everything else. What remains is Lady Shiva, and Lady Shiva is perfect, and perfection is lonely, and loneliness is the price, and she pays it every day, in every fight, in every demonstration that she is the best, in every moment when being the best means having no one who can challenge her, no one who can match her, no one who can give her what she needs, which is opponent, who is equal, who can make her struggle, who can make her strive, who can make her feel alive, instead of perfect. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that being the best is not always blessing, that perfection can be prison, that eliminating all challenge eliminates struggle, and struggle gives life meaning, that Lady Shiva achieved everything she sought, became the greatest martial artist alive, perfected combat to a degree no one else has matched, and discovered that perfection is empty, is isolating, is the end of growth, rather than its culmination. Rest peacefully knowing that being second is sometimes better than being first, that having someone ahead of you gives direction, that struggle toward mastery is more fulfilling than mastery itself, that Sandra killed her humanity to become Lady Shiva, killed her connection to become superior, killed everything soft to become hard, and won everything except what matters, except challenge, except purpose, except reason to continue, except to prove again what she has already proven, that she is the best, that no one else is close, that perfection looks like victory, feels like defeat, sounds like silence, in the void where the best fighter stands alone forever, waiting for opponent who will never come, who cannot exist, because becoming her equal would require becoming her. And no one wants to be Lady Shiva, except Lady Shiva, and even she, sometimes in darkness, sometimes between fights, sometimes in moments she will not admit, wonders if it was worth it, if perfection was worth the price, if being the best is better than being human. Sleep well. Lady Shiva cannot reach you here. Her perfect technique cannot threaten your dreams. Her mastery cannot disturb your rest. You are safe from the deadliest fighter, safe from the perfect warrior, safe from the woman who traded everything for excellence and got exactly what she wanted, discovered too late that what she wanted was not what she needed, was not what would fulfill her, was not anything except the ability to defeat everyone, which is same as having no one worth fighting. Rest now. Even Shiva rests, even the perfect warrior, even the woman who mastered death, still closes her eyes, still dreams, sometimes still remembers being Sandra Wu-san, before perfection, before mastery, before she became the best, and lost everything else. There is a particular horror in losing control of your own voice, in discovering that the words coming from your mouth are not yours, in watching your hands perform actions you did not choose, in being passenger in your own body while something else drives, while something else decides, else takes everything you are and uses it for purposes you would never consciously accept. Arnold Wesker should have been harmless, should have been the kind of broken person who receives treatment and support and the help necessary to integrate fractured psyche into functional whole. Should have been case study in dissociative identity disorder rather than criminal threat. But Arnold made the mistake of channeling his alternate personality through an object, through a ventriloquist dummy named Scarface, through a wooden puppet that allowed his fractured mind to externalize the violence he could not consciously accept. through a medium that transformed psychological dysfunction into something far more dangerous than mental illness alone could ever be. Arnold Wesker was born timid, born anxious, born into a world that seemed too loud, too bright, too overwhelming for his nervous system to process. He was the child who cried easily. He feared everything, who needed constant reassurance that he was safe, that nothing bad would happen, that the world would not hurt him. His parents tried to help, took him to doctors, to therapists, to specialists, who explained that Arnold had anxiety disorder, had sensory processing issues, had the kind of fragile psychology that required careful management. But management only works when the world cooperates. Circumstances remain controlled when nothing unexpected happens, and the world does not cooperate, does not stay controlled, does not protect the fragile from the harsh realities that shatter carefully maintained stability. The trauma came, not a single event, but as accumulation, as series of small violations that individually were survivable, but collectively exceeded his capacity to process. Bullying at school that teachers dismissed as normal childhood conflict. Parental divorce that destroyed the stable home environment he needed, moving between households, between schools, between situations that required adaptation he could not manage. The slow erosion of whatever resilience he had been born with, until there was nothing left except fear, except the certainty that the world was dangerous, that people would hurt him, that he was powerless to protect himself from the casual cruelties that others inflicted without thought. He developed coping mechanisms, as all traumatized people do, developed ways of managing the anxiety that threatened to overwhelm him completely. He became meek, became submissive, became the person who never argued, never confronted, never stood up for himself, because standing up meant conflict. Conflict meant danger, and danger meant the overwhelming terror that came from feeling unsafe. He became invisible, became forgettable, became someone who existed in the background of other people's lives without ever being noticed, being remembered, being considered important enough to acknowledge. He was the person that others talked over, interrupted, ignored, because Arnold Wesker had learned that being noticed meant being hurt, and being invisible meant being safe. But invisibility has costs, has price, that accumulates over years, over decades, over a lifetime of swallowing anger, swallowing hurt, swallowing every response that normal people would express. Somewhere inside Arnold, the rage was building, the resentment was growing. The part of him that wanted to scream at everyone who had ever hurt him, ever dismissed him, ever treated him like he did not matter. That part could not be expressed, could not be acknowledged, could not be allowed to exist, because Arnold Wesker was timid, was gentle, was incapable of the kind of confrontation that expressing that rage would require. So that part split off, became separate, became something that was not Arnold, even though it was made entirely from Arnold. Became the alternate personality that dissociative identity disorder creates. When the core personality cannot accept certain aspects of itself, the dummy was accident, was random purchase, was something Arnold bought at estate sale, because he had developed interest in ventriloquism as hobby, a safe form of performance that allowed him to speak without speaking, to say things through the puppet that he could never say as himself, to express opinions that Arnold would never express, to be confident through the dummy in ways Arnold could never be confident as himself. It was supposed to be therapy, was supposed to be safe outlet for the parts of himself he kept hidden, was supposed to allow controlled expression of the anger and resentment and desire for power that he could not consciously acknowledge. But the dummy had history, had been used before, had belonged to gangster ventriloquist who had used it in his act, who had died violently, who had imbued the puppet with the personality of 1920s mobster. The previous owner had named it Scarface, had given it machine gun, had dressed it in pinstripe suit, had created character. That was tough. That was violent. That was everything. The performer was not. And when Arnold bought it, when he began practicing with it, when he put his hand inside and made it speak, something happened, something shifted. Something that psychology cannot fully explain, and that Arnold himself did not understand. The voice that came from the dummy was not Arnold's, was not the timid, stuttering speech that Arnold used, was not anything that reflected who Arnold was consciously. The voice was confident, was harsh, was the voice of someone who had never been hurt, had never been afraid, had never learned to be invisible. Scarface spoke with authority, spoke with violence, spoke with the absolute certainty that he was in charge, that he made the rules, that anyone who opposed him would pay the price. And Arnold listened to his own voice coming from the dummy, to the words he was speaking but had not chosen, the personality that was emerging from somewhere inside him, but that felt entirely separate, entirely foreign, entirely not him. The psychologists would say this was dissociative identity disorder, would explain that trauma had caused Arnold's psyche to fragment, that he had created alternate personality to contain the feelings and impulses he could not accept, that Scarface was not the dummy, but Arnold himself expressing through the dummy what he could not express directly, that the ventriloquism gave him permission to be violent, to be aggressive, to be powerful, because it was not really him. It was the dummy. It was Scarface. It was something separate that Arnold could deny responsibility for, but Arnold did not accept this, could not accept this, insisted with absolute conviction that Scarface was real, was separate, was the dummy. Not himself, was entity that controlled him rather than extension of himself. And whether this was delusion or something stranger, whether Scarface was purely psychological or something else, whether the dummy was just wood or had somehow become vessel for Arnold's fractured consciousness, did not matter, because the result was the same. Arnold Wesker, the timid man, disappeared, and Scarface, the violent gangster, took control. The first crimes were small, were tests, were Scarface demonstrating to Arnold that he was in charge, that he made decisions, that Arnold was just the body that Scarface used to interact with the world. Petty theft, at first, small robberies, nothing that would attract serious attention. But each success, each crime that Arnold committed, while Scarface gave orders, each time that Arnold did things he would never do except that Scarface demanded it, made the split deeper, made the separation more complete, made it easier for Arnold to deny responsibility, because it was not him. It was Scarface. It was the dummy. It was something he had no control over. The crimes escalated, as they always do. As the alternate personality grew stronger, as Scarface gained confidence, as Arnold receded further and further into the background of his own existence, Scarface recruited gang, surrounded himself with criminals who worked for the dummy, who took orders from Puppet, who accepted that this wooden figure was their boss, was their leader, was the one they answered to. And somehow it worked. Somehow these hardened criminals accepted Scarface as legitimate crime boss, accepted taking orders from ventriloquist dummy, accepted that the timid man holding the puppet was just the dummy's body, just the vessel, just the thing that Scarface used to move through the world. Perhaps they accepted it because it was so absurd that it could not be deception. Perhaps they accepted it because Scarface spoke with absolute authority, with complete confidence, with the kind of presence that brooks no disagreement. Perhaps they accepted it because Arnold, when he was himself, when Scarface was not speaking, was so clearly incapable of being crime boss, that the personality coming from the dummy had to be real, had to be separate, had to be something other than Arnold pretending. Or perhaps they accepted it because in Gotham City, where people dressed as bats fought clowns, where reality was already so strange that a talking dummy was barely notable, a gangster puppet was just another day, another strangeness, another impossibility that somehow existed. Batman encountered them, eventually, investigated the crimes that led back to Scarface, tracked down the operation, confronted Arnold and his dummy, and discovered something that troubled even the Dark Knight. Arnold genuinely believed Scarface was separate, was not acting, was not pretending, was absolutely convinced that he had no control over what Scarface made him do, was terrified of the dummy, but could not disobey it, could not resist it, could not be separated from it, because when Batman tried, when he took the dummy away, when he broke the puppet, or locked it up, or attempted to free Arnold from Scarface's control, Arnold would break down, would scream, would insist that he needed Scarface, that he could not function without him, that separating them was torture. And Arnold would inevitably get another dummy, would craft one, or buy one, or steal one, and Scarface would return, would resume speaking, would reassert control, and the cycle would continue. The psychiatrists at Arkham tried to treat him, tried to help Arnold integrate his alternate personality, tried to make him understand that Scarface was not the dummy, but himself, that the voice came from his own mind, that the orders came from his own fractured psyche, that the violence was his, even if he experienced it as something separate. But Arnold could not accept this, could not face the implications, could not acknowledge that he was capable of the things Scarface did, because accepting that would mean accepting that the timid, scared man who had spent his life being invisible, being powerless, being hurt by everyone, was also capable of hurting, was also capable of violence, was also capable of being the thing he had always feared, and that contradiction was too much for his fractured mind to hold. So the delusion persisted. The split remained. Scarface continued to control. Arnold continued to obey, and the dance between them continued. The timid man and the violent puppet, the victim and the victimizer, the powerless and the powerful, all contained within single fractured psyche, all expressed through the medium of ventriloquism, all enabled by the dummy that was just wood, just carved features, just a prop. But that served as vessel for everything Arnold could not be, everything he could not accept, everything he had split off and externalized and projected onto an object so he could pretend it was not him, was not his responsibility. When Scarface made him do terrible things, the tragedy of Arnold Wesker is that his solution to trauma was clever, was creative, was almost functional. He found way to express the anger and violence and desire for power that his timid, conscious personality could never accept. He created outlet that allowed him to be powerful without accepting that he was powerful. He built system that let him survive by fragmenting, but the price was his identity, was his agency, was his ability to be integrated, person who could make conscious choices about who he was and what he did. Instead, he became puppet for the puppet, became the thing that Scarface controlled, became hollow vessel for personality that he insisted was not his, even though it could only exist because it was his. In the quiet moments when Scarface is not speaking, when the dummy sits motionless, when Arnold is alone with his fractured thoughts, Arnold Wesker sometimes feels something, almost like doubt, almost like recognition, almost like the beginning of understanding that Scarface is not separate, is not other, is not the dummy, but Arnold himself. But these moments never last, never develop into full awareness, never break through the psychological defenses that keep Arnold from facing what he has become. Because facing it would mean accepting responsibility, would mean acknowledging that the crimes were his choices, were actions he chose even if he experienced them as compelled. And Arnold Wesker cannot face that, cannot accept that, cannot integrate that, without shattering completely, without losing even the fragile fiction that keeps him functional, without becoming nothing except the fear and the rage and the contradiction between wanting to be harmless and being dangerous, between being victim and being victimizer, between being Arnold Wesker, the timid man, and being Scarface, the gangster who exists nowhere except in the voice that comes from Arnold's own throat. While Arnold insists, just the puppet, and Scarface is real. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that trauma fragments, that splitting is survival strategy, that creating alternate identities is mind's way of protecting itself from things it cannot process. That Arnold Wesker was not born criminal, was not evil, was not monster, was just person who could not cope, who could not integrate, who could not accept certain parts of himself, so he split them off, made them separate, made them Scarface, and then spent the rest of his life insisting that the violent part was not him, was something else, was the dummy, when the dummy was always just wood, just carved face, just the medium through which Arnold Wesker expressed what Arnold Wesker could never accept, was capable of rest peacefully, knowing that integration is possible, that fractured minds can heal, that accepting all parts of yourself, even the parts you dislike, even the parts that frighten you, is better than splitting them off, is better than projecting them onto objects, is better than becoming puppet to your own disowned psychology. Sleep well. The ventriloquist cannot reach you here. Scarface cannot threaten your dreams. The dummy cannot speak unless someone gives it voice, and you do not have to give voice to the parts of yourself you fear. You can integrate them, can accept them, can make them part of coherent whole, instead of externalizing them, instead of insisting they are not you, instead of becoming like Arnold Wesker, controlled by aspects of himself that he will never acknowledge as his own. Tomorrow we meet more of Gotham's darkness, but tonight let this story fade, like voice from wooden lips, like personality from carved face, like the fiction that trauma creates, to protect us from ourselves, to separate us from what we cannot accept, to make us believe that we are not capable of what we are absolutely capable of. When we split, when we fragment, when we create the other and give it all our power and insist we have none. Rest now. Even Arnold sleeps, even when Scarface is silent, even when the dummy sits motionless. Arnold Wesker closes his eyes and dreams of being whole, of being integrated, of being person who does not need puppet to express half of who he is. But when he wakes, Scarface will speak again, and Arnold will obey, and the tragedy will continue, because healing requires facing what Arnold will never face, that Scarface is just another name for Arnold. There is a special category of evil reserved for those who hurt others, not because they need to, not because circumstances force them, not because trauma broke them, but simply because they enjoy it, because causing pain gives them pleasure, because watching others suffer makes them feel powerful, because cruelty itself is the goal, rather than means to any other end. Roman Sionis was born with every advantage, born into wealth, into privilege, into a family that could have given him everything, born with opportunities that most people never receive, born into circumstances that should have created someone successful, someone happy, someone who contributed to society instead of destroying it. But Roman Sionis looked at everything he was given, everything he could have become, everything that was possible, and chose to become a monster, not because he had to, but because he wanted to. Because being monster was more satisfying than being anything else. The Sionist family was old Gotham money, was part of the social elite that controlled the city, was wealthy enough that Roman would never have to work, would never have to struggle, would never face the hardships that shaped most people into who they became. His parents were not abusive, were not neglectful, were not any of the things that typically create damaged children. They were simply shallow, were simply obsessed with appearances, were simply people who cared more about what others thought than about developing genuine relationships. Even with their own son, their love was conditional, was based on performance, was given or withheld, depending on whether Roman met their expectations, whether he maintained the image they wanted, whether he played his role in the perfect family they were presenting to Gotham society. Roman learned early that his parents were frauds, were people who smiled in public and complained in private, were people whose charity was for recognition, whose friendships were for advancement, whose every action was calculated for social benefit rather than genuine connection. He learned that they did not really love him, did not really see him, did not really care about who he was as person, only about what he represented as extension of the Sionist family name. And he learned to hate them, to despise their hypocrisy, to see them as the false masks they wore, and to decide that if life was about wearing masks, then he would wear one that was honest, that was true, that was exactly what it appeared to be, which was ugly, which was cruel, which was everything that lay beneath the polite society veneer. They all maintained he was cruel, even as child, was the boy who pulled wings off insects, who hurt smaller children, who found creative ways to cause pain that adults would not immediately recognize as abuse. He was too intelligent to be caught, was too careful to leave obvious evidence, was too aware of how to manipulate perceptions to avoid consequences. He learned that if you were wealthy enough, if you were connected enough, if you were part of the right family, then you could hurt people. And as long as you did not hurt the right people, as long as you maintained appearances, as long as you played the social game correctly, you would face no real consequences, would encounter no real resistance, would discover that power meant immunity, that wealth meant freedom to do terrible things, as long as you did them to people who did not matter, to people society had already decided were acceptable victims, to people whose suffering would not disturb the comfortable. His parents knew what he saw. The cruelty recognized that something was wrong with their son, but they did not intervene, did not seek help, did not do anything except try to manage his image, try to cover up the incidents, try to ensure that his behavior did not reflect poorly on the family, enabled him through their inaction, through their prioritization of reputation over intervention, through their demonstration that consequences were for other people, for the poor, for the powerless, for anyone who was not a Sionist. And Roman learned this lesson well, learned that he could do anything, learned that his cruelty had no limits except his own imagination, learned that the world was divided into those who hurt and those who were hurt, and that he had been born into the category that did the hurting. The fire that killed his parents was no accident, was deliberate, was Roman, at 19 years old, deciding that he was tired of waiting for his inheritance, tired of maintaining the pretense that he loved them, tired of everything except the money and the freedom that their deaths would provide, burned down Wayne Manor while they slept inside, watched from distance as the flames consumed the building, and everyone in it felt nothing except satisfaction, except the pleasure of taking action, except the enjoyment that came from exercising power in its most fundamental form, the power to end life, to destroy what had created him, to eliminate the people who had given him everything except what he actually wanted, which was freedom from their expectations, from their control, from their requirement, that he pretend to be something he was not. The insurance investigation found evidence of arson, but money and connections meant that the investigation quietly concluded that the fire was accidental, that wealthy families were not subject to the same scrutiny as others, that Roman Sayunas inherited his family's fortune without facing consequences. For what he had done, he had gotten away with murder, had proven to himself what he had always suspected, that he was above the law, was beyond consequences, was free to do whatever he wanted, as long as he maintained certain appearances, as long as he operated within certain boundaries, as long as he remembered that power required discretion, required targeting people who did not matter, required understanding which victims were acceptable and which would bring unwanted attention. He took control of Sanus's Industries, the manufacturing company his family owned, the business that had generated their wealth for generations. He was supposed to maintain it, supposed to grow it, supposed to be responsible steward of the family legacy. But Roman was not interested in responsibility, not interested in business, was not interested in anything except using the company resources for his own purposes. He ran it into the ground, through incompetence, through neglect, through deliberate sabotage, because destroying what his parents built gave him pleasure, because watching the company fail, while he enriched himself, brought satisfaction, because he could, and because he wanted to, and because no one could stop him, until the money ran out, until the investors revolted, until the board forced him out, until he lost everything. The loss should have been wake-up call, should have been the moment when Roman reevaluated his choices, should have been the catalyst for change. But Roman did not process failure the way normal people did not experience consequences the way healthy minds did not learn from loss, because learning would require acknowledging that he had been wrong, that his choices had costs, that actions had consequences, and Roman could not accept this, could not acknowledge that he was responsible for his own failures, could not face that he had destroyed his own life. So he blamed others, blamed the board members who ousted him, blamed the investors who withdrew their support, blamed the employees who had left when the company collapsed, blamed everyone except himself, and he decided that they would pay, that everyone who had opposed him would suffer, that revenge would be his purpose going forward. The mask he created was not disguise, was not attempt to hide his identity, was statement, was declaration, was the face that revealed, rather than concealed. He carved it from his father's coffin, from the wood that had been buried with the man he had killed, made it from the physical remnant of his first murder, made it black because his soul was black, made it skull because death was what he dealt, and made it his face because Roman Sionis no longer existed. Only Black Mask remained, only the honest representation of what lay beneath the civilized veneer, only the truth about who he had always been. He built criminal empire, not like other Gotham crime lords who operated businesses, who followed certain rules, who maintained structures that resembled legitimate organizations. Black Mask built his empire on pure sadism, on the understanding that fear was more effective than money, on the recognition that if you were willing to be more brutal than anyone else, then people would submit, not because they respected you, but because they were terrified of you, because they had seen what you did to people who opposed you, because they knew that working for you was dangerous, but opposing you was fatal. His signature was torture, was finding creative ways to cause pain, to prolong suffering, to make examples that would terrify anyone who witnessed them or heard about them. He did not kill quickly, did not eliminate efficiently, did not treat violence as unfortunate necessity. Black Mask enjoyed it, took pleasure in the screaming, in the begging, in the moment when victims realized that no amount of pleading would stop what was happening, that they were going to die slowly, that their last moments would be agony, and that Black Mask would enjoy every second of their suffering. His false-face society recruited through terror, through demonstrating what happened to those who refused, through showing that joining was not choice but survival strategy, through making it clear that in his territory you either worked for Black Mask or you died at his hands, and death would not be quick, would not be merciful, would be public display. Designed to ensure that no one else made the mistake of refusing him, the members wore masks, were required to hide their faces, to surrender their identities, to become extensions of Black Mask himself. They were not employees, were not partners, were not anything except tools that Black Mask used and discarded when they were no longer useful, when they failed him, when they showed any independence, any personality, any characteristic that suggested they were anything except masks that he controlled. Batman fought him repeatedly, recognized that Black Mask was different from most criminals, was not someone driven by understandable motives, was not someone seeking wealth or power or justice, no matter how twisted, was not someone trying to accomplish anything except causing suffering, was pure sadist, was person who had no goal except inflicting pain, was someone who had been given every advantage and used those advantages to become the worst version of what human beings could be. And Batman struggled with this, struggled with understanding how someone born into privilege could become this, choose this, could look at all the good they could do, and instead choose to be evil, not because circumstances forced them, but because being evil gave them pleasure. The fights between them were brutal, were personal, were Black Mask attempting to hurt Batman, not just physically but psychologically, targeting people. Batman cared about hurting innocents to prove that Batman could not protect everyone, torturing victims in ways designed to maximize both physical pain and emotional trauma, creating situations where Batman had to choose who to save, creating scenarios where any choice would result in suffering, creating games that had no winning moves, only varying degrees of loss, because Black Mask understood that the best way to hurt someone like Batman was not to defeat him, but to prove that his mission was futile, that he could not save everyone, that every victory was temporary, and every loss was permanent. Stephanie Brown became one of his victims, was a young woman who had briefly been Robin, who had tried to prove herself worthy, who had made mistakes that Black Mask exploited. He tortured her, not to extract information, not to send message, not for any strategic purpose, but simply because he could, because she was there, because causing her pain gave him pleasure. He tortured her for days, recorded it, wanted Batman to see, wanted the Dark Knight to understand that this was his fault, that this girl suffered because she had associated with Batman, that protecting people meant putting them in danger. And when she died, when her body finally gave out, when the torture exceeded what any human could survive, Black Mask felt satisfaction, felt pleasure, felt the joy that came from successfully inflicting maximum suffering on someone who had tried to be hero. But Stephanie did not stay dead, did not remain victim, did not give Black Mask the permanent victory he sought. She survived through circumstances that seemed impossible, through medical intervention that should not have worked, through determination that exceeded physical limitations. And when she returned, when she reclaimed her identity, when she became Batgirl and proved that his torture had not broken her, Black Mask learned something that his sadism had not prepared him for, that some people could not be broken, could not be destroyed, could not be reduced to the trauma that had been inflicted on them, that victims could become survivors, could reclaim agency, could demonstrate that even the worst torture did not define them unless they allowed it to. This enraged him more than any defeat, more than any capture, more than anything Batman had done. Black masks. Fury at Stephanie's. Survival was absolute, was consuming, was the rage of sadist, who discovers that his victim was stronger than his cruelty, that his power was not absolute, that his pleasure in causing suffering could be negated by victims' refusal to be defined by that suffering. And this rage drove him to escalate, to become even more brutal, to target even more people, to demonstrate that he could break anyone, if he tried hard enough, if he was cruel enough, if he was creative enough in his tortures. But the escalation was also his downfall, was evidence that Black Mask was not in control, was not the master of fear he believed himself to be, was not secure in his power, was desperate, was trying to prove something that could not be proven, which was that sadism was strength, when it was only ever, weakness was only ever the choice of people who had no other way to feel powerful, who had nothing except cruelty, who could not build so they destroyed, could not create so they hurt, could not be anything except the mask that covered the face, that revealed what lay beneath, which was nothing. Emptiness, the void that comes from being person who was given everything, and chose to become nothing except pain dealer, nothing except torturer, nothing except Black Mask, the honest face, the true self, the acknowledgement that beneath the civilized veneer of Roman Sion, there was only ever cruelty, sadism, evil, that enjoyed itself. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that privilege does not guarantee goodness, that being given advantages does not make you better, that some people are broken not by what was done to them, but by what they chose to do with what they were given, that Roman Sionis had every opportunity, had every advantage, had everything necessary to be good, to be constructive, to contribute positively, but looked at all of that and chose cruelty, chose sadism, chose to be Black Mask, not because he had to, but because he wanted to, because causing suffering gave him pleasure. And that is the most disturbing kind of evil, the kind that has no excuse, has no justification, has no explanation, except that the person chose it. Rest peacefully, knowing that you are not Black Mask, that having power does not require hurting, that feeling strong does not necessitate making others weak, that causing pain does not make you powerful. It makes you pathetic, makes you the person who could be anything, and chose to be nothing, except cruel. Sleep well. Black Mask cannot reach you here. His torture cannot penetrate your dreams. His cruelty cannot disturb your rest. You are safe from the sadist, safe from the man who enjoyed suffering, safe from the person who proved that some people are evil, not because they were made that way, but because they chose to be. And choice makes them responsible, makes them guilty, makes them worthy of every consequence they face. Tomorrow we near the end of our journey. But tonight, let this story fade like mask that reveals like face that shows truth, like the acknowledgement that some people are not victims, are not broken, are not shaped by circumstances. They are simply choosing evil, choosing cruelty, choosing to hurt, enjoying it, and that cannot be redeemed, cannot be forgiven, cannot be anything except stopped, contained, prevented from hurting others, because redemption requires wanting to change, and Black Mask never wanted anything except to cause pain and feel pleasure. And that is not someone who can be saved. That is someone who chose himself, who chose cruelty, who chose to be the mask that shows the face that is honestly evil. Rest now. Even Black Mask rests, though his dreams are probably screams. There is a horror that comes from watching someone attempt to create perfection through methods that create only abomination, from witnessing obsession with beauty that produces only disfigurement, from seeing someone so convinced of their vision that they cannot perceive the nightmare they are creating, from understanding that the most disturbing monsters are not those who know they are monsters, but those who believe they are artists, who believe they are making the world better, who believe that their victims should be grateful for what has been done to them. Professor Pig represents this particular category of horror, is someone whose crimes are so disturbing that even Gotham's jaded police force struggles to process the scenes he creates. Even Batman, who has seen everything, who has faced every kind of evil, who has descended into every depth of human depravity, finds Pig's work uniquely horrifying, not because it is the most violent, not because it produces the most death, but because it represents perversion of healing, of medicine, of the art of making people whole, twisted into something that destroys everything that makes people human. Laszlo Valentin was a surgeon once, was someone who took the Hippocratic Oath, who swore to do no harm, who dedicated his life to healing, was trained in the finest medical schools, was skilled with his hands, was capable of performing procedures that saved lives, that restored function, that gave people back what disease or injury had taken. He should have been hero, should have been the kind of doctor that patients remember with gratitude, that colleagues respect, that the medical community celebrates. But Laszlo had a flaw, had an obsession, had a belief that grew stronger over years of practice until it consumed everything else. He believed in perfection, believed that human beings were flawed, were imperfect, were creatures that needed to be fixed, not just in their injuries or diseases, but in their fundamental nature, in their faces, in their bodies, in everything that made them individual, made them unique, made them themselves. His obsession began with legitimate medical practice, began with reconstructive surgery, with helping burn victims, with repairing faces that had been damaged, began with the noble goal of restoring what had been lost. But somewhere in that work, somewhere in the process of rebuilding faces, somewhere in the power that came from reshaping human flesh, Laszlo stopped seeing himself as healer and started seeing himself as artist. Started seeing his patients not as people with injuries, but as canvases that needed perfecting, as raw material that could be transformed, as imperfect things that required his vision to make them right, to make them beautiful, to make them into what they should always have been. The medical board noticed, eventually, inevitably recognized that his procedures were becoming increasingly aggressive, were modifying more than necessary, were imposing his aesthetic vision rather than restoring patients to their original appearance. They reviewed his cases, found that he was operating beyond the scope of what patients had consented to, that he was making changes. They had not requested that he was pursuing his own vision of beauty rather than their desires for their own bodies. They suspended his medical license, removed his ability to practice, took away the one thing that gave his obsession legitimate outlet, and in doing so they created Professor Pig. The name came from his childhood, from a nickname his mother had used, from something that should have been affectionate, but that Laszlo transformed into identity. Pig, because pigs were perfect in his mind, were beautiful in their simplicity, were creatures that existed without pretension, without the complicated psychology that made humans so imperfect, were honest beings that lived and ate and existed without the neuroses that plagued human consciousness. He added professor because he saw himself as teacher, as someone who understood beauty better than anyone else, as someone whose vision should be shared, should be imposed, should be made manifest in the world, regardless of whether the world wanted it. He set up laboratory in Gotham's abandoned spaces, in the places where no one would hear the screaming, where no one would interrupt his work, where he could pursue his vision without the constraints of medical ethics, or patient consent, or any of the rules that had limited him when he was legitimate surgeon. He began acquiring subjects, not patients anymore, because patients implied consent, implied voluntary participation. implied that what was being done to them was something they wanted, subjects, because what he did to them was not about them, was not about their desires or their consent or their preferences, was entirely about his vision, his aesthetic, his obsession with creating the perfect face. The Dolatrons were his masterpiece, were his attempt to create perfection through surgery, were human beings that he had modified so extensively that they could no longer be called human, had faces that had been rebuilt covered with masks that were fused to their flesh that could never be removed, that became permanent features, masks that were smooth, that were featureless, that were his vision of beauty, which was uniformity, was simplicity, was the elimination of everything individual, everything unique, everything that made each face different from every other face. He drilled into their brains, performed lobotomies that removed personality, that eliminated independent thought, that reduced them to things that could move and follow simple commands, but that had no self, no consciousness, no anything except the ability to serve him, to obey him, to be the perfect creations that existed only to demonstrate his vision. The process was not quick, was not merciful, was not performed under anesthesia, because Pig did not care about pain, did not consider suffering relevant, did not think that what his subjects experienced mattered compared to the importance of his work. They screamed, of course, begged him to stop, pleaded for mercy, for release, for death. But Pig did not hear this, or if he heard, he did not process it as relevant, did not consider that their pain mattered, did not acknowledge that they were people whose desires should be considered. He sang while he worked, sang children's songs and opera and anything that captured his mood, sang to drown out the screaming, sang because he was happy, because he was creating, because he was making the world more beautiful, one subject at a time. His laboratory was nightmare-made physical, was place where medical equipment was used for torture, where surgical precision was applied to destruction, where the tools of healing had been transformed into instruments of horror, the tables where his subjects were restrained, the drills and saws and scalpels that he used with the skill of trained surgeon, but the ethics of monster, the masks that waited to be fused to faces, the drugs that he used not to ease pain but to keep subjects alive longer, to ensure they remained conscious through procedures that should have killed them. The Dolatrons that stood motionless, that stared with eyes that could not close, that existed in state between life and death, between human and object, between person and thing. Batman found him, eventually, found the laboratory, found the subjects, found the horror that Pig had created, found victims who could not be saved, could not be restored, could not be given back what had been taken, because what Pig did was irreversible, was permanent, was transformation that destroyed, person who had been, and left only the Dolatron that remained, and Batman who had faced the Joker, who had confronted Scarecrow, who had seen every variety of human cruelty, found himself shaken by what Pig had done, not by the violence alone, but by the perversion of healing, by the use of medical skill, to destroy rather than restore, by the understanding that Pig genuinely believed he was making things better, was convinced that his Dolatrons were beautiful, were perfect, were superior to the flawed humans they had been before he fixed them. The fight was not difficult. Pig was not warrior, was not trained in combat, was not physically dangerous in ways that many of Gotham's villains were, but stopping him did not undo what he had done, did not restore his victims, did not give them back their faces, their minds, their lives. The Dolatrons could not be saved, could not be healed, could not be returned to who they had been. They were permanent testaments to what happens when obsession with perfection encounters medical skill and complete absence of empathy. When desire to create beauty becomes willingness to destroy humanity. When vision becomes so consuming that the artist cannot see that he is creating horror rather than art. In Arkham Asylum, they kept him separated from other inmates, kept him away from anything that could be used as surgical tool, kept him under observation because his obsession did not diminish, did not fade, did not respond to any treatment they attempted. He spoke constantly about his work, about the dolatrons he had created, about the beauty he had brought into the world, about his vision for perfecting humanity. One face at a time, he expressed no remorse, no understanding that what he had done was wrong, no recognition that his victims had suffered, no acknowledgement that removing someone's face and personality and ability to think was not improvement, but destruction. He was convinced, absolutely convinced, beyond any possibility of doubt, that he was artist, that his work was important, that the world needed him, that his dolatrons were not abominations but masterpieces, that anyone who opposed him simply did not understand beauty, did not appreciate perfection, did not have the vision to see what he could see. The psychiatrist tried to understand him, tried to find the break point, the moment when legitimate desire to help patients had transformed into obsession with destroying them, tried to identify what had gone wrong in his psychology that had allowed him to cross the line between healer and monster. But Pig had no insight, had no understanding, had no ability to see himself as anything except misunderstood genius. Persecuted artist visionary, ahead of his time, who was being punished for daring to pursue perfection in a world that accepted mediocrity. He compared himself to great artists, to innovators, who were not appreciated in their time, to anyone who had ever been criticized for challenging conventions, and he could not be made to understand that removing someone's face is not art, is not beauty, is not anything except horror, that his dolatrons were not perfect but destroyed, that his vision was not enlightened but delusional, that his work was not creation but desecration. The tragedy of Professor Pig is not that he was broken by trauma, is not that he was shaped by circumstances beyond his control, is not that he was victim who became victimizer. His tragedy is that he was given gifts, given skills, given training, given ability to heal, and he chose to destroy, chose to pursue his own vision, regardless of the cost to others. Chose to use his medical knowledge, not to restore, but to disfigure. Chose to become monster, while believing he was artist. And that self-perception, that absolute conviction that he was right, that certainty that his work was beautiful, made him more disturbing than villains who knew they were evil, than criminals who acknowledged their crimes, than anyone who at least had the honesty to recognize that what they did was wrong. His victims could not speak, could not testify, could not tell what had been done to them, could not explain the horror of being conscious while your face was removed, while your brain was drilled into, while your personality was destroyed, while you were transformed from person into thing. The dolatrons stood silent, stood motionless, stood as permanent evidence that some transformations cannot be undone, cannot be reversed, cannot be healed, because what Pig took was not just flesh, was not just function, was not just appearance. He took identity, took self, took everything that made his victims human, and left only masks, only things, only dolatrons that existed without thought, without choice, without anything, except the ability to stand and stare and remind everyone who saw them that Professor Pig had been there, had created them, had made them perfect in his vision. Even though everyone else could see, they were destroyed. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that good intentions are not enough, that skill without ethics is dangerous, that medical knowledge can heal or harm depending on who wields it, that Laszlo Valentin was trained to help, was educated to heal, was given abilities that should have made him force for good. But his obsession with perfection, his inability to accept that people are beautifully imperfect, his conviction that his vision was more important than others, autonomy, transformed him from healer into monster, from doctor into Professor Pig, from someone who could have saved lives into someone who destroyed them, while believing he was making them better. Rest peacefully, knowing that you are not subject material, that your imperfections are what make you human. That beauty is not uniformity, but diversity, individuality, the unique combination of features that makes you you. Sleep well. Professor Pig cannot reach you here. His surgical tools cannot touch your dreams. His obsession with perfection cannot disturb your rest. You are safe from the masks, safe from the Dolatrons, safe from the surgeon who forgot that healing requires consent, that perfection is impossible, that trying to make everyone the same destroys what makes us human. Tomorrow we approach the end of our journey. But tonight let this story fade like anesthesia that never comes, like screaming that goes unheard, like the understanding that some monsters believe they are artists, and that belief makes them more dangerous, not less, makes them unable to be reached, unable to be changed, unable to see that what they create is horror, not beauty. Rest now, even Pig sleeps, though his dreams are probably visions of faces, without features, of people without personality, of perfection. That is really only emptiness, wearing a mask. There are conspiracies that exist only in paranoid minds, are fantasies that fearful people construct to explain complexity, to impose order on chaos, to believe that someone somewhere is in control, even if that control is malevolent. But then there are conspiracies that are real, are organizations that operate in shadows, are secret societies that have existed for so long that they have become part of the foundations upon which cities are built. The Court of Owls is not legend, is not myth, is not the kind of story that parents tell children to make them behave. The Court of Owls is real, has been real, for centuries, has controlled Gotham from the shadows since before Gotham was a city, since before the Wayne family accumulated their wealth, since before anyone living can remember a time when the court did not exist. The rhyme that Gotham children sing is warning disguised as nursery rhyme, is truth hidden in plain sight, is the kind of thing that seems innocent until you understand what it means. Beware the Court of Owls that watches all the time, ruling Gotham from a shadowed perch behind granite and lime. Watch you at your hearth. They watch you in your bed. Speak not a whispered word of them, or they will send the talon for your head. The children sing it without understanding, without knowing that what sounds like fantasy is actually history, is documentation of power so complete that it can afford to be acknowledged, as long as that acknowledgement is dismissed as superstition, as folklore, as the kind of story that is not taken seriously by anyone who matters. The court began in Gotham's earliest days, when the city was just a collection of settlements, when wealthy families were establishing their dynasties, when the foundations were being laid for everything Gotham would become. They were the founding families, the ones who had the vision to see what Gotham could be, the ones who had the resources to make that vision real, the ones who understood that power was not just about wealth, but about control, about shaping the city according to their design, about ensuring that no matter what changed on the surface, the fundamental structure remained under their authority, remained serving their interests, remained Gotham as they had designed it to be. They met in secret war masks to hide their identities, adopted the symbolism of owls, because owls see in darkness, because owls hunt silently, because owls kill without warning, because owls represent wisdom and death in equal measure. They called themselves the court, because they judged Gotham's future, because they decided what would be permitted and what would be prevented, because they were the ultimate authority that existed above law, above government, above any official power structure. The city belonged to them, had always belonged to them, would always belong to them, as long as the court survived, as long as the members maintained discipline, as long as the secret remained protected. Their power was not maintained through obvious control, was not expressed through public authority, was not anything that could be easily identified or opposed. They worked through influence, through carefully placed members, in every institution, through economic manipulation that shaped Gotham's development, through architectural decisions that literally built the court's power into the city's foundations. They owned politicians, owned judges, owned police commissioners, owned anyone whose position gave them authority that the court needed to direct. Anyone who resisted was removed, was destroyed, economically or socially, or if necessary, physically. Anyone who threatened to expose them was eliminated before they could speak. Anyone who thought they could operate in Gotham without the court's permission learned that permission was not optional, was not negotiable, was the price of existing in the city the court had built. The Talons were their weapons, were assassins that the court had perfected over centuries, were not ordinary killers, but something else, something more, something that had been enhanced through chemistry, through surgery, through modifications that made them nearly impossible to stop. The court recruited them from specific families, from bloodlines that produced exceptional athletes, exceptional fighters, exceptional people whose physical capabilities were extraordinary even before enhancement. The most famous source was Halley's Circus, was traveling show that produced generation after generation of acrobats, of performers, of people whose bodies could do things that seemed impossible. The court watched the circus, identified performers who showed the right qualities, who demonstrated the right combination of skill and psychological profile, who could be transformed into Talons. The transformation was not voluntary, was not something anyone chose, was the court taking what it wanted from people who had no power to refuse. They would kidnap the chosen performer, would subject them to procedures that enhanced their strength, their speed, their healing, would expose them to chemical compounds that made them nearly immortal, that allowed them to survive injuries that would kill normal humans, that kept them in suspended animation when they were not needed, so they could serve the court for centuries, would perform surgery that removed their ability to disobey, that eliminated their capacity for independent thought, that reduced them to weapons that could be pointed at targets and would not stop until those targets were dead. William Cobb was the most famous, was Dick Grayson's great-grandfather, was acrobat from Halley's Circus, who had been taken by the court, who had been transformed into Talon, who had served them for over a century, who had killed hundreds of people on the court's orders, who had been kept frozen between missions, who had no memory of his life before, except fragments, except impressions, except the understanding that he had once been human, but was human no longer, was Talon, was weapon, was thing that the court owned completely. The tragedy was not just what they did to him, was not just the transformation itself, was that William Cobb had been someone, had been performer, had been husband, had been father, had lived and loved and existed as person with identity, with relationships, with life that mattered. And the court took all of that, erased it, replaced it with obedience, with lethality, with existence that served only their purposes. The court maintained power through generations, through careful succession planning, through ensuring that members' children were inducted when they came of age, through creating dynasty of control that transcended individual lives. The members wore masks at meetings, all masks that hid their identities, even from each other, that ensured that no member could betray all the others, that created structure where the institution was more important than any individual. The court was eternal, was beyond any single person, was organization that would survive as long as Gotham survived. Because the court was Gotham, was the hidden structure upon which the visible city was built. Was the truth beneath the lies that everyone believed about how their city functioned. They controlled which buildings were built, which were demolished, which neighborhoods developed, which declined, which businesses succeeded, which failed, which politicians won, which lost, which policies were implemented, which were blocked. All according to their design, all serving their vision, maintaining the Gotham they wanted rather than the Gotham that its citizens might have chosen if they had been given choice. If they had known the court existed, if they had understood that their democracy was performance, hiding oligarchy that had ruled since before they were born. Batman was their greatest threat, not because he opposed them initially, not because he knew about them in his early years, not because he was trying to expose them, but because he existed outside their control, was vigilante who operated independently, was someone with resources they could not easily manipulate, was force in Gotham that answered to no one, that could not be bribed or threatened or eliminated through the usual methods. The court debated whether to approach him, whether to recruit him, whether to recruit him, whether to eliminate him. They watched him for years, studied him, tried to determine whether Batman would serve their interests or threaten them, whether he was asset to be controlled or problem to be solved, whether the Dark Knight was someone they could work with, or someone they needed to destroy before he discovered their existence. Bruce Wayne posed different problem. Was member of Gotham's elite. Was someone whose family history should have made him natural candidate for the court. Was wealthy enough, was connected enough, was part of the social class that had always provided the court's members. His parents, Thomas and Martha Wayne, had been approached, had been invited to join, had been told about the court's existence and offered membership, and they had refused, had rejected the court, had told them that Gotham belonged to its people, not to secret society, had threatened to expose the court's existence if they continued to manipulate. The city had made themselves targets, had signed their own death warrants, though they did not know it, though they believed that their social position would protect them, though they thought that being Waynes meant they were untouchable. The court debated eliminating them, considered various options, weighed the risks of killing members of such prominent family against the danger of allowing them to continue opposing the court's agenda. They decided to wait, to monitor the situation, to see if Thomas and Martha could be convinced, or compromised or controlled through other means. They did not directly order the murder in Crime Alley, did not hire Joe Chill, did not plan the specific event, but when they learned what had happened, when they discovered that Thomas and Martha had been killed, when they realized that the problem had solved itself, they were satisfied, were relieved, were pleased that fate, or chance, or the random violence of Gotham had eliminated the opposition without requiring their direct action. They assumed that Bruce, the orphan child, would be different, would be shaped by his loss, would be vulnerable to guidance, to manipulation, to eventual recruitment. They watched him grow, watched him leave Gotham, watched him train around the world, waited for the right moment to approach him, to invite him, to make him member of the organization his parents had rejected. But when he returned, when he became Batman, when he began operating in Gotham with methods the court had not anticipated, they realized their mistake, realized that Bruce Wayne was more dangerous than his parents had been, realized that they had created through inaction, through waiting, through assuming they could control him. When the time came, their greatest enemy, their most significant threat, the one person in Gotham who might actually be able to expose them, to destroy them, to end centuries of secret rule. The confrontation, when it finally came, was not subtle, was not quiet. Was the court deciding that Batman had become too dangerous, that his investigation was getting too close, that he needed to be eliminated before he discovered too much. They sent talons after him, sent multiple assassins, sent centuries-old killers, who had eliminated countless targets, who had never failed, who were supposed to be unstoppable. But Batman survived, fought them off, captured one, learned from it, about the court, about their existence, about the organization that had been controlling Gotham since before his family had accumulated their wealth. And for the first time in centuries, the court faced opposition that they could not simply eliminate, opposition that had the resources to fight back, opposition that threatened everything they had built. Batman exposed them, not completely, not to the point where every member was identified, where every conspiracy was revealed, where every crime was punished, but enough that Gotham knew they existed. Enough that the secret was broken, enough that the court could no longer operate with the absolute confidence that came from being unknown. The exposure weakened them, forced them into defensive position, made them vulnerable in ways they had never been vulnerable before. Some members were identified, were arrested, were prosecuted for crimes that could be proven, even if the full extent of the court's control could not be documented. Others went deeper into hiding, abandoned their positions, tried to preserve what power they could, while accepting that the absolute dominion they had once enjoyed was finished. But the court was not destroyed, was not eliminated, was not ended. The organization was too old, too entrenched, too deeply woven into Gotham's fabric to be completely removed. Some members survived, some structures remained, some talons were never found, never captured, never freed from the compulsion to serve. Enough remained that the court could rebuild, could adapt, could continue existing even if they could no longer control. Everything could no longer operate with complete impunity, could no longer take for granted that their rule would never be challenged. They became more careful, became more selective, became more aware that Batman was watching, that exposure was possible, that they existed in a city that finally knew they were there. The tragedy of the Court of Owls is not that they were evil, though they were evil, in perhaps the purest form, evil as institution, as tradition, as structure that existed independent of any individual members. Morality, the tragedy is that they ruled Gotham for centuries, shaped the city according to their design, built the very foundations of what Gotham became, and no one knew, no one questioned, no one imagined that the city they lived in was not theirs, was not governed by the people they elected, was not operating according to the democratic principles they believed in. The court proved that conspiracy was real, that hidden power structures existed, that everything people believed about how their society functioned could be elaborate fiction, hiding truth that would horrify them if they understood it. Batman exposed them, but exposure did not restore centuries of stolen agency, did not undo the damage done, did not give Gothamites back the city that should have been theirs, did not change that generations had lived and died in a city that was never theirs, that belonged to families who ruled from shadows, that was shaped according to vision, that no one outside the court had voice in. The exposure meant future could be different, meant that going forward, the court would be limited, would be watched, would be unable to operate with the absolute power they once possessed. But the past could not be changed, could not be undone, could not be anything except proof that Gotham had never belonged to its people, had always been owned by the court, was built by them, for them to serve their interests first, and everyone else only. Incidentally, only when it happened to align with what the court wanted. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that some conspiracies are real, that power structures exist that you cannot see, that institutions can be corrupted, not by individuals but by design, that the Court of Owls was not aberration, was not corruption of something good, was the foundation, was the original structure, was Gotham, as it was always intended to be, by the families who built it, who controlled it, who believed they owned it, and who were only partially wrong, because they did own it, for centuries, until Batman, until exposure, until the secret that had protected them became the knowledge that weakened them. Rest peacefully knowing that some secrets deserve exposure, that some conspiracies deserve disruption, that some power structures deserve destruction, that the Court of Owls ruled because no one knew they existed. And once people knew, once Batman exposed them, once the rhyme became reality instead of nursery tale, their power diminished, their control weakened, their certainty crumbled. Sleep well. The court cannot reach you here. The talons cannot find your dreams. The owls cannot watch your rest. You are safe from the masks, safe from the secret rulers, safe from the conspiracy that controlled Gotham. Tomorrow we near the end, but tonight let this story fade, like secrets kept too long, like power based on ignorance, like control that depends on nobody knowing, that when light is shown, when truth is told, when exposure comes, even centuries of conspiracy can begin to crumble, can start to fall, can be challenged by one man who refused to accept that anyone owned his city, who fought to give it back, who exposed the court and weakened them forever. Rest now, even the owls sleep, even the talons rest, even the court members remove their masks and remember being human before they chose to join the conspiracy to become the court, to rule the city that never belonged to them, but that they took anyway, because they could, because no one knew, because the secret protected them until it did not. There is a particular violation that comes not from physical harm, but from exposure, from having your deepest secret discovered by someone who means you harm, from understanding that the privacy you thought was absolute has been penetrated, from knowing that someone sees you completely, sees through. The mask sees the person beneath and intends to use that knowledge to destroy you. Hugo Strange represents this violation, is the psychiatrist who discovered Batman's identity, is the brilliant mind who pierced the greatest secret in Gotham, is the man who knows who Batman is and has used that knowledge, not to expose him but to become him, to understand him so completely that the line between student and subject, between observer and observed, between Hugo Strange and Bruce Wayne becomes terrifyingly thin. Hugo Strange was brilliant from childhood, was someone whose intelligence was immediately apparent, whose mind worked faster than those around him, whose capacity for analysis exceeded what most people could achieve, was exactly the kind of student that teachers celebrate, that schools showcase, that society rewards with scholarships and opportunities, and the promise that intelligence would lead to success, to respect, to the recognition that exceptional minds deserve. But Hugo learned early that intelligence is not enough, is not sufficient to generate the admiration he craved, is not what makes people like you or trust you or want to be near you. He was brilliant, but he was also strange, was socially awkward, was unable to read emotional cues, was the kind of person who understood complex theories, but not simple human interactions, who could explain the mechanics of cognition, but could not make friends. He studied psychology, not because he wanted to help people, not because he was interested in mental health as calling or mission, but because he wanted to understand what he lacked, wanted to learn the rules of social interaction that others seemed to know instinctively, wanted to decode human behavior the way he decoded mathematics, wanted to turn emotional intelligence into something that could be studied and mastered and used. He became psychiatrist, earned his degrees with distinction, published papers that demonstrated deep understanding of criminal psychology, of personality disorders, of the mechanisms by which trauma shapes consciousness. He was respected in his field, was recognized as expert, was someone whose opinions carried weight, whose analysis was valued, whose understanding of the criminal mind was considered exceptional. But respect was not the same as admiration. Professional recognition was not the same as being celebrated. Understanding the criminal mind was not the same as being the criminal mind. And Hugo Strange wanted more. Wanted to be exceptional, not just in analysis, but in action. Wanted to be the subject of study, rather than the one doing the studying. Wanted to be Batman, not to fight crime, not to protect Gotham, not for any noble purpose, but because Batman was what Hugo Strange could never be, was physically exceptional, where Hugo was ordinary, was feared where Hugo was merely respected, was the subject of fascination, where Hugo was just another professional, no matter how brilliant. He began studying Batman obsessively, completely, with a single-minded focus that brilliant minds bring to problems that consume them. He analyzed every appearance, every action, every decision. Every fight was data. Every victory was evidence. Every choice Batman made was clue to understanding who he was, what drove him, what made him different from everyone else. Hugo studied the way Batman moved, the fighting style that suggested extensive training, the equipment that required significant resources, the hours of operation that indicated someone without traditional employment, the psychological profile that suggested trauma, that pointed to loss, that indicated someone driven by something deeper than justice or duty or any abstract principle. And Hugo Strange did what no one else had done, what the Joker had never cared to do, what Two-Face had never attempted, what none of Gotham's criminals had achieved. He deduced Batman's identity through pure analysis, through psychological profiling, through the kind of detective work that Holmes would have recognized, through understanding that Batman was not just vigilante, but someone specific. Someone whose resources matched the equipment, whose psychology matched the obsession, whose history explained the mission. Bruce Wayne was the only person in Gotham who fit all the criteria, who had the wealth, the motive, the physical capability, the freedom, the psychological profile. Everything Hugo Strange had learned about Batman pointed to one conclusion, to one person, to the truth that had been hiding in plain sight, because no one had looked at it correctly, had analyzed it properly, had understood that the playboy billionaire was the perfect disguise for someone who was actually the opposite of everything that public persona suggested. The discovery should have been triumph, should have been the moment when Hugo Strange exposed the truth, published his findings, claimed credit for solving Gotham's greatest mystery. But Strange did not expose Batman, did not reveal the secret, did not share his discovery with anyone, because exposure was not what he wanted. Recognition for solving the puzzle was not sufficient. What Hugo Strange wanted was to be Batman, wanted to become the thing he had studied, wanted to transform himself from observer into subject, from analyst into legend, from Hugo Strange, the psychiatrist, into Batman, the hero. He created costume, copied Batman's design-made suit that looks similar enough to be convincing if not examined too closely. He trained his body, pushed himself through exercise regimens that his academic life had never required, tried to develop the physical capabilities that would make the costume convincing, that would allow him to move like Batman, to fight like Batman to beat Batman. He went out into Gotham wearing the costume, acting as vigilante, attempting to be the Dark Knight, attempting to prove that he could do what Batman did, that understanding Batman meant he could become Batman, that analysis was the same as being, but it was not the same, could never be the same, because being Batman was not about the costume, was not about having the right equipment, was not about understanding the psychology. Hugo Strange in Batman costume was just man, playing dress up, was just someone pretending, was just brilliant mind and wrong body, attempting to be something that brilliance alone could not create. He fought criminals and was hurt, tried to strike fear and was dismissed, attempted to be legend and was revealed as fraud. He was not Batman, could never be Batman, would never be anything except Hugo Strange wearing costume that did not fit, attempting to fill role that required more than intelligence, more than analysis, more than understanding, more than everything Hugo Strange possessed. The humiliation broke something in him, changed his obsession from wanting to be Batman to wanting to destroy Batman. If he could not be the legend, then the legend should not exist. If he could not be feared, then the one who was feared should be eliminated. If he could not be Batman, then Bruce Wayne should not be Batman either, should be exposed, should be destroyed, should lose everything, so that Hugo Strange could prove that being Batman was not special, was not exceptional, was not anything that Strange himself could not achieve. If circumstances had been different, if he had been born to wealth, if he had experienced the right trauma, if the universe had been fair, he began using his knowledge, began manipulating situations, began creating scenarios where Batman would be forced into impossible choices, where Bruce Wayne would suffer, where the connection between them would be tested, would be strained, would potentially be exposed, not by Strange directly, but by circumstances Strange created. He sold the secret, not to just anyone, not cheaply, not in ways that would immediately expose Batman, but to people who would use the knowledge to hurt Bruce Wayne, to target his company, to threaten his loved ones, to make his life miserable in ways that could not be directly traced back to Hugo Strange. He experimented on people, tried to create his own version of Venom, tried to develop monster men creatures that would be stronger than Batman, that would prove that science could create what trauma had created in Bruce Wayne, that Hugo Strange's understanding of enhancement was superior to whatever training and equipment Batman possessed. The monster men were failures, were creatures that suffered, were people transformed against their will into abominations that served Strange's obsession with proving he was superior to Batman, was smarter than Batman, should have been Batman if only the world had recognized his superiority, his intelligence, his right to be the legend instead of just the man who studied legends. Batman confronted him, eventually, inevitably, because Batman always discovers those who know his secret, always tracks down those who threaten his identity, always faces those who think they understand him, and in their confrontation, Strange expected recognition, expected Batman to acknowledge that Strange had succeeded where others failed, had discovered what no one else knew, had solved the mystery that had remained hidden for years. But Batman did not give him that satisfaction, did not acknowledge Strange's brilliance, did not treat the discovery as achievement. Instead, Batman looked at Hugo Strange and saw what Strange had always been. Saw not brilliant psychiatrist who had discovered great secret, but sad man whose intelligence could not compensate for what he lacked, whose understanding of Batman made him realize how far he was from being Batman, whose obsession had transformed him from respected professional into criminal, who used his knowledge to hurt rather than heal. Strange was sent to Arkham, to the asylum, where he had once worked, where he had once treated patients, where he had been the doctor rather than the inmate. The irony was complete. Was the psychiatrist becoming patient? Was the man who understood madness experiencing it himself? Was Hugo Strange contained in the institution where his colleagues now studied him, now analyzed him, now tried to understand what had gone wrong in his brilliant mind that had led him from legitimate practice to criminal obsession? And Strange remained convinced, even in captivity, even in defeat, even in the asylum, remained convinced that he was right, that he should have been Batman, that he understood Bruce Wayne better than Bruce Wayne understood himself, that his analysis was correct, even if his execution was flawed, that he was superior, even in imprisonment, even in humiliation, even in the absolute proof, that understanding Batman was not the same as being Batman. The other inmates dismissed him, mocked him, called him the psychiatrist who went crazy, saw him as the professional who could not handle what he studied, who became infected by the madness he analyzed, who proved that understanding criminals does not make you immune to becoming criminal yourself. Strange did not care about their opinions, did not value the judgment of people he considered inferior, did not accept that he belonged here, that he was one of them, that Hugo Strange, the brilliant psychiatrist, had become Hugo Strange, the delusional criminal who thought that intelligence entitled him to be legend, who believed that knowing Batman's identity gave him right to that identity, who could not accept that some things cannot be achieved through analysis, cannot be understood into being, cannot be possessed through study. In his cell, in Arkham, Hugo Strange sits and thinks about Batman, about Bruce Wayne, about the secret he knows but cannot effectively use, about the identity he discovered but cannot become, about the obsession that destroyed his career, his reputation, his freedom. He still believes he is smarter than Batman, still thinks his analysis was correct, still maintains that he should have been the legend, and he cannot understand, cannot accept, cannot acknowledge that intelligence without character is just cleverness, that understanding without empathy is just analysis, that knowing Batman's identity without understanding why Bruce Wayne chose to become Batman means knowing everything except what matters, means understanding the mask without comprehending the man, means possessing the secret without grasping the truth. That being Batman requires more than brilliance, more than resources, understanding psychology, or tactics, or crime-fighting techniques, requires the willingness to sacrifice everything for others, requires the commitment that comes from loss, transformed into purpose, requires being someone that Hugo Strange, despite all his intelligence, despite all his analysis, despite all his obsession, could never be. Let this tale settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that intelligence is not enough, that understanding is not the same as being, that knowing someone's secret does not give you their identity, that Hugo Strange discovered Batman's true name, but never understood Batman's true nature, learned who wore the mask but never grasped why the mask was necessary, possessed the information but missed the meaning. Rest peacefully knowing that your identity is more than facts, more than data, more than information that can be discovered, that who you are is defined by choices, by character, by the person you become through actions, not analysis. Sleep well. Hugo Strange cannot reach you here. His knowledge cannot expose your dreams. His obsession cannot invade your rest. You are safe from the psychiatrist who became patient, safe from the analyst who became subject, safe from the man who knew everything except what mattered. Tomorrow we conclude our journey through Gotham's darkness. But tonight, let this story fade, like analysis, without understanding, like intelligence, without wisdom, like the brilliant mind that discovered the secret, but missed the point, that understood the mask, but not the man, that knew the identity, but not the purpose. Rest now, Even Hugo Strange sleeps. Even the man who knew closes his eyes and dreams of being Batman, and wakes to discover again, as he discovers every day, that knowing who Batman is not the same as being Batman. Never was, never could be, never will be. And so we have walked together through Gotham's gallery of grief, through the stories of people who were broken, or who broke themselves, or who were born broken, through the catalog of ways that human beings can go wrong, can become dangerous, can transform into something that society must contain, because they cannot be allowed to continue hurting, because redemption is not always possible, because some people are too broken to fix, or too dangerous to release, or too committed to their paths to turn back. The Batman knows all these stories, knows them more intimately than anyone except those who lived them, has faced each villain, has fought each broken person, has tried to reach them to help them, to offer redemption, when redemption was possible, and Batman has learned what every hero eventually learns, that you cannot save everyone, that some people cannot be saved, that the best you can do is stop them from hurting others, while hoping that someday they will choose to save themselves. Gotham creates these villains, not entirely, not completely, but the city contributes. The poverty, the corruption, the despair, the understanding that the system is broken, that justice is for those who can afford it, that the social contract has failed. The city that Batman protects is also the city that creates what he fights against, is the environment that produces the criminals that the Dark Knight must stop. And this is Gotham's great tragedy, is the cycle that continues, is the understanding that as long as the city remains broken, it will continue breaking people, and those broken people will continue becoming villains, and Batman will continue fighting them, while knowing that he is treating symptoms rather than disease, fighting criminals rather than addressing conditions that create criminals, saving individuals while the system that endangered them remains unchanged. But Batman continues, because someone must, because inaction is worse than imperfect action, because protecting people matters, even if you cannot protect everyone, because hope requires believing that the city can be better, that Gotham can heal, that someday the cycle will break, and the need for Batman will end, and Bruce Wayne can retire the cowl, knowing that what he started has been finished, not by him alone, but by the city choosing to be better, choosing to heal, choosing to become a place that nurtures rather than destroys, that builds rather than breaks, that creates heroes instead of villains. Until that day, the vigil continues. The fight goes on. The Dark Knight rises every night to face the broken people his city creates, to stop them from hurting others, to offer redemption when possible and containment when necessary, to be the symbol that says someone cares, that someone is watching, that someone will fight for Gotham, even when Gotham seems not to fight for itself. Let this long journey settle into your consciousness now. Let it remind you that everyone has a story, that villains are people, that understanding why someone became dangerous does not excuse what they do, but helps explain how we might prevent the next person from walking the same path. That Gotham's Rogues Gallery is testament to human fragility, to the ways we break, to the choices we make when breaking, and to the importance of having someone who will not give up on the city, who will not abandon the people, who will fight the darkness, even when the darkness seems overwhelming. Rest peacefully now. The stories are told. The villains are contained. The Dark Knight watches over Gotham, and you are safe in your rest, safe in your dreams, safe in the knowledge that even in Gotham's darkness, even in the city that breeds monsters, there is light, there is hope, there is Batman. Sleep well. The night is dark, but it is not empty. Dawn will come as it always does, and Gotham will continue, and so will its protector, until the city he loves becomes the city it could be. The city it should be. The city worth saving. Rest, now our journey ends, where it began in Gotham. In darkness, in the understanding that heroism exists, because villainy exists, and both exist because we are human, capable of greatness, capable of horror, capable of choice, and choice makes all the difference. Good night, sleep well, and remember that even in darkness, someone watches, someone protects, someone cares. The end.